Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 4 of What If I Was Reincarnated into the world of Naruto and gained the unique gamer system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 91, Small World Indeed. Damn Konoha, is all of this just a trap? 3 days later, at the border of the Land of Fire, Chiyo looked at the triumphant Tsunade and the overwhelming number of Konoha ninjas, her teeth clenched in anger. When she first gained the advantage, Chiyo also suspected whether it was Konoha's scheme, but over the past week, Konoha had lost more than once, making her involuntarily feel that it was Orochimaru and Tsunade's leadership that was inadequate. And she, who was already somewhat impatient to defeat Konoha's army, even wanted to fight until Sakamoto Tatsuma appeared, to avenge her son and daughter-in-law, gradually falling deeper into the pleasure brought by each victory. Especially with Hoshi by her side, who was similarly impatient, and not just the two of them, the entire Sand Ninja army from top to bottom felt that this war was the best opportunity for the hidden Sand Village. Even though more than one member of the staff mentioned multiple times that this was likely a conspiracy by Konoha, including Chiyo and Hoshi, they didn't believe it was a conspiracy. It's just that Chiyo couldn't believe that Orochimaru and Tsunade, two young people taking on war command for the first time, had such audacity, daring to sacrifice so many Konoha ninjas' lives and land to lure her into a trap. Looking at the opposing team, Chiyo felt uneasy. Orochimaru and Tsunade alone were enough to counteract her role on the battlefield. Besides them, there were also a large number of elite ninjas with considerable fame and strength, such as the new generation elites Kanugi Makyum, Shinki Yuhi, Yumino Ikaku, as well as Rima and Shima, pillars of the Senju clan, along with many other Senju clan ninjas. Apart from Jiraiya and Tsukumo Hatake, almost all the young elite of Konoha had come to this battlefield. They seemed determined to thoroughly defeat the Sand Ninja army head-on. Moreover, Chiyo just noticed a large number of Hyuga ninjas. Chiyo was suddenly startled because she realized that those supporting Hyuga ninjas had all disappeared at that moment. Chiyo instinctively looked backward, then quickly turned back to the hidden sand individual beside her, whose expression mirrored her own unease. "I'm afraid we've been surrounded. The ninjas scattered across the land of rivers are probably..." Upon hearing this, the hidden sand individual's expression changed as well, then said, "What about Hoshi-sama?" At this moment, Hoshi was still within the land of rivers, clearing out the Konoha ninjas who had been separated from their teams. But it was likely that these ninjas weren't forced to leave their teams, rather, they intentionally split up. As expected, those scattered Konoha ninjas probably formed a line by now, completely encircling them. In this situation, Hoshi was in danger. You quickly lead 1,000 ninjas to retreat to the rear, while searching for Hoshi's whereabouts. Break through the encirclement as soon as possible and rendezvous with the support team sent by the village. Chiyo gave the order swiftly, and the ninja's face showed difficulty as he said, "Chiyo-sama, that would leave you with less than 500 people here. That's still better than staying here altogether. Hurry!" The Sand Ninja nodded, taking the command and swiftly leaving. Soon, there was a change in the Sand Ninja army. Seeing most of them retreating towards the land of rivers, Tsunade's smug expression disappeared. She turned to Orochimaru and asked, "Orochimaru, aren't you going to stop them? Are we just going to watch them escape?" "They won't escape, and engaging in combat now wouldn't be advantageous for us. The Sand Ninjas must have prepared themselves for a desperate fight, and our army has just endured a long journey and needs time to rest," Orochimaru calmly analyzed. He didn't mind the retreat of the Sand Ninja army because the rear of the Sand Ninja had already been heavily surrounded by many Konoha ninjas. They didn't need to completely annihilate the Sand Ninjas, delaying them was sufficient. The crucial point was the front line of the battlefield. Once the support army recovered, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat the hundreds of Sand Ninjas in front of them. Then, they could continue their advance, eliminating those delayed Sand Ninjas. This was the tactic with the least casualties and the most secure approach. Due to setting up this large trap, Konoha has already lost enough ninjas. If they can't control the casualties in this crucial battle, then Konoha won't gain much profit. Inside the land of rivers, Tatsuma's squad has completed their flanking maneuver, but they have also suffered losses. Currently, they are engaged in combat with a squad of sand ninjas. Facing a sand ninja team several times their size, Tatsuma's expression is grim. He is injured. The sleeve of his left arm is completely soaked in blood. His teammates are also more or less wounded, and there have even been casualties. Tatsuma felt the surging power within him, but there is no hint of joy in his heart. He knows this is the effect of Graveyard's lone soul. The more his teammates die, the stronger he becomes in the short term, but at what cost? Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Tatsuma formed hand seals, not overly conserving his chakra like before. Invisible wind blades struck two sand ninjas who were about to attack his teammates. Immediately, he used body flicker to appear in front of his teammates, shielding them. "Senpais, you'll have to stop the bleeding yourselves." Tatsuma didn't look back, he said directly. He couldn't afford to be distracted to treat his teammates now. Two Konoha ninjas nodded and each took out bandages and medication. "Kid, are you trying to stop us alone?" At this moment, two sand ninjas landed in front of Tatsuma. Tatsuma tightened the short sword in his hand and said, "You may have the numerical advantage, making you appear stronger, but I won't surrender without a fight. No wonder you're the talkative Tobirama. At a time like this, you still want to say such pretty words." The tattooed sand ninja grinned, and the mummified sand ninja beside him chuckled. Tatsuma remained unfazed, standing in front of his teammates. "Be more careful in your next life." After the tattooed sand ninja shouted loudly, he lunged at Tatsuma, while the mummified sand ninja began forming hand seals. Tatsuma focused on the mummified ninja's hand seals and noticed it was only the great breakthrough jutsu. He then shifted his attention to the tattooed sand ninja. The tattooed sand ninja abruptly stopped in front of Tatsuma, feinted to throw off Tatsuma's balance, then suddenly stabbed downwards toward Tatsuma's left shoulder with a kunai. Seeing the enemy targeting his left shoulder again, Tatsuma's eyebrows twitched. He felt it was hard to describe the debuff brought by Shiroyakusha. Although he hadn't been injured elsewhere in the past few days, his left shoulder had never fully recovered. Nevertheless, Tatsuma wasn't afraid. Despite his balance being momentarily disrupted by the feint, his small stature and light weight allowed him to quickly regain his balance. He sank his weight down and lifted the tattooed ninja's right hand with his left hand. Then, in one smooth motion, Tatsuma wrapped his left hand around the tattooed ninja's right hand, binding it, and simultaneously pulled downward. The tattooed ninja's expression instantly changed. He hadn't expected Tatsuma to be so strong, surpassing his estimation of Tatsuma's strength completely. As a result, his balance was disrupted and he was propelled forward. Seizing the opportunity, Tatsuma's right hand, holding the chakra short sword, lunged towards the tattooed sand ninja's abdomen. The tattooed ninja hastily reached out to grab Tatsuma's right wrist, but in his unbalanced state, he couldn't keep up with Tatsuma's speed. Splurt the chakra short sword plunged straight into the tattooed ninja's abdomen, then was swiftly withdrawn by Tatsuma. At the same time, Tatsuma released the tattooed ninja's left hand. Seeing the tattooed ninja vulnerable, Tatsuma didn't hesitate to deliver a forceful elbow strike to the midsection. Thud! The tattooed ninja was sent flying and crashed to the ground. Tatsuma didn't pursue but swiftly formed hand seals. A slab of stone rose in front of him. Earth release. Earth shore return. Thud thud thud. The shuriken thrown by the mummified sand ninja, strengthened by the great breakthrough jutsu, all embedded into the stone slab, a scene clearly unexpected for him. While hesitating between continuing the attack and aiding the tattooed ninja, Tatsuma seized the opportunity within a second. During that split second, Tatsuma used the body flicker jutsu, appearing in front of the mummified ninja. The mummified ninja hastily retreated, but Tatsuma's chakra short sword, now infused with wind release chakra unbeknownst to the opponent, extended the attack range with the blade of wind jutsu. The wind blade slashed open a large gash in the mummified ninja's chest, leaving deep cuts above the exposed ribs. Ding! Speed +10, Spirit +10. Noticing the system announcement, Tatsuma quickly returned to his two injured teammates. The swift system announcement indicated that, according to the system's judgment, the two had lost the ability to continue fighting. "Senpais, are you alright?" Tatsuma asked as he looked at the two being bandaged. They shook their heads, about to reply when they noticed Tatsuma's expression change. Inazuka Makoto, who was fighting other ninjas in the distance, furrowed his brow. As another pair of sand ninjas rushed towards them, Inazuka Makoto hastened his pace to deal with more ninjas. Tatsuma also said, "Senpais, new enemies are coming." Upon hearing this, the two teammates showed anxious expressions, and their bandaging movements involuntarily quickened. Sakamoto Tatsuma. Before long, several figures landed. Seeing the leader among them, Tatsuma's expression became incredibly solemn. Because the person leading them at this moment was none other than the person he wanted to kill. Hoshi! Chapter 92, Skyrocketing Strength. In the dense forest, a slender figure kept flickering, his golden hair shining particularly bright under the noon sun. Minato looked at the map in his hand, constantly comparing it with the surrounding scenery. In the end, he still obtained permission to go to the battlefield from the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. As soon as he arrived at the front line, he volunteered to support Tatsuma. No one opposed this, or rather, almost no one paid attention to Minato. It's just that when Yamanaka Tani heard Minato say he was going to find Tatsuma, she gave him Tatsuma's route map. And he didn't set off alone but followed the support team of the Hyuga clan to complete the flanking work together. However, Hyuga ninjas kept leading the team to support other teams. So now, he was the only one left hurrying on the road. Tatsuma's location was almost at the rear of the Sand Ninja Army, one of the most important passes. But when Minato arrived, the scene before him stunned him. The ground was littered with corpses, Konoha ninja corpses and Sand ninja corpses scattered everywhere, some not even leaving complete bodies. Tatsuma! Minato's heart skipped a beat, continuously sensing the surrounding environment with his chakra. Finally, he discovered many chakra signatures in the distance, the only place where there were living people nearby. Without a moment's delay, Minato rushed towards that direction with all his might. However, as he passed through the trees, he saw Tatsuma surrounded by dozens of sand ninjas, with half of his body covered in blood. Even his blue and white headband was mostly soaked in thick, fresh blood, hanging down and sticking to his face, looking extremely disheveled. Tatsuma! With a worried shout, Minato landed not far from Tatsuma, taking out a kunai and cautiously watching the surrounding sand ninja. "What are you here for?" But what greeted him was Tatsuma's low voice, devoid of any joy from being supported. "Another little brat? Ha ha ha, does Konoha have no one else? Sending children to the battlefield one after another?" In the midst of the encirclement, Hoshi raged on. Beneath him lay Inazuka Makoto's Nin dog, now collapsed on the ground, its snow-white fur covered in blood and mud, with only faint movements in its chest and abdomen. Minato paid no attention to Tatsuma's recent tone but firmly stated, "Tatsuma, I'm taking you back." "Back? Do you think you can still go back?" Hoshi's words fell, and he gave a glance to a nearby sand ninja. Without a word, that sand ninja lunged straight at Minato. Minato, seeing the fierce look of the sand ninja, couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. But that momentary lapse allowed the sand ninja to quickly close the distance, and without hesitation, the Chunin-level ninja swung his blade towards Minato's neck. Splurred at the critical moment, Tatsuma flickered and appeared beside Minato, colliding with him. At the same time, he raised his hand to block the sand ninja's attack but was still a bit too slow. Although he avoided Minato getting injured, Tatsuma's left forearm suffered a deep wound, almost to the bone. Seeing this, the sand ninja took advantage of the situation and raised his blade again to strike. At this moment, Minato reacted and wanted to throw a kunai to help Tatsuma out of the encirclement, but it was a bit too late. Tatsuma watched as the blade fell, a sense of calmness mixed with extreme regret washing over him. He felt immobilized, unable to move. His left hand, which had been repeatedly attacked, now felt so heavy that he couldn't lift it at all. Wu Inazuka Makoto's Nindog let out a whimper, breathing its last breath. But at that moment, despite being numb from blood loss, Tatsuma's left hand suddenly felt intense pain. Tatsuma, who had felt like he had no strength left, suddenly sensed a surge of power within him. Just when Hoshi thought everything had settled, Tatsuma suddenly lifted his left arm to block. The sand ninja frowned but didn't pay much attention. However, in the next moment, Tatsuma's feet also began to move, not retreating, not evading, but advancing. With this half-step change, Tatsuma's raised arm block turned into an elbow strike. Bam! At this moment, Tatsuma's movement reminded him of how characters in animes fight and their flashy movement, but this time it was as if he embodied the fighting spirit of the true Shirayuksha and unleashed the demon that was feared on the battlefield. He had never learned these kinds of moves, but fighting was ultimately about using the body to defeat the opponent, so instinctively, he sometimes made similar stances and moves. However, due to his height, Tatsuma's elbow didn't hit the sand ninja's chest as intended but landed on his abdomen instead. This solid blow dispersed the sand ninja's core strength, leaving him defenseless. Seizing the opportunity, Tatsuma tried to entangle the right hand of the sand ninja holding the knife with his left hand. However, his injured left hand was still somewhat affected, and his fingers lacked strength. Noticing this, Tatsuma simply used his armpit to clamp down on the sand ninja's wrist and used his stiff fingers to hook onto the sand ninja's vest, pulling him towards himself, disrupting the sand ninja's balance completely. The chakra short sword in his right hand rose swiftly, leaving the sand ninja not time to react as the short blade in his hand stabbed towards his neck. SCZ blow after blow, this time Tatsuma didn't hold back in the slightest, or perhaps, his spiritual exhaustion and the raging chakra overflowing from his heavy left hand made it impossible for him to think about anything else. Minato, pushed away by Tatsuma, looked on in shock at Tatsuma, who hadn't even blinked. He couldn't help but swallow hard. He had killed people earlier than Tatsuma, but he had never seen such a calm madness as Tatsuma's. Who said I was leaving? Releasing the limp sand ninja, Tatsuma looked up at Hoshi. The violent chakra in his left hand had already begun to surge within him, making him feel extremely restless. However, as he glanced at Minato, Tatsuma realized that the reason for the surge of power within him was because his team had been wiped out, and Minato had not yet officially joined the battle, so he wasn't counted as a teammate. After Inazuka Makoto and others died one by one, Tatsuma's abilities doubled, and when he was the only one left, his strength doubled briefly again. Tatsuma's strength, speed, and stamina were already over 2,500 points. Doubled, they became 5,000 points, and then doubled again to 10,000 points, elevating him to the rank of Jonin. This was why he could easily deal with the Sand Chunin in front of him. Not to mention, his left hand, containing the Ninetales chakra sealed by Uzumaki Mito, was continuously leaking that chakra. Every moment, Tatsuma could feel his power steadily rising. However, at the same time, his mental fatigue increased. Tatsuma glanced at Minato. If Minato got involved, it would be harmful rather than beneficial to the situation. Not only would it make the amplification brought by Shirayuksha's physique disappear, but it would also distract Tatsuma from watching Minato's emotions. Therefore, he endured the inexplicable rise of his irritability and anger and said to Minato, "Minato, leave this place." But, Tatsuma. Watching Tatsuma, Minato still couldn't rest easy. Now that the Sand Ninjas, after a brief moment of surprise, became even more cautious and tightened their encirclement, closing in on the two of them. Tatsuma noticed the change in the people around him. He gritted his teeth and looked at Hoshi, saying, "Don't you understand yet? I don't have time for you. Right now, all I want is to create some chaos and peace." Chapter 93, Unleash Tatsuma. Upon hearing Tatsuma's heartless words, Minato fell silent for a moment, but soon he nodded knowingly, realizing that Tatsuma's current state was not right. Perhaps his staying would only hinder Tatsuma. Minato took a deep breath and then said, "Tatsuma, hold on. I will inform others about the situation here. Okay. Tatsuma nodded, and just as Minato was about to turn and leave, Hoshi spoke up, leaving? Did we agree on that? With those words, Hoshi blinked at the two sand ninjas beside him, and they understood Hoshi's intention, rushing towards Minato. Minato gripped his kunai tightly, about to break through, when Tatsuma's voice came. You go on your way. No one can stop you. Hearing this, Minato no longer hesitated. He unleashed the body flicker jutsu and dashed towards the outskirts. The two ninjas turned to chase after him, but the ground beneath them suddenly sprouted white senbons, piercing through their feet. When did this happen? Hoshi was a bit slow to react. Somehow, Tatsuma's hair had grown extremely long, even sinking into the ground. The two sand ninjas, whose feet were pierced by Tatsuma's hair, reacted swiftly. They bent down, grabbing the hair, and as they pulled it out of their feet, they yanked it forcefully, causing the hair to instantly leave the ground. They exerted force again, attempting to unbalance Tatsuma by pulling on his hair. But Tatsuma reacted even faster. He stopped infusing chakra into his hair, and at the same time, swung his chakra short sword to sever his own hair. Seeing this, the sand ninja abandoned Tatsuma's hair and glanced at Minato, who had already broken through their encirclement and was running away. They didn't pursue him any further. After all, they didn't have any personal grudges with Minato. They weren't even particularly keen on attacking Tatsuma, considering his young age and surprisingly strong abilities. Moreover, he seemed nearly indestructible. The injuries Tatsuma had sustained would have killed an ordinary person long ago, or at the very least rendered them unable to fight. Yet he was still lively and energetic, and the power he had unleashed when he killed their comrade just now seemed even stronger than before. If it weren't for this boss Hoshi's demands, the time they spent here could have been used to snipe several Konoha squads, each one a potential achievement. Originally, this Konoha squad should have been eliminated long ago. But thanks to Hoshi, their boss, stirring things up, they insisted on letting that little brat experience the cruelty of the ninja world. With one delay after another, not only did they fail to deal with this little brat, but they also allowed him to kill several of their own. Just this fact alone has left the sand ninjas somewhat displeased. So, when another little brat appeared, no one was actually willing to take action. If it weren't for Hoshi's signal, no one would have volunteered. Of the three who did step up, one died and two were injured. In such a situation, they had even less motivation to pursue further. All they wanted was to quickly deal with Tatsuma in front of them, then move on to eliminate other Konoha squads. Time was tight, and the mission was difficult. If they waited for reinforcements to arrive, it would be difficult for them to claim any credit. They even deliberately let Minato go because before he left, he made it clear that he would inform others. This meant that if they continued to delay, they might end up facing Konoha's reinforcements. This was putting pressure on their boss, Hoshi, who naturally sensed it. A trace of dissatisfaction flickered across his face, and he impatiently said, "It's time to deal with this brat." After saying this, he looked at Tatsuma, feeling a strange sensation in his heart because Tatsuma's recent display of power had caught him off guard. Having fought Tatsuma twice before, Hoshi had a rough estimation of his strength. Among peers, Tatsuma was indeed quite impressive, but he remained at the level of a chunin. However, Tatsuma's counterattack after being injured just now made Hoshi feel a hint of threat. It wasn't the threat posed by Tatsuma's peculiar hair ninjutsu, nor was it the threat of being surrounded by explosive tags. It was a real pressure and threat when facing an opponent of a similar level. But he dismissed it as his own illusion. As for Tatsuma's sudden increase in power, perhaps it was because of the contempt from that sand ninja just now, or maybe it was simply Tatsuma's last-ditch retaliation before death. "Brat, don't you like to successfully praise others? Now's your last chance to speak." Hoshi taunted Tatsuma, who, after flicking the handle of his chakra short sword against the blood-soaked strands of hair clinging to his forehead, replied, "I do enjoy successfully praising others because I believe everyone has something worthy of acknowledgement, but not you." Tatsuma glanced around at the corpses littering the ground, then turned his gaze back to Hoshi, saying, "Anyone who desecrates life doesn't deserve to be called human." Whether it's my comrades or the deceased from hidden sand, how many lives have been lost due to your disregard for life? If it were only to kill me, you didn't need to sacrifice so many people. But you chose the most disgusting method, thinking that by killing my comrades one by one, you could break me, even willing to sacrifice your subordinates for it. However, if you were to act against me like you did last time, I wouldn't hesitate to acknowledge you. But unfortunately, you're afraid. You're even too scared to lay a finger on me. Feeling like he was losing control of the negative emotions brought by the Ninetales chakra, Tatsuma gave up on emotionally holding himself back. He looked at the sand ninja closing in and said, "Your loyalty to your boss is admirable, but unfortunately, I'm putting an end to that loyalty here." "You mouthy brat. Still talking tough, huh?" one of the sand ninjas grumbled. While Tatsuma's earlier remark about Hoshi resonated with them, they doubted this little brat had any means of resistance left now. Tatsuma didn't respond. Rather, an extreme mix of anger, resentment, and frenzy flooded his mind. His gaze turned fierce, and a layer of red chakra cloak gradually enveloped his body. Even a brief lapse in focus caused him to drop his chakra short sword, and he leaned forward as if to collapse to the ground, but ultimately he didn't fall. "What's that? How could this brat have such powerful chakra?" Witnessing this scene, the sand ninjas were all surprised, but Hoshi's expression changed immediately. As a descendant of the second Kazekage and a disciple of the third Kazekage, he certainly knew what a tailed beast was. And Tatsuma's current state, it resembled the rampaging state of a Jinchuriki. But something was off. Hoshi quickly dismissed this speculation because Konoha's Jinchuriki of the Ninetales wasn't deliberately kept secret. Many knew that Uzumaki Mido, the wife of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, was the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. However, the succession of Jinchuriki implied the death of the previous one, yet there had never been any news of that. If Uzumaki Mido was long gone, and if this brat truly were the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, they would all have perished long ago. The power of the Ninetales was unmatched by any other tailed beast. Therefore, Hoshi didn't believe Tatsuma was the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. As for this bizarre state, who knows? Pointing in Tatsuma's direction, he shouted, "Attack him! He's just bluffing!" With Hoshi's command, the sand ninja, who had been somewhat hesitant, steadied themselves and once again charged towards Tatsuma. Tatsuma suddenly lifted his head, the vertical pupils within his red eyes scanning over the sand ninja around him. In the next instant, Tatsuma disappeared from before the eyes of these sand ninjas. "Ah! Ah!" Screams echoed through the forest, playing a symphony of suffering. Chapter 94, Strength Compensates Skills. Tatsuma suddenly appeared in front of a sand ninja, whose face showed a trace of horror. Tatsuma's own face also displayed signs of emotional turmoil. However, at this moment, Tatsuma's mind was strangely clear. He hadn't completely lost his rationality. It was as if an angry person hadn't changed souls, but simply stopped suppressing their emotions. Yet, Tatsuma's current state was more peculiar than ordinary anger. He couldn't regain control of his emotions, unable to easily take a deep breath and calm down. However, his consciousness still controlled his body. Watching the emotional changes on the sand ninja's face, Tatsuma felt incredibly clear-headed, as if the whole world had slowed down. Seeing the panicked hand movement of the sand ninja, Tatsuma also extended his own hands. His speed surpassed the sand ninja's by an unknown amount. When he grabbed the sand ninja's wrist, the sand ninja hadn't even reacted yet. Staring at the hand of the sand ninja now in his grasp, Tatsuma's mind flashed with numerous connecting techniques. His restless emotions, his extreme anger, awaited the command from his dwindling rationality. "I wonder how strong I'm right now." The thought had just arisen when Tatsuma's body reacted. He twisted the sand ninja's wrist, and under the force, the sand ninja instinctively half-turned. Tatsuma's hands forcefully pressed down, completely disrupting the sand ninja's center of gravity and balance. Then, he flicked his hands to the right. Boom! Tatsuma didn't even feel like he exerted much strength, but the sand ninja was flung directly out, crashing into a large tree, and lying on the ground, still in a state of breathlessness. This scene startled even the surrounding hidden sand village ninja. Even Tatsuma himself felt somewhat incredulous with how such a simple twist of his wrist proved enough to fling an adult male like a ragdoll despite him trying his best to hold his ground. After all, in a deadlock, both opponents would concentrate intensely, making it impossible to easily lose their balance or open up their defenses. However, when the disparity in strength is huge and with Tatsuma's martial arts knowledge from his previous life, his mind was filled with all kinds of techniques on how to manipulate and disturb the opponent's balance, and they were all flowing into his mind right now even though he hadn't trained in some of them such as judo and tai chi. Tatsuma marveled at his current strength and how such simple actions resulted in a force strong enough to cause casualties. It's no wonder they say the most crucial aspect of combat is strength and speed, and this principle was vividly demonstrated by Tatsuma at this moment. However, despite their astonishment, the surrounding people were, after all, ninjas. After a moment of surprise, they quickly regained their composure and launched attacks towards Tatsuma, who was still standing in place. Some threw ninja tools, and some formed seals to use ninjutsu, but nobody dared to approach Tatsuma. His body was just too unpredictable. From the beginning until now, Tatsuma had been in constant combat, constantly sustaining injuries. However, Tatsuma's strength and speed showed no signs of decline. On the contrary, he seemed to become more formidable with each battle. Even with numerous terrifying injuries, he remained undeterred. Sensing the chakra in the surrounding air, dense clusters of it appeared out of nowhere. Seeing kunai and shuriken continuously flying towards him, Tatsuma didn't hesitate. He continuously spun and rotated his body, trying his best to dodge the attacks. Thud, 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 splish, splish, thud, thud, thud. Tatsuma managed to evade the majority of the attacks, but several streams of blood sprayed from his left arm, and a kunai along with 2 shuriken were lodged in his arm. Gritting his teeth, Tatsuma pulled out the kunai and shuriken, swiftly throwing them back. At the same time, he continuously sought cover, while the red chakra emanating from his body continually repaired his wounds. Taking refuge behind a large rock, Tatsuma breathed heavily until there was a pause in the sand ninja's attacks. He then decisively chose to leave his position and sprint towards the nearest sand ninja. The sand ninja, who had been vigilant of Tatsuma's movements, saw Tatsuma appear in front of him and promptly thrust his kunai. However, Tatsuma's current speed was simply too fast. Raising his left hand to push down the sand ninja's right hand, Tatsuma's right hand had already pierced through the right side of the sand ninja's cheek. Twisting his body, he delivered a horizontal strike directly to the sand ninja's cheek. Crack, crack. Several consecutive sounds of bones breaking echoed. When Tatsuma disappeared once again with a body flicker, people finally saw that the right side of the sand ninja's face had completely deformed. His entire head tilted to the left, the bent angle instilling an inexplicable sense of fear in the depths of their hearts. As Tatsuma reappeared after disappearing, he was now in front of a sand ninja jonin, not Hoshi, but another jonin from the hidden sand village who had fought Inuzuka Makoto before Hoshi led his team to the scene. The jonin, upon seeing Tatsuma actively attacking him, became enraged. Considering Tatsuma's age, defeating a chunin from the hidden sand village with such agility was already remarkable. But now, Tatsuma dared to challenge him, who didn't know his place. Unable to bear it, the jonin was also known for his expertise in taijutsu within the sand ninja village. Seeing Tatsuma approaching him, he didn't hesitate and charged directly at Tatsuma with a punch. Observing the jonin's fist technique, Tatsuma raised his hand to block, not only deflecting the punch but also maneuvering to the side of the jonin. He grabbed the jonin's left wrist with his left hand and positioned his right elbow to strike the jonin's left elbow joint. Crack-ah! The jonin's left arm underwent a strange twist as he unleashed a shiver-inducing scream while staring at his bent arm. With his left arm disabled, the jonin was both shocked and furious. Pulling back his injured left hand, he delivered a downward chop with his right hand. Compared to Tatsuma, who was much shorter, the instinctive choice for the jonin to exert force smoothly was a downward chop from above. However, this left his waist and abdomen completely exposed, utterly defenseless. Tatsuma seized the opportunity and advanced, intercepting with his elbow at the waist. As he delivered a liver-bursting elbow strike to the hidden sand village Jonin, the Jonin's downward chop also landed on Tatsuma's back. Under normal circumstances, this punch alone could render Tatsuma powerless to resist, perhaps even preventing him from standing up for the rest of his life. But now, Tatsuma only felt a slight pain in his back, without any other negative sensations. He straightened up, noticing the Jonin's instability due to the blow to his liver. Tatsuma swiftly maneuvered his leg around and positioned himself behind the Jonin. With a simple leg trip, Tatsuma directly threw the Jonin down. If Tatsuma were of adult height, he could have chosen to use a hip throw. However, due to his height, if he were to use a hip throw on this Jonin, he would only be able to throw him by leveraging against the Jonin's waist. Obviously, this would require more effort, so using a leg trip was much more practical. As the Jonin fell, completely losing his balance, Tatsuma was about to finish him off when he noticed some activity coming from Hoshi's direction. Lowering himself, Tatsuma grabbed the Jonin by the back of his neck and belt, then hurled him in the direction of Hoshi. Splish, splish, splish! Countless Senbon needles pierced the Jonin's body as Tatsuma took advantage of the distraction to make his escape, sprinting towards another hidden sand village Chunin. Meanwhile, seeing that he had accidentally killed his comrade, Hoshi could only express his unrestrained rage by shouting, "You bastard!" Chapter 95, Only You Are Left. Tatsuma knew his current strengths and weaknesses. His strength lay in the enhanced physical qualities of his body, which had been strengthened through multiple buffs, reaching the level of a Jonin due to multiple amplifications. Moreover, thanks to the Ninetales chakra, his body's functions at this moment were not merely 4 times the base level and barely reaching the level of a Jonin, as evidenced by his fight with that Sand Jonin. The amplification from the Ninetales was simply too overpowered, reflecting the immense power of the Ninetales itself. No wonder Senju Hashirama considered the Ninetales too dangerous and chose to seal it. However, despite Tatsuma having received so many layers of buffs, he still had disadvantages. His improvements were only in terms of physical strength, power, speed, resilience against attacks, chakra quantity, etc. His actual skills had not been enhanced. His ninjutsu, jinjutsu, sealing jutsu, and so on, had not improved and were still at Chunin level. Thus, he lacked a method to dispatch multiple enemies with a single blow. Even though he could utilize an unprecedented amount of chakra compared to before to bolster the power of his ninjutsu, under the siege of so many sand ninja, he didn't have the time to form seals and find a secure position to unleash ninjutsu. Therefore, since throwing himself back into battle, Tatsuma had been relying solely on the advantages of his reinforced body to fight. Except for one jutsu. Once again concealing himself behind a giant rock, Tatsuma took a few deep breaths, adjusting his breathing slightly, then raised his hands and began forming seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Smoke appeared and disappeared, and 4 shadow clones identical to Tatsuma emerged around him. In fact, this was the first time Tatsuma had deployed shadow clones in combat. Because this technique was not very practical in Tatsuma's current state, his chakra was only at the Chunin level. He was already calculating meticulously when using his own ninjutsu, so how could he spare chakra to assist the shadow clones in battle? He generally used this technique for learning purposes, and he had also agreed with Jiraiya that the number of shadow clones should not exceed 4, and each shadow clone should not study for more than 2 hours a day. Jiraiya knew that Tatsuma might not resist overusing this technique, so he used this somewhat playful agreement to restrain Tatsuma's usage of this technique, and Tatsuma has been abiding by it until now. Tatsuma himself had almost forgotten that the Shadow Clone Jutsu was an excellent auxiliary ninjutsu for combat until today, when he had an unimaginable amount of chakra in his body. He dared to boldly use this technique. I hope the Shadow Clones won't be mistaken for friendly units, that would be too ridiculous. With a teasing thought in his mind, bringing a strange joy to his tired spirit, Tatsuma glanced at his 4 shadow clones and then rushed out of the boulder together, attacking the surrounding sand ninja. Shadow Clone Jutsu? Seeing Tatsuma's clones actually causing substantial damage, Hoshi was surprised that Tatsuma had learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu isn't a widely known ninjutsu, it could even be said to be exclusive to Konoha. Apart from Konoha's ninjas, very few from other villages can use Shadow Clone Jutsu. In the original manga, only a handful were shown to possess this technique. Upon closer examination, very few people were shown to be capable of using it, such as Deidara. Other villages have not produced many ninja capable of using the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Even within Konoha, there aren't many who can perform the Shadow Clone Jutsu, but its reputation is considerable. Derived from Senju Hashirama's wood clone, which has a physical presence and can perform ninjutsu, when a shadow clone disappears, the memories it has accumulated are transmitted back to the original, making it a sophisticated ninjutsu that causes headaches for many villages. Seeing Tatsuma, a genin, use this technique, Hoshi was especially surprised. Although Tatsuma's strength clearly exceeds that of a typical genin, he is ultimately still a genin. Moreover, he is an exceptionally young genin, around 9 years old. To master the 3 basic jutsu, ninja tool throwing, and basic taijutsu and ninja techniques at such a young age would classify one as a genius. But Tatsuma? The first time Hoshi met him, Tatsuma unleashed an unknown ninjutsu capable of destroying his puppet. The second time, Tatsuma surprised him again with cunning and advanced ninja tool throwing techniques. Today, on their third encounter, Hoshi initially thought Tatsuma's display of taijutsu was already impressive enough. However, Tatsuma turned around and effortlessly executed the Shadow Clone Jutsu, boosting his strength to a level where he could easily defeat a jonin. While the jonin Tatsuma defeated may not have been a legendary or veteran jonin, his jonin level strength was genuine. Moreover, he excelled in taijutsu. Before his promotion to jonin, he had been elevated to the rank of special jonin due to his exceptional taijutsu skills. Yet, despite being such a proficient taijutsu practitioner, he was defeated by Tatsuma's taijutsu. Hoshi didn't even realize it himself, but he suddenly felt a sense of relief. He was glad he hadn't intervened from the beginning but instead used the lives of his subordinates and companions to gather intelligence on Tatsuma's true strength. However, the price paid in lives was too high for the information that Tatsuma could be even stronger and more astounding. It was the first time Hoshi felt it was not worth it. It was also the first time he understood what Tatsuma meant when he said he was someone who disrespected life and the life soon to be disrespected was his own. Dealing with one Tatsuma was already difficult enough, but now there were 5 Tatsumas on the battlefield. Even though the number of sand ninjas outnumbered Tatsuma by tens of times, their ranks continued to thin. As the sand ninjas' fighting force dwindled, their resistance against Tatsuma became increasingly futile as he swiftly harvested them at a faster rate. Damn it, what kind of taijutsu is this guy using? As he watched his subordinates diminish one by one, Hoshi's heart swelled with a mixture of shock and anger. He couldn't comprehend the style of taijutsu Tatsuma was employing. It seemed to resemble the gentle fist technique of Konoha's Hyuga clan, targeting pressure points and weak spots. However, Tatsuma's strikes were incredibly fierce, reminiscent of the Konoha-style strong fist. Yet, this unseen taijutsu, in Tatsuma's hands, had become the most formidable weapon in combat. Finally, the tumult on the battlefield ceased. Tatsuma's shadow clones vanished, and Tatsuma himself, perched on a tree, stumbled slightly before squatting down to steady himself. Hoshi understood that Tatsuma had left him for last because he had done the same to Tatsuma before. And their ultimate goal was likely the same, to kill each other. Few Tatsuma panted heavily, his body covered in numerous wounds. The faint red chakra cloak on his body continuously repaired his injuries. As his injuries healed, the color of his chakra cloak faded more and more. Now, it was almost invisible, but the forest had become completely quiet. Looking down from above, Tatsuma observed Hoshi, whose face had darkened to the extreme, and said, "Now, it's just you and me." Chapter 96, Ample Harvest. Beep, Strength plus 385, Speed plus 430, Stamina plus 425, Spirit plus 395, would you like to claim? Hearing the broadcast in his mind, Tatsuma found it hard to believe. This was the most talent he ever picked up in a single instance. Therefore, he immediately chose to claim them. However, Tatsuma also knew that the cost of such gains was too high. Both allies and enemies had paid a total of 60 to 70 lives just for this one gain. After claiming the talents, Tatsuma looked towards Hoshi. Tatsuma didn't rush forward recklessly, knowing that Hoshi, as a jonin skilled in puppet jutsu, would be formidable if he could easily get close. Despite Hoshi appearing somewhat absent-minded at the moment, Tatsuma was willing to bet that if he had just rushed towards Hoshi, Hoshi would have used the countermeasures he had prepared long ago. As a descendant of the second Kazekage shaman, Hoshi has only brought out 3 puppets so far. One was destroyed by Tatsuma using the Rasengan, and another, the spider puppets, was damaged by Tatsuma using explosive tags. There's also a humanoid puppet, which was dismantled by Inazuka Makoto last time. However, when Hoshi arrived to attack Tatsuma's team just now, he used that humanoid puppet. Since the humanoid puppet has been repaired, Tatsuma will assume that the spider puppet has also been restored. Moreover, just because Hoshi has only used 3 puppets doesn't mean he only has 3. Furthermore, Shaman's expertise isn't limited to puppet jutsu, he also knows Sand Control's secret jutsu, and the ninjutsu of Sand Control hasn't been lost. After all, there's still a ninja-like Raza in the future Hidden Sand Village. The 3 signature techniques of the Hidden Sand Village are puppets, Sand Control, and Wind Release. The second Kazekage shaman was one of the pioneers of the first 2. Hoshi, as his descendant, has only used puppets, but that doesn't mean he only knows puppet jutsu. Before Tatsuma became a ninja, Jiraiya warned him that ninjas needed to keep some cards hidden. Tatsuma doesn't believe that the Hidden Sand Village would be unaware of this principle. Hoshi felt a twinge of disappointment when he saw Tatsuma not initiating an attack. He had indeed prepared himself for Tatsuma's assault, but Tatsuma unexpectedly refrained from acting impulsively. Tatsuma's Ninetales chakra was almost depleted, severely diminishing his strength and endurance. However, at the same time, the negative emotional impact of the tailed beast chakra was also decreasing. Tatsuma noticed this, and Hoshi also took note, which was why Hoshi didn't leave at that moment. If Tatsuma had continued in his previous state, perhaps Hoshi would have reconsidered, and most likely would have chosen to leave, which sounds good in theory, but in harsher terms, it would be called fleeing. Even Hoshi would still face many consequences after fleeing because, as the squad captain, he had lost all of his subordinates and had not been able to completely resolve the enemy. Even though Hoshi is a disciple of the third Kazekage, he would have to pay a considerable price upon returning, just to quell the grievances in the village. He was willing to endure it for the sake of survival. But now things were different. Tatsuma's condition had obviously declined, no longer possessing that eerie strength he had just displayed. This sparked a thought in Hoshi's mind: he could kill Tatsuma. While killing Tatsuma wouldn't bring back his subordinates, it could significantly reduce the punishment he would face. He could easily exaggerate Tatsuma's threat, portraying him as a genius on par with the third Hokage, no, even surpassing the second Hokage or the extraordinary duo of the Warring States era. As long as Tatsuma's threat was significant enough, Hoshi believed that any cost he paid to kill him would be worthwhile. Moreover, this brat was Tsunade's disciple and wielded the weapon once used by Konoha's White Fang. He must be a highly valued talent in Konoha village. If handled properly, not only could he avoid punishment, but he might even gain credit. With these thoughts in mind, Hoshi looked into Tatsuma's eyes with increased determination. Tatsuma also noticed the sudden murderous intent emanating from Hoshi. He glanced at the chakra short sword lying not far away on the ground but chose not to pick it up. Because he couldn't really claim proficiency in swordsmanship, that chakra short sword in Tsukumo Hataki's hands could enhance Tsukumo Hataki's abilities, but in Tatsuma's hands, it would only hinder him. Moreover, his chakra levels were still quite sufficient at the moment, thanks to the multiple layers of the Lone Soul buff and the Ninetales chakra reserve, keeping his physical condition at its peak. However, he felt mentally exhausted. Blinking his eyes and sensing the fatigue creeping from deep within his mind, Tatsuma shook his head lightly, trying to muster up his spirits as he looked at Hoshi. At this moment, didn't wait any longer either. He raised both hands, chakra threads gathering at his fingertips. With a wave of his hands, 2 dormant puppets were pulled out from the forest. It was the humanoid puppet and the spider puppet. Now, with only 2 individuals facing each other, Tatsuma carefully observed the 2 puppets and noticed traces of repair on them, which eased his tension slightly. He feared that Hoshi might have 2 more identical puppets. Seeing the repair marks now, it was highly likely that puppets weren't commonplace for Hoshi. On the 2 puppets, there were small nameplates. The nameplate on the spider puppet read Shinki, while the nameplate on the humanoid puppet read Nozori. While Tatsuma was still observing, Nozori suddenly moved. Under the control of chakra threads, it swiftly lunged towards Tatsuma, its hands reaching out to embrace him. Its mouth gaping wide, revealing jagged teeth coated with a black substance. Seeing Nozori's mouth full of black teeth, Tatsuma's expression turned grim. It was Inuzuka Makoto who was fatally bitten by Nozori and poisoned, leading to his demise at Hoshi's hands. However, this was not the time for reminiscence. Tatsuma dodged Nozori's embrace, lifting his leg to kick at its ankle. Clang, but a metallic reverberation echoed as Tatsuma gasped, using body flicker to escape and ending up in the distance, where he couldn't help but start to move his own ankle. The remaining Ninetales chakra quickly eased Tatsuma's pain at this moment. Just as Tatsuma turned around, Nozori once again lunged towards him. This time, Tatsuma didn't counterattack but began to dodge, maneuvering around trees and boulders. However, after dodging several times, he abandoned this method. Because chakra threads, unlike steel wires, were unaffected by the terrain. As Tatsuma landed again, he swiftly turned around, forming hand seals. Opening his mouth, he unleashed a fiercely burning ball of oil towards Nozori. The oil exploded upon Nozori, and flames quickly engulfed its body. Fire release. Flame bullet. Useless. Hoshi, controlling the chakra threads, sneered, flicking his fingers. Nozori broke through the flames, with only its clothes burning to ashes and leaving behind faint black traces on its body. Seeing this, Tatsuma wasted no time, once again using body flicker to escape. Nozori pursued relentlessly. Tatsuma landed on a tree, turning to face Nozori as he completed hand seals. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. With a wave of both hands, invisible wind blades appeared and cut through Nozori. Hoshi maintained a disdainful expression, raising his hand to manipulate again, only to find that Nozori had not moved. In this momentary delay, Tatsuma quickly rushed towards Hoshi's original body. Chapter 97, Overwhelming Hoshi. What's going on? How can your wind release possibly damage my puppet? Hoshi exclaimed. Surprised at first, Hoshi carefully observed and then breathed a sigh of relief. His puppet wasn't damaged by Tatsuma's wind release attack, it was just that some senbons had lodged into the exposed joints. Is it when he waved his hand? Hoshi wondered. Recalling Tatsuma's hand movements before casting his ninjutsu, Hoshi realized that Tatsuma's seemingly additional waving motion was not a habit but a concealed way of throwing senbons. After understanding this, Hoshi felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Once again, he had been played by this cunning opponent. Realizing that a few senbons couldn't disable his puppet, Hoshi forcefully manipulated chakra threads, forcibly moving the joints of Nozori and breaking the senbons. Nozori, now in motion again, burst into full speed, charging towards Tatsuma. Tatsuma noticed the sound of wind behind him, pursed his lips, and made a quick turn, momentarily shaking off Nozori. Immediately after, he started moving again, rushing towards Hoshi once more. It's useless. Your speed is too slow. Hoshi shouted as he saw Tatsuma resisting. Ignoring Hoshi's words, Tatsuma began forming hand seals. Seeing Tatsuma's final seal being the tiger seal, Hoshi frowned. Shinki! Defend! Hoshi controlled Nozori with one hand, while the other connected to Shinki. Shinki quickly wrapped around Hoshi, showcasing its defensive posture. Tatsuma abruptly applied the brakes, turning around. With his right hand extended, an organized yet chaotic gathering of chakra manifested in his palm, forming into a blue chakra sphere in the blink of an eye. Rasengan! Boom! Tatsuma forcefully thrust the Rasengan into Nozori's mouth. Immediately, the volatile chakra of the Rasengan became uncontrollable, and amidst the chaotic clash of chakra, Nozori's head was torn apart and shattered. Who said you have to release a ninjutsu when forming hand seals? A fleeting expression of mockery crossed Tatsuma's face. Hoshi, now controlling Nozori with one hand and simultaneously managing Shinki, had his field of vision partially restricted by Shinki. This exchange created an opportunity that only Tatsuma could seize. This opportunity arose because ninjutsus that did not use hand seals were quite rare, and few people considered whether their opponents might employ such techniques in battle. Even Hoshi, who had witnessed Tatsuma using Rasengan before, fell into the same assumption. In the previous encounter when Tatsuma used Rasengan, Hoshi wasn't prepared and couldn't even confirm if Tatsuma used a ninjutsu with no hand seals. Hoshi preferred to believe that Tatsuma employed some special sealing techniques, such as single-handed seals. In their previous clash, Hoshi had only partially discerned the movements of Tatsuma's right hand, and the actions of the left hand remained unclear. Now, as Hoshi snapped back to reality, he realized that his Nozori had transformed into a puppet that was now only capable of hugging people. Muscles on Hoshi's face twitched continuously, clearly showing extreme anger. He couldn't tolerate this feeling of being played over and over again. This is the drawback of being the heir to a prestigious family. From childhood to the present, Hoshi, who never had to worry about resource competition, never needed to strategize for victory. He simply followed the routine of studying and training, passing assessments from elders and sensei. While he had completed numerous missions, he always relied on raw strength, never encountering an opponent as tricky and elusive as Tatsuma. It was for this reason that Hoshi sacrificed the lives of many subordinates to gather intelligence on Tatsuma. The enigmatic Tatsuma, shrouded in a fog of mystery, presented a challenge for which Hoshi couldn't find a straightforward solution. Perhaps if, from the beginning, he hadn't approached it with a mindset of manipulation, but instead had ordered his subordinates to overwhelm Tatsuma with sheer force, he wouldn't be facing so much trouble now. However, in this world, there is no remedy for regrets. Hoshi could only swallow the bitter pill of yet another puppet being destroyed by Tatsuma. Hoshi showed no intention of continuing to use Nozori because, to Tatsuma, this puppet was no different than a punching bag now. While the material of Nozori limited the effectiveness of Tatsuma's taijutsu, Tatsuma's skill in taijutsu allowed him various ways to evade Nozori. Additionally, simultaneously controlling two puppets required too much mental focus and was too challenging. Tatsuma proved that Hoshi lacked this ability, at least in his presence. If Hoshi insisted on controlling two puppets in front of Tatsuma, it would only lead to a no-win situation. Therefore, Hoshi decisively cut off control over Nozori. Seeing Hoshi promptly abandon Nozori, Tatsuma couldn't help but shake his head. Hoshi's craftsmanship and control over Nozori were both failures in Tatsuma's eyes. Even though Tatsuma didn't use puppet jutsu, he could easily imagine another use for Nozori, incorporating an explosive function. For instance, stuffing explosive tags inside the puppet, even if the head was destroyed, detonating the explosive tags at the moment of embracing the opponent would cause damage that not many could withstand. Returning his thoughts, Tatsuma looked at the menacing Shinki. The mockery on his face was almost impossible to conceal. Compared to Nozori, Tatsuma had discovered the weaknesses of Shinki much earlier. That's because Shinki is more intricate, and this kind of precise machinery is often more fragile, with small tolerances leaving no room for error. While it certainly showcases the craftsman's skill, it is not suitable for combat. The previous bombardment of explosive tags caused Shinki to experience control delays, a weakness that could be exploited with the same tactic. Without any hesitation, Tatsuma formed hand seals, a smokescreen appeared beside him, and then a shadow clone materialized. Tatsuma and the shadow clone simultaneously formed seals, although not the same ones. Seeing this scene, Hoshi couldn't help but feel irritated once again. He didn't know if Tatsuma would, like before, form seemingly unrelated seals and then unleash a completely different ninjutsu. However, as Tatsuma and the shadow clone finished their seals, Hoshi chose to put Shinki in a defensive stance. At this moment, Tatsuma and the shadow clone opened their mouths simultaneously. However, Tatsuma spat out a large mass of burning oil, while the shadow clone released a fierce gust of wind. Fire release. Big flame bullet. Wind. Release. Great breakthrough. Wind assisted the fire, and fire took advantage of the wind, creating a flame ball several times larger than the previous flame bullet. It spewed onto Shinki. Boom! In an instant, the combination of oil, flames, and intense wind resulted in a roaring combustion. The fire completely enveloped Shinki, and the dazzling, scorching flames even made Tatsuma, the caster, involuntarily step back. The shadow clone, depleted of chakra, turned into a cloud of smoke and was immediately dispersed by the air set ablaze. However, the exploding flames did not ignite a widespread fire in the surrounding trees, preventing a forest blaze. Tatsuma breathed a sigh of relief, as extinguishing a forest fire would be extremely challenging. In the current land of rivers forests, there were many Konoha ninjas, and if they were affected, it would pose a serious problem. The explosion came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Soon, Hoshi and Shinki reappeared before Tatsuma. At this point, Shinki had landed on its back, its 8 limbs sprawled in the air. Hoshi's clothes were now tattered and torn, with large patches of bloodstains all over his body. However, Tatsuma wasn't concerned about that. What caught Tatsuma's attention was the continuous flow of sand from Hoshi's body. Chapter 98, Defeating Hoshi. At this moment, Hoshi clenched his teeth, struggling to breathe. With each breath, waves of pain surged through his respiratory tract and lungs, contorting his expression in agony. The burned skin on his body also echoed similar pain in waves. He opened his somewhat sticky eyelids, eyes filled with boundless anger and murderous intent, staring at the boy in the distance, equally drenched in blood. Tatsuma tightly pressed his lips together, observing the sand flowing on Hoshi's body. He knew it was the Hidden Sand Village's sand control ninja technique, but Hoshi's proficiency was noticeably inferior to that of the Kazekage. However, at this point, Hoshi hadn't unleashed more puppetry techniques. Tatsuma speculated that perhaps Hoshi truly had no other puppetry skills left, or maybe he hadn't brought them along. Based on the timeline, it seemed that Hoshi had left the village with his sensei, the third Kazekage of the Hidden Sand Village. As long as the third Kazekage was present, Hoshi might not have felt the need to carry a plethora of combat and life-saving puppetry techniques. Third Kazekage obviously anticipated that Konoha would launch a surprise attack on the frontline base of the Hidden Sand Village. Thus, he set up an ambush to counteract it, succeeding but receiving Konoha's declaration of war in return. In this situation, if third Kazekage didn't want Sarutobi Hiruzen to join the war, his only option was to retreat. This was actually the only feasible solution. After all, battles between Kage had significant repercussions, involving not only the outcome on the battlefield but also the fate and future of the villages. Therefore, participating in the war lightly was not an option, and third Kazekage wisely chose to withdraw. However, Hoshi did not go back. Instead, he integrated himself into the Sand Ninja team on the spot. This decision made sense, considering that it would take at least 4 to 5 days for Hoshi to return just to retrieve a few puppetry tools, which might not be worth it. After all, Hoshi had not anticipated encountering an opponent like Tatsuma, or rather, Tatsuma turning out to be as formidable as he was today. It was just that, as expected, unexpected events could occur, and indeed, surprises could come uninvited. After observing for a while and confirming that Hoshi had no additional tricks up his sleeve, Tatsuma hesitated no longer. He activated the body flicker jutsu, channeling chakra into his legs, allowing him to swiftly charge towards Hoshi. Damn it! Sand shield. Seeing Tatsuma approaching, Hoshi had no effective response. He could only endure the pain and manipulate the sand to form a shield in front of him. As a ninja specializing in puppet jutsu, Hoshi wasn't particularly skilled in close-quarters combat or taijutsu, at least not among jonin. One could say he just met the basic requirements. He favored puppet jutsu more, dedicating a significant amount of time to mastering the art of crafting puppetry techniques. As a result, even his proficiency in the sand control ninja technique was not deep, otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. With his current injuries and his lack of expertise in taijutsu, facing Tatsuma, an opponent clearly adept at close-quarters combat, left Hoshi unsure of how to respond. Confronted with the sand shield, Tatsuma opted for a simple solution: to bypass it. Executing a swift somersault, he directly brushed past the sand shield, then swiftly followed up with a backhand, delivering a powerful punch to Hoshi. Boom! Hoshi, whose vision was obscured by the sand shield, hadn't even reacted before being sent flying. His burnt skin scraped across the rough ground, and in an instant, Hoshi understood the true meaning of heart-wrenching pain. Just as Hoshi struggled to get back up, Tatsuma was already right in front of him. Seizing the moment while Hoshi was still finding his footing, Tatsuma thrust his palm directly upwards, aiming for Hoshi's throat. In response, Hoshi had to resort to using both hands in a horizontal block. Although not particularly skilled in taijutsu combat, Hoshi wasn't completely inexperienced either, or he wouldn't have attained the rank of jonin. However, Tatsuma's upward palm thrust was a feint. Hoshi's horizontal block left him wide open, allowing Tatsuma to lower his stance, shift his weight, and then pivot for an elbow strike. Through the gap between his hands, Hoshi saw Tatsuma's elbow heading straight for his solar plexus. This sight sent a chill down his spine but also triggered his latent potential. Utilizing the sand control ninja technique, he manipulated the sand to shield his vulnerable area. Bang! Though the sand dispersed and scattered, it managed to block Tatsuma's elbow strike. However, before Hoshi could heave a sigh of relief, Tatsuma's figure was already sticking close. Given Tatsuma's short stature, height and reach were crucial in close combat. This was currently one of Tatsuma's major disadvantages. Hence, he couldn't allow Hoshi to create distance but needed to keep the fight within his own comfort zone. Seeing Tatsuma catching up, Hoshi hastily launched a series of attacks with both hands, attempting to force Tatsuma away. However, Tatsuma skillfully maneuvered his hands, neutralizing Hoshi's force. Not content with just that, Tatsuma's hands quickly caught up again, snaking through to control Hoshi's arms. Having experienced Tatsuma using this technique on his subordinates, Hoshi didn't dare let Tatsuma touch his hands and quickly leaned back to evade. Unperturbed, Tatsuma's hands instantly pushed forward, imprinting on Hoshi's abdomen, propelling him forward and upward, disrupting Hoshi's balance. As Hoshi landed again, attempting to regain balance, Tatsuma swiftly closed in once more. Like butterfly wings unfolding, his palms pushed out again. Struck in the abdomen, Hoshi not only failed to recover his balance but also arched his body downward. This was precisely what Tatsuma aimed for, as Hoshi was too tall for him, making it challenging to strike his head directly. Seizing the opportunity, Tatsuma's palms started moving again. However, this time, instead of pushing forward, they rose upward. Splatter! Tatsuma's palms connected with the sides of Hoshi's lower jaw, sending him flying. In midair, Hoshi coughed out a mixture of saliva and blood, with a few broken teeth wrapped in the liquid. Thud! Upon hitting the ground, Hoshi couldn't immediately get back up. He felt dizzy and disoriented, even forgetting what he was doing. Tatsuma had already closed the gap, swiftly approaching. Aiming for Hoshi's neck, he thrust a foot, but in the nick of time, Hoshi regained consciousness. Sand instantly enveloped him. Bang! Though the sand was scattered by the kick, Hoshi rolled to the side, evading the attack. As he attempted to rise, or rather, in a crouching position preparing to stand, Tatsuma once again closed in. Without hesitation, Tatsuma delivered a swift kick towards Hoshi's face. Hoshi quickly raised his hand for defense, using the momentum of the kick to rise and retreat, creating distance. By the time Tatsuma caught up again, Hoshi had regained his senses. Lifting his hand, he aimed a strike at Tatsuma. However, in his current state of grogginess, his strength was dispersed, posing no real threat to Tatsuma. Tatsuma directly moved aside Hoshi's front hand, blocked his rear hand, and simultaneously lifted his leg to step on the side of Hoshi's front leg knee. As Hoshi attempted to retract his leg, he also exerted force with his hands. Seeing that he couldn't force Hoshi to kneel, Tatsuma didn't insist. Utilizing the resistance from Hoshi's front leg, Tatsuma smoothly slid his foot along and landed on Hoshi's ankle. At the same time, his hands prepared for the next move aside, block, and the next step was to deliver punches. Tatsuma had two choices, either to throw punches and withdraw, but this wouldn't be satisfying enough. Observing Hoshi's fierce expression, Tatsuma opted for the other choice, suddenly exerting force with his foot. Cracked the pain radiating from the ankle shot straight to Hoshi's forehead. His body involuntarily stiffened. Seizing the opportunity, Tatsuma swiftly turned and twisted his waist, gathering more strength. With another turn and twist, he launched two swift punches. Feinting the first strike to the face to raise Hoshi's guard, then Tatsuma adjusted his position slightly due to the height difference and shifted to target the solar plexus directly. Crack! Crack! Hoshi's mouth opened wide, but he remained silent. Or rather, in his entire world, everything seemed to have fallen silent at this moment. Chapter 99, Uchiha on the Rescue. Tatsuma, you must hold on. In the jungle, faint explosions could be heard in the distance, and Minato's expression became increasingly anxious. Even though he trusted his friend, Minato couldn't imagine Tatsuma dealing with dozens of Chunin and 2 Jonin by himself and winning. All he could do was hope that Tatsuma could hold out a little longer. Hold out until he found reinforcements. Minato was starting to regret why he had gone to find Tatsuma alone. He had thought he could help Tatsuma, but the result was Tatsuma having to hold off the enemy for him, giving him a chance to escape. Thinking back to his previous blind confidence in being able to support Tatsuma, Minato felt ashamed, his cheeks burning hot. He exerted all his strength to run towards the main road behind the defensive line. Although Tatsuma's location was also in the rear, it was far from the main road, so it was not the focus of Konoha's support. The main road, a distance away from where Tatsuma was, although not as straight in terms of projection, was situated around the main road. If the sand ninjas broke through, this would be the best choice. Therefore, the Konoha ninjas lying in ambush here are much more numerous than the team led by Inuzuka Makoto. The village's support is also prioritized here, rather than the squad where Tatsuma is located. Finally, after overcoming the obstacles of the forest, Minato saw the Konoha team and quickly joined them. Minato anxiously looked at a Byakugan user and said, "Hyuga Itsuki-sama, the team where Tatsuma and Inuzuka Makoto-sama are located has encountered pursuit from Hoshi of the Hidden Sand Village. Only Tatsuma remains, with the rest of the team either injured or fallen." Initially alert due to Minato's arrival, the team became solemn after his words. Apart from 1 or 2 Byakugan users still observing the surroundings with their Byakugan, everyone else involuntarily turned their attention towards him. Hyuga Itsuki exchanged a glance with one of the clan members observing Minato, and the Byakugan user nodded lightly. After confirming Minato's identity, Hyuga Itsuki spoke up, asking, "Did you come from over there? How many enemies are there?" Minato nodded and then said, "There are still about 40 sand ninjas alive. Aside from Hoshi, there's also 1 Jonin, the rest are all Chunin." 40. Upon hearing this number, everyone fell silent. Tatsuma was just a Genin, remarkable to even face Chunin-level opponents, but against 40 Chunin and above, no one believed Tatsuma would survive. Rushing to his aid now might not only fail to save Tatsuma but also potentially lead to a breach, allowing the Sand Ninja team to successfully break through. However, no one dared to utter the words of refusing assistance. Such words were simply against the will of fire. Seeing everyone silent and unresponsive, Minato became even more anxious. At this moment, a young man with a fierce and sinister appearance spoke up, "Minato Namikaze, lead the way." Upon finally hearing a response, Minato was so excited he almost shouted. He turned to look at the Uchiha ninja and gratefully said, "Thank you, Uchiha Fugaku-senpai." Seeing Uchiha Fugaku unexpectedly agreeing to Minato's request, and several other members of the Uchiha clan also stepping out of the group, the Hyuga clan ninjas' faces instantly turned grim. Because if word of this incident got out, it would be a blow to the reputation of the Hyuga clan. It wasn't just the Uchiha clan choosing to help while they stood by, but the key figure, Sakamoto Tatsuma. In a sense, Tatsuma owed them, the Hyuga clan, a debt of gratitude because he prevented an incident of Byakugan leaking out. Although Hyuga Itsuki and a few other Hyuga ninja knew that Tatsuma not only blinded Hyuga Miyako but also took his life, if every Hyuga ninja were given the choice, they would prioritize the Byakugan above their own lives. So they all knew that Tatsuma's actions that day were surely to fulfill Hyuga Miyako's will, making him a benefactor of the Hyuga clan, which was not incorrect. It was ironic that when such a benefactor needed help, they chose to stand by, while the unrelated Uchiha clan intervened. If this were to be disclosed. Behind Hyuga Itsuki, two young men with extremely similar appearances exchanged glances. One of them stepped forward and said, "Father." Beep beep. Just then, a communicator on the body of a Yamanaka ninja in the group rang. The Hyuga youth reluctantly halted what he wanted to say, and when the Yamanaka ninja finished receiving the message, he immediately came to Hyuga Itsuki's side and said, "Itsuki-sama, the Sand Ninja's breakout team has just changed direction and headed southwest." Upon hearing this, Hyuga Itsuki glanced to the south. The southwest side where he was located was precisely the direction of the Sand Ninja's team. That direction was also where Minato was heading. Hyuga Itsuki's expression turned serious, and he exclaimed loudly, "Hyuga clan! Follow me to support Sakamoto Tatsuma." Uchiha Fugaku, who had already started moving, flashed a hint of disdain on his face, while Minato didn't think much of it, expressing gratitude, "Thank you, Hyuga Itsuki-sama." In an instant, both the Sharingan and the Byakugan users sprang into action. The Konoha ninjas who had been lying in ambush here felt a bit awkward all of a sudden. They exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth and followed suit. After all, their mission was to confront the Sand Ninja's breakout team head-on. It was just a change of battlefield, the mission still needed to be executed. The Uchiha and Hyuga ninjas moved extremely fast, and before long, Minato fell behind. Despite his anxiousness and desire to return to Tatsuma's side as quickly as possible, the gap in strength couldn't be easily bridged by sheer will alone. However, Minato didn't lose heart. The faster the Uchiha and Hyuga moved, the more likely they were to save Tatsuma. He wished Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Itsuki could teleport to Tatsuma's side. Meanwhile, in the distant battlefield where Tatsuma was, the situation was far less tense than Minato had imagined. At this moment, it should be the hidden sand village feeling anxious, not Konoha. Hoshi's body was devoid of strength, resembling a lifeless corpse. If it weren't for Tatsuma pulling at his collar, he would likely have collapsed on the ground. As Tatsuma looked at the unconscious Hoshi before him, he felt a surge of anger welling up inside him, not from the negative emotions brought by the Nine-Tails chakra, as he had already completely depleted it by now. This anger came from the depths of his heart, the most genuine and sincere fury. Rasengan. Tatsuma had no interest in saying more to the unconscious Hoshi. He lifted Hoshi's collar with his right hand, while his heavily scarred left hand formed a blue sphere of chakra. "Stop!" Suddenly, a sharp cry came from afar, and Hoshi, still unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes and reached out towards Tatsuma. Inner Sparrows. Chapter 100, Hiruzen's Shock. Ignoring the distant calls, Tatsuma saw Hoshi actually grabbing his shoulder, his face showing a hint of madness, making his heart skip a beat involuntarily. However, he quickly reacted, launching Rasengan directly and blasting it onto Hoshi's chest. Boom Hoshi! In the distance, the Sand Ninja ordered by Chiyo to support Hoshi, seeing this scene, turned red with anger, veins popping on his face one after another. He wanted to save Hoshi, but he was too far. He watched helplessly as a hole, larger than a head, opened in Hoshi's chest, and a buzzing sound rang in his ears. He knew his future prospects were bleak. Now the only thing he could do was to capture Tatsuma, the murderer who somehow managed to kill Hoshi and reduce his own responsibility. The sand ninja quickly rushed towards Tatsuma, who was now also in a crisis. At this moment, Hoshi's skin kept swelling, something seemed to be moving beneath the surface, and it could burst out at any moment. Tatsuma, unable to free himself from Hoshi's grasp, simply tore apart the clothes Hoshi was holding onto. Just as he finally broke free and attempted to body flicker away, he stumbled underfoot. Goo at that moment, from within Hoshi's lifeless body, there suddenly came a sound. Tatsuma's eyes clearly saw several pitch-black bird beaks pecking through Hoshi's skin, about to emerge. Revolving heaven! Just as those strange birds were about to peck towards Tatsuma as they emerged from Hoshi's body, Tatsuma suddenly felt his body weightless. When he came to his senses, he found himself being grabbed by the back of his neck by someone, while the person's other hand pushed forward, creating a sphere of chakra that protected the two of them inside. It was precisely this sphere that isolated those strange birds outside, and Hoshi's body was also pushed far away. Damn it! Suddenly, Tatsuma seemed to hear a grumbling full of resentment. Then, several figures landed in front of him, landing before the sphere created by revolving heaven almost simultaneously. Several flames ignited, and those birds caught fire. They fluttered in the air for a moment before falling to the ground. Damn it! Break through and kill them! The sand ninja shouted at the people who came to support him. In an instant, ninja tools and ninjutsu flew towards Tatsuma. Hyuga Itsuki frowned, about to expand the range of revolving heaven and strengthen its intensity, but this time, Uchiha Fugaku finally acted faster. Yashiro! Fugaku shouted, nodding to a ninja several years older than him beside him, who gestured with his hand. Suddenly, the Uchiha team spread out, flames igniting on each person's hands. Uchiha Flame Formation! Several Uchiha ninja almost simultaneously clapped their hands toward the ground, directing the flaming chakra on their hands towards the earth. In the instant before the sand ninja's attacks reached them, the ground in front of Uchiha Fugaku suddenly emitted a bright light. Boom! A crimson firewall rose up, engulfing all ninjutsu that collided with it, while the ninja tools that entered the firewall were instantly burned into molten iron, evaporating completely before they could even touch the ground. At the same time, more Hyuga ninjas and Konoha ninjas arrived, forming a pincer attack formation, blocking the sand ninjas' flanks. They closed in around the sand ninjas' team, leaving only the path back the way they came. More and more Konoha ninjas continued to arrive, which made Tatsuma breathe a long sigh of relief. The tension that had been gripping him relaxed, and suddenly his head drooped, his body suspended in midair, with his toes pointing towards the ground. Hyuga Itsuki, seeing Tatsuma faint, swallowed back the words he was about to speak and instead looked around incredulously with his white eyes. The number of sand ninjas' corpses around, compared to the figures Minato previously reported, was definitely more or less the same. However, under his white eyes and chakra sensory, there were no traces of anyone else around. Most crucially, on the bodies of several sand ninjas, there lingered Tatsuma's chakra signature, forcing Hyuga Itsuki to consider an inconceivable answer. That answer being Tatsuma had taken out all the sand ninjas here. This was clearly illogical, but the undeniable fact before Hyuga Itsuki told him that Tatsuma had indeed accomplished this feat. However, Tatsuma achieving this was advantageous and harmless for Konoha, as well as for his Hyuga clan, given that Tatsuma was effectively reducing the enemy's numbers. Hyuga Itsuki turned back, looking at his younger brother and two sons, and said, "Ketsu, Hayashi, Hizashi, protect this child." "Yes, elder brother." "Yes, father." X2 seeing the three respond, Hyuga Itsuki gently tossed Tatsuma, and Hyuga Ketsu reached out to catch him. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi then stood on either side of Hyuga Ketsu in perfect harmony. The conflict between Konoha and the sand was on the brink of eruption. Konoha, harboring the intention to wipe out the sand, had set up ambushes, and they would not easily let them off, a fact the sand ninjas were well aware of. But none of this mattered to Tatsuma anymore. he was now no different than a pendant held by Hyuga Ketsu. Victory in the Land of Rivers battlefield. Tatsuma's unconsciousness did not affect the world's operations. The frontline news quickly reached the village, and Konoha erupted into celebration instantly. Countless people sang praises to the greatness of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. There were also some who successfully praised the strategic command of Orochimaru on the front line, but as it trickled down, those who truly fought received little applause. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been in his twilight years for several years now, couldn't help but show joy on his face. The wrinkles on his aging face were now adorned with the smile of a farmer during a bountiful harvest. Different from the villagers who only knew about the victory but not the details of the battle, as the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen received the most detailed reports. Seeing Orochimaru almost completely annihilating the Hidden Sand Village's vanguard with just half of the predicted casualty rate, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel some emotions. He marveled at how his disciple had become such a formidable ninja in his own right. However, as he continued to read the report, a look of astonishment quickly appeared on his face because he came across a name that surprised him immensely. Sakamoto Tatsuma. Even though the report in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands was the most detailed version available at the moment, it couldn't possibly record the deeds of every participating ninja. Only those ninjas who played a significant role and their deeds would be recorded. As he read about Tatsuma single-handedly fighting off dozens of sand ninjas, counterattacking to annihilate the enemy squad, and even killing 2 jonin from the Hidden Sand Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but open his mouth in disbelief. Sakumo, what do you make of this? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. In an underground base, Shimura Danzo, the shadow of the ninja world and the roots of Konoha, listened to his subordinates' reports. Upon hearing about the civilian child mentioned in the report, Danzo immediately waved his hand to interrupt, saying discontentedly, "Where did you get this intelligence? Was the person who transcribed it caught in a genjutsu?" The root ninja who was reporting closed his mouth, sweat starting to bead on his forehead. Shimura Danzo, who had been looking at his subordinate's reaction, stood up and addressed the darkness. "Sarutobi, are you actually stooping to this level of distrust towards me? Sending such false intelligence, are you mocking me?" Chapter 101, Don't say anything that isn't conducive to unity. Have you heard what they're saying inside? Within the territory of the Senju clan, Nawaki watched Kushina, who was lying across the barrier, scratching his head and chin curiously. Kushina waved her hand in a disgusted manner towards Nawaki, as if asking him not to disturb her. She was trying to break through Uzumaki Mito's barrier, and any noise would affect her operation. Inside the hall enveloped by the barrier, Uzumaki Mito glanced in Kushina's direction but didn't intervene. In front of her, another ninja was reporting something. Sakamoto Tatsuma actually killed 2 jonin from the Hidden Sand Village. That's really impressive. Outside the barrier, Kushina finally heard a bit of the conversation. Her face instantly became surprised, followed by a strong sense of dissatisfaction, and she even clenched her fists and waved them in the air. Seeing Kushina's reaction, Nawaki approached again, curious. "How was it? Did you hear?" "Humph. Why don't you listen for yourself?" Kushina's tone was very poor, but Nawaki didn't mind. Instead, he scratched his head and said, "It's not like I can't learn. Did you hear it or not? What did Uncle Takuma talk to Grandma about? Tatsuma killed 2 jonin." Although her mood was somewhat bad, Kushina still spoke out what she had heard. Upon hearing this, Nawaki showed the same surprise as Kushina did earlier, followed by admiration. He jumped in place, adjusted his tight-fitting clothes, and said, just as Big Brother Dewey guessed, Tatsuma must have achieved something remarkable. This is the flower of hot-bloodedness nurtured by youth. Kushina ignored Nawaki, who had changed greatly recently. Even his catchphrases and aesthetics were starting to change. Instead, she continued to feel dissatisfied, while the sense of urgency in her heart grew stronger and stronger. She was already no match for Tatsuma and Minato. Now that Tatsuma has progressed to the point of being able to kill Jonin after going to the battlefield, and that blonde one, I heard he's also on the battlefield. If he also grows up on the battlefield. Inside the hall, Takuma looked at the calmly composed Uzumaki Mito and couldn't help but ask, Mito-sama, aren't you surprised? At his age, being able to do such things, in the future. Uzumaki Mito waved her hand and said, I understand. It seems that the younger generation of the village is quite remarkable. Perhaps this war won't require my intervention after all. As for Tatsuma, he's just a child. Don't place too many expectations and pressures on him. That's my opinion. Inform Hiruzen on my behalf. Takuma nodded, only able to sigh inwardly at how Mito-sama, having experienced the turbulent warring states period, could regard this incredible situation with such calmness. Uzumaki Mito dispelled the barrier, allowing Takuma to leave. She then looked towards where Kushina was outside and murmured, if you envy his power, then train harder. At the same time, other elders of the village's ninja clans, to varying degrees, also knew the details of this war. They were equally shocked by Sakamoto Tatsuma suddenly emerging on the battlefield. However, everyone tacitly refrained from mentioning this matter because Sarutobi Hiruzen had not yet made a statement. In this era of war, Konoha needs young heroes. The war seems to be fought in the present, but it's really about the future. Past conflicts erupt in the present, with various factions vying for the future. That's what war is. And the emergence of young geniuses on the battlefield is a sign of the future. Therefore, Tatsuma's displayed talent is more than enough to make him one of the prospects of the future ninja world. But the problem is that Tatsuma is too young, and both the village elders and the ninja clan elders are unaware of how Tatsuma defeated 2 Jonin. He shouldn't have that capability, but he managed to do it anyway. If Tatsuma were now 15 or 16 years old, with his strength known to the village, then without Sarutobi Hiruzen's intervention, everyone would praise Tatsuma. Just like Tsukumo Hatake back then, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 disciples. Sarutobi Hiruzen is now also struggling with whether to publicize Tatsuma's deeds. He has confirmed Tatsuma's deeds with the frontline more than once. However, it's precisely because he knows that Tatsuma really accomplished such a feat that he's so conflicted. Lord Third, a letter of condemnation has arrived from the Hidden Sand Village. At that moment, Tsukumo Hatake, dressed in full ANBU attire, appeared and handed 2 scrolls to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took them directly, without much hesitation. He trusted Tsukumo Hatake's abilities, anything that passed through his hands couldn't pose a danger. The 2 scrolls contained a letter of condemnation, criticizing Konoha ninjas for being too brutal and for killing Hoshi of the Hidden Sand. The other scroll was an autopsy report for Hoshi. As Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the autopsy report for Hoshi, he suddenly felt uneasy, a phantom pain emanating from a certain part of his body. From the contents of the report, it could be said that Hoshi had experienced inhumane and brutal torture before death. The Hidden Sand Village's condemnation towards Konoha for this was a reasonable diplomatic gesture. Of course, ninjas weren't truly benevolent enough to show kindness to their enemies. In Konoha, there were even methods of soul interrogation, which were more inhumane than physical torture. However, these matters couldn't be openly discussed. However, Hoshi's experience was now out in the open. As a major ninja village, Konoha needed to maintain a positive image, so these matters absolutely could not be made public or acknowledged. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was pondering how to respond to this, Takuma arrived and relayed Uzumaki Mito's opinion to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After listening to Takuma's report, the worry on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face disappeared. He pushed the scrolls aside and said in a relaxed tone, the condemnation from the Hidden Sand Village is simply absurd. Tatsuma is just an ordinary genin from Konoha. How could he possibly do such things? It's laughable that the Hidden Sand Village is fabricating such accusations. Tell them that victory in war is not achieved through these underhanded tactics. Inside a conference room at the Kazakage's building in the Wind Country's Hidden Sand Village, there was now a heavy silence. Seated in the room were the elders of the Hidden Sand Village. Not long ago, diplomatic correspondence from Konoha had been sent to the Hidden Sand Village. Konoha's refusal to acknowledge or take responsibility for the matter, and even their counter-accusations, had left the Hidden Sand Village elders extremely dissatisfied. Bang! A ninja with a white cloth wrapped around his head couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed the table with a hammer and angrily exclaimed, "Are we just going to let that brat continue to wreak havoc?" Hoshi was the most promising puppetry master in our village, on the verge of developing human puppetry, even living puppetry. With his death, the development of our sand puppet jutsu will be set back by at least 10 years. I suspect that some people deliberately let Hoshi die to maintain their own position as the village's top puppetry master. Otherwise, how could Hoshi have ended up alone? Hoshi wasn't renowned for his strength and achievements, but within the Hidden Sand Village, these elders knew of Hoshi's talent in puppetry. He was a genius rivaling that of the second Kazekage, shaman. Moreover, Hoshi was the first in the village to combine puppetry with the human body. Although this project had only just begun, with Hoshi's talent and age, he was bound to develop even more advanced human puppetry in the future. Joseki! Are you trying to distort the truth just to tarnish my sister's reputation? What do you mean by saying Hoshi was alone? It's clear that it was his poor leadership that led dozens of chunin from our village into a dead end. And middle-aged man burst out in a torrent of curses. He was none other than Ebizo, Chiyo's brother and the head of the Hidden Sand Village's intelligence department. Upon hearing Ebizo's rebuttal, Joseki's face displayed a disdainful expression. He retorted, "The intelligence is compiled and submitted by your department. Who knows if you're not doing it for the sake of your sister?" "That's enough." The youngest figure seated at the head table interrupted Joseki's speech. He was the third Kazekage. As the village leader, he knew what could and couldn't be said. Losing a disciple was indeed distressing for him, but at such a critical moment, he couldn't allow voices of division within the village. Joseki's suspicions had already reached their limit. Any further remarks would amount to slander. If spoken aloud, it would cause internal problems within the village. Words that undermine unity must never be uttered. Although Joseki felt dissatisfied upon hearing this, he closed his mouth. Just a few years ago, he might have argued more, but now the third Kazekage has established his position. He's not someone to be trifled with. Ebizo gratefully glanced at the third Kazekage and wisely remained silent. The third Kazekage scanned the room, suppressing his anger as he said, "What Konoha has done must come at a cost. They accused us of using underhanded tactics, didn't they? Then let them have it their way. Adjust the bounties for Tsunade, Orochimaru, Tsukumo Hatake, and Sakamoto Tatsuma on the black market." Upon hearing this, everyone understood the Kazekage's intentions. An elderly elder furrowed his brow and said, "Kazekage-sama, the village's finances. Hoshi is Lord Second's only heir. I believe both Lord Second and Hoshi would be willing to give everything for the village." The calm tone of the third Kazekage stirred up the conference room. The Kazekage's intentions were clear. Shaman, the former Kazekage, had no other heir, so his estate. This isn't exactly an ideal situation, but nobody explicitly opposed it. After all, the Hidden Sand Village's finances are extremely tight, and the estate of the former Kazekage shaman will be a significant support for the village. After all, the estate of the former Kazekage shaman is not something that can be spent with just a few bounties, and what remains. For the rise of the Hidden Sand Village, I agree. Finally, the elder in charge of finances in the village expressed his opinion, followed by others. They kept saying things like Lord Second cared for the village, and we are just following his wishes, or we are only doing this to honor the village's heroes, or Hoshi inherited the will of the sand, and he would surely agree, and so on. Seeing that the discussion was almost over, the third Kazekage nodded and said, "Konoha's pretext for declaring war while using it as an opportunity for sneak attacks is truly shameful. It's time for our Hidden Sand Village to respond." He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, said he wanted to launch a full-scale war, didn't he? Then so be it. Gather all the Hidden Sand forces and march to the front lines to avenge our fallen comrades. Expose Konoha's crimes to the world and let the ninja world know the true face of Konoha ninjas. Especially Sakamoto Tatsuma. He must be designated as a priority target for attack, and he must pay the price for his misdeeds. Anyone who dares to invade the land of wind and sand will be devoured by the winds of sand. Anyone who dares to invade the land of wind and sand will be devoured by the winds of sand. Seeing this scene, Ebizo kept frowning. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, his sister probably wouldn't fare well with such public opinion. Seeing Ebizo's worried expression, the third Kazekage reassured him, saying, "Chiyo-sama's determination is beyond doubt. I won't change the frontline command as long as Chiyo-sama continues to serve the village. She remains a hero of the village." Upon hearing the third Kazekage's words, Ebizo nodded, but the worry on his face didn't disappear. After all, this was still conditional, and even if everything went perfectly, it would only mean reclaiming what they rightfully should have had. Chapter 102, The Lives of Grassroots Ninjas Matter Too. The starkly different attitudes of the two villages towards Tatsuma's situation only intensified the conflict between the Wind and Fire nations, but none of this had anything to do with Tatsuma himself. The only thing relevant to him was that after who knows how long in a coma, he successfully woke up. "You're awake? I'll go call Tsunade-sama." In the dimly lit medical tent, Minato, who had been tired, saw Tatsuma's eyes seemingly open, instantly alert, jumping up from his small stool and about to rush out. "Wait, wait." Hearing Tatsuma's words, Minato stopped, immediately turning back to Tatsuma and asking, "What's wrong? Tatsuma? Are you feeling unwell?" "Water." Tatsuma felt like his lips would crack when he opened his mouth. His throat was as painful as if it had been sanded with sandpaper when he spoke, and the inside of his cheeks, in contact with his teeth, also seemed to have been peeled off. He didn't feel hunger, but he was extremely thirsty. His parched body and foggy brain both needed the moisture of water. Minato, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate. He poured a glass of water but then thought of a better idea instead. He fetched 2 or 3 medical cotton swabs. Soaking the swabs in water, Minato gently dabbed Tatsuma's lips with the wet cotton. Although it had been a long time since he attended Tsunade's medical classes, Minato remembered that patients who had undergone surgery or who had been comatose for a long time shouldn't immediately drink or eat. As a disciple who had been by Tsunade's side, Tatsuma naturally understood this as well. He slightly opened his mouth, allowing the water to trickle into his mouth, slowly moistening it. With the external supply of water, his body gradually revived, and he began to produce saliva on his own. After carefully swallowing a few times to ensure there were no issues, Tatsuma tilted his head slightly, indicating to Minato that he didn't need to feed him water anymore, then asked, "How's the situation now?" Upon hearing this, Minato pursed his lips and said, "The situation is a bit dire. You've been unconscious for 4 days, so you're not very up-to-date on many things." Minato set the water cup and cotton swabs aside before continuing, "On the day of the incident, we did indeed achieve victory. Except for a few hidden sand village jonin like Chiyo, no one else could break through our encirclement. And after the reinforcements from the hidden sand village arrived, Orochimaru-sama also declared a temporary ceasefire. The hidden sand village requested the return of the bodies, and we all agreed, but..." Here, Minato paused for a moment, glanced at Tatsuma's condition, and seeing that he was becoming more alert, he continued, "There were some issues after the exchange of bodies. Hoshi's condition was too. In short, the hidden sand village now accuses us of massacring their ninja and demands that we hand over the culprit who killed Hoshi. Haha, I hope I'm not the one they're planning to send over?" Tatsuma chuckled. He wasn't worried because Minato mentioning it meant that such a thing was utterly implausible within Konoha. If Konoha were to agree internally, news like this wouldn't reach a genin like Minato. Minato also shook his head with a smile, saying, "How could the village possibly do such a thing?" Upon hearing this, Tatsuma's smile became somewhat peculiar, but he didn't interrupt. Instead, he listened as Minato continued, "Both Orochimaru-sama and Tsunade-sama have refused, but there is growing resentment among the people of the Hidden Sand Village, demanding revenge. They've even given you new nicknames, 2 of them. One is Konoha's Dragon, and the other is, Jewel Crusher. It seems my reputation was stained after I crushed those jewels. Tatsuma naturally understood what Jewel Crusher meant because he indeed often struck at the balls of his opponents, including Hoshi, who triggered this incident, and whose jewels Tatsuma shattered. However, Tatsuma frowned and asked, "So, when you say the situation is dire, it's because of the resentment sparked by Hoshi's body in the Hidden Sand Village?" Minato nodded, saying, "Exactly. The second Kazekage is highly respected in the Hidden Sand Village. Now that his descendant, or rather the only descendant capable of continuing the bloodline, has been slain by you. Moreover, the fact that it was done in this manner has left the ninjas of the Hidden Sand Village very dissatisfied. The elders of the Hidden Sand Village have once again gathered the ninjas, and they are already advancing towards the Land of Rivers. It seems that a major battle is inevitable. However, Orochimaru-sama is currently working on finding a way to dampen the intensity of this wave of public opinion from the Hidden Sand Village." Dampen it? Why would they want to dampen it? Tatsuma propped himself up slightly on the bed and sat up, saying, "We from Konoha should assist in spreading the decision of the Hidden Sand Village elders, shouldn't we?" Huh? Minato was somewhat puzzled. Tatsuma chuckled and said, "The Wind and Fire nations have been at war for years, and countless ninjas die every year. But whether it's the Wind Country or the Land of Fire, they are accustomed to it. But just because Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law died, it sparked this war. Now that the descendant of the second Kazekage has died, they want to escalate the war. Doesn't that imply that, except for the elders, the lives of other sand ninjas don't matter?" Minato's eyes lit up as he said, "Are you suggesting we spread the idea that the Hidden Sand Village elders don't value the lives of grassroots ninjas, only caring about the lives of the elders and their descendants?" Thinking about this, Minato pondered for a moment before continuing, setting aside past grievances for now, let's just consider this war. Hoshi was just one among countless ninjas from both countries who have died. Whether it's Konoha or the Hidden Sand Village, many more ninjas have died, but the Hidden Sand Village elders don't care. They only care when their own relatives or disciples are killed. They're even willing to sacrifice the lives of their own village's ninjas to avenge their loved ones and disciples. You truly are clever, Minato. You understand it well. This plan shall be called "The Lives of Grassroots Ninjas Matter Too." Tatsuma chuckled and said, "Could you please discuss this idea with Orochimaru-sama? It seems I'm still somewhat incapacitated." Tatsuma could sense that he didn't seem to have any serious injuries. Most of the wounds he sustained in battle had been healed by the Nine-Tails chakra, and the remaining injuries were likely taken care of by Tsunade within these 4 days. However, medical ninjutsu is not omnipotent. It can heal a person's wounds, but it cannot replenish the blood lost by an injured person. The newly healed muscles and bones also need to adapt. Upon hearing Tatsuma's words, Minato nodded but didn't leave immediately. Tatsuma looked slightly puzzled, and Minato gestured outside, saying, "Wouldn't it be a bit rude to wake up Orochimaru-sama at midnight?" Upon hearing this, Tatsuma consciously began to survey his surroundings. It was quite dim around him. Initially, he thought it was because the tent was poorly lit, with only the faint glow of some medical instruments. However, upon closer observation, Tatsuma realized that it was actually very dark outside, with only a few flickers of firelight. The tent wasn't tightly sealed, which allowed him to see the surroundings clearly. Seeing that Tatsuma finally understood the situation around him, Minato didn't explain further but curiously asked, "Tatsuma, I'm really curious. What was the reason that finally made you dare to kill an enemy?" Tatsuma sighed and wore a troubled expression, saying, "Why do you all think that I didn't kill enemies because I was afraid? I must have said it more than once, I just didn't want to do something wrong. And now? Don't you think it's not wrong anymore?" "No, that hasn't changed. I've just stopped scrutinizing my own life. I used to hear people say that a life not examined is not worth living. I've always believed that, so I've constantly scrutinized every choice I make. I believed killing was wrong, but over-scrutinizing led me to unconsciously avoid it at all costs. But living with this excessive scrutiny is exhausting. Now, I feel like life sometimes doesn't need too many reasons. Doing some meaningless things or occasionally being a cog in the machine can alleviate a lot of troubles. Tatsuma laid back down and continued slowly, mutual killing is wrong, and it's not a real solution to conflicts. It's a primitive, direct method existing since the beginning of life. Since life began until now, who knows how many years have passed, thousands upon thousands of years if not way more. So, I believe we should use a more advanced approach to solve conflicts. But my abilities are limited. When someone puts a knife to my throat, or to the throat of someone I care about, I can't think of any other way to resolve it. So, I choose the same simple method as everyone else. Until I find a truly advanced method to resolve conflicts, I simply refrain from killing. In the end, the only one who would be moved by this is myself, and it could even harm me and those I care about. I choose to use violence to stop violence, not because I agree with it or because I think it's right, but simply because I can't find another way. But if I can think of a better way, or if someone else does, I will change again. With that said, Minato didn't respond, remaining silent for a while before saying, Tatsuma, I envy you. You can think of so much, while I can only follow what others say. You're already remarkable, Minato. Most people spend their whole lives unable to even live a conventional life properly, so being as you are now is already pretty good. But real change can only be achieved by a very few people. I've had that desire, but I lack the ability. I'm just a man who troubles himself over trivial matters. After Tatsuma finished speaking, he closed his eyes. He didn't want to sleep, he just didn't want to continue discussing the topic. Minato, being someone skilled at reading the atmosphere, remained silent too, leaning back against the chair and falling asleep once more. After Minato fell asleep, Tatsuma opened his eyes again. Even though Minato didn't say anything, Tatsuma could guess why the rescue had come so timely that day. We'll both have longer and more fulfilling lives, Minato. Thank you. Chapter 103, Time for Recovery. Minato left at dawn to go find Orochimaru and discuss Tatsuma's advice from yesterday. Tatsuma lay alone in the sickbed, feeling the heaviness in his brain and the weakness in his body. Tatsuma felt as if he had stayed up all night, donated 400 cc of blood, then rushed without rest to drink until blacking out, then woke up the next day hungover and weak. You managed to wake up? Your resilience is truly remarkable. Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded, and Tatsuma turned his head to see Tsunade walking in with 2 lunch boxes. Tatsuma spoke, Sensei, thank you for healing me. What happened to you that day? How did you manage to kill so many sand ninja? And 2 jonin? Tsunade sat by the bedside, opened the lunchbox, picked up a rice ball, and tried to stuff it into Tatsuma's mouth. Tatsuma nearly choked but managed to keep breathing. Life was resilient, and so was he. Gulaburp Tatsuma finally swallowed the rice ball, looking helplessly at his sensei. Tsunade hadn't been sparing in her teachings about treating patients well, but she seemed to never apply it herself. In response, Tsunade had her own set of excuses, saying, do as I say, not as I do, displaying double standards blatantly. He politely declined Tsunade's attempt to feed him again, sitting up on his own. First, he picked up the water glass on the side table and took a sip before answering, relying solely on myself, it was impossible to defeat them. However, Mito-sama gave me a gift before I left the village. If it were someone else asking, Tatsuma might have kept it secret, but Tsunade was different. Not only was she his sensei, but she was also the granddaughter of Uzumaki Mito. Such secrets were safe with her. As for the effects of the constitution brought by Shiraiksha, Tatsuma didn't mention it, pretending he himself was unaware. Tsunade nodded, saying, no wonder. I couldn't understand before why the injuries you've sustained lately would have been enough to kill you 10 times over. Now, I finally get it. But to think you've kept it hidden until now, do you not trust me as your sensei? Mito-sama told me not to tell anyone. I'm not just anyone, I'm your sensei. Seeing Tsunade suddenly switch to an unreasonable state, Tatsuma rubbed his forehead, changing the subject. Ouch, my head hurts. You've been asleep for 3 whole days, how could your head not hurt? Even pigs don't sleep as much as you. Tsunade rolled her eyes, not fooled by such clumsy attempts to change the subject, but she couldn't be bothered to delve deeper. Instead, she asked, will you dare to go to the battlefield again in the future? There's nothing I wouldn't dare. Tatsuma shrugged, and at his words, Tsunade's gaze subconsciously drifted towards the door. Then she said, would you consider returning to the village and participating in a Chunin exam or something similar? In the battlefield, being a Chunin won't bring me any benefits, except maybe for a free vest. Tatsuma also glanced curiously at the door, but there was no one there. Clearly, Tsunade's gesture towards the door wasn't because of anyone being present there. He asked, but sensei, what do you mean? Are you suggesting I return to the village for a bit? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. She knew Tatsuma understood her meaning, and this little rascal had changed her phrase return to the village to return to the village for a bit. It's up to you. Whether you want to come back or not, if you choose to stay, hurry up and recover. There won't be any more small team battles next. It'll all be large-scale battles. Moreover, your Genin status won't be special anymore. A large number of Genin will be thrown into the battlefield, and the upper-level ninja from the hidden sand village won't show any mercy towards Genin like you. After saying that, Tsunade stood up and walked towards the door. Tatsuma nodded. Even though the previous wars had seen reinforcement support and had declared a total war, the preparation time was too short. Furthermore, due to the long absence of large-scale wars, the hidden sand village and Konoha are not well aware of each other's ninja reserve status, hence the need for Chunin and higher-ranking ninjas to probe. Now, after several rounds of wars, the probing phase is almost over. What follows is the real phase of direct combat. Even Genin can be deployed on the battlefield, even if it's just throwing a kunai or attaching an explosive tag, it's still useful. For Tatsuma, this was indeed not favorable information. Previously, because of his status as a Genin, the Jonin from the hidden sand village hesitated to act against him. But that would change. Tatsuma would become just one of many Genin cannon fodder. It would be reasonable for the hidden sand village's Jonin to sweep the battlefield, and including Tatsuma in their strikes would be a logical move, with no one likely to object. Thinking about this, Tatsuma felt the heaviness in his head diminish slightly. He tried to get out of bed several times, but his weakness made it difficult for him to stand upright. Sitting on the hospital bed for a while, Tatsuma raised his hand and formed the seal of confrontation, slowly refining the chakra within his body. He felt like he was back to 4 years ago, before he even enrolled in school, attempting to refine the chakra within his body. However, his body didn't respond. After several minutes of effort, he finally extracted a trace of chakra. Using this trace of chakra, Tatsuma controlled it to circulate through his meridians, stimulating his body to produce more chakra. 10 minutes later, he finally stopped refining chakra. It was only about 1/10 of what he usually had, but it should be enough. Tatsuma thought to himself as he began to form hand seals. With the Borbog bird monkey boar seal formed, Tatsuma's right thumb ran through the gaps between his teeth, then he imprinted the overflowing blood on his left wrist. Summoning Jutsu! Bang! As the jutsu unfolded, a cloud of smoke appeared, and a basketball-sized Katsuyu emerged on Tatsuma's forearm. The sudden increase in weight almost caused Tatsuma to lose balance. Before he could even reflect on his body's weakness, a gentle voice sounded. "Is that you, Tatsuma? Do you need my help?" Tatsuma was about to respond when Katsuyu's chakra had already been infused into Tatsuma's body, swiftly circulating once around. Then Katsuyu continued, "Your body is in bad shape. Is it from a battle?" Tatsuma nodded and said, "Yeah, I'm counting on you. I need to recover quickly. Next time, remember to summon me before or during battle." Though it's challenging to assist you in combat, I can help alleviate some of the damage. Katsuyu's words were still gentle, but Tatsuma seemed to detect a hint of reproach. He lightly brushed his right fingers over Katsuyu's back, then apologized. Sorry, I like to sustain some injuries during fights. It helps me focus better. That's a bad habit. You need to change it, Katsuyu said again, as threads of chakra continuously flowed into Tatsuma's body, replenishing energy to his depleted cells, while her size gradually decreased. When it reduced to about half the size of a fist, Tatsuma spoke up voluntarily. That's enough. Save some chakra for yourself. You've worked hard. It's nothing. I'm glad I could help you, replied Katsuyu. With that said, Katsuyu turned into smoke and dispersed. Tatsuma wiped away the dried blood from his fingertips, propped himself up on the bed, and stood up. Though he still felt like he was walking on cotton, at least he could stand on his own. Next, it's time to focus on recovery. Chapter 104, Hyuga's Gratitude. Tatsuma, who had recovered somewhat, began to leisurely practice Tai Chi in the hospital room. After all, his current room was a luxurious single room, and he wouldn't disturb anyone. This was a hobby of his, and it's also why his fighting style resembles the gentle fist a lot. Tai Chi requires slow practice and fast strikes. Through slow practice, one can better experience the changes in the body and the transmission of strength. And Tatsuma, who was recovering from serious injuries, needed this process to readjust to his body. As he practiced, Tatsuma always had a feeling of being watched. He stopped actively and looked around with a puzzled expression. At this moment, the tent flap was lifted, and a middle-aged man with long hair walked in, wearing a smile on his face. He said to Tatsuma, Sakamoto Tatsuma, I am Hyuga Itsuki, the head of the Hyuga clan. I saw you practicing just now and didn't come in to disturb you. I just didn't expect your sensory talent to be so outstanding. You're the kind that keep peeping on others, huh? Tatsuma inwardly grumbled, but he also put on a weak smile and said, Itsuki-sama, I'm just doing some rehabilitation exercises. Speaking of which, it was rude of me not to express my gratitude to you immediately after waking up. So, thank you very much, Itsuki-sama, for rescuing me along with the members of your clan and the village Chunin. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude for saving me. Hyuga Itsuki squinted slightly. As the head of the Hyuga clan, representing the gentle fist, his gaze was keen. He had noticed some movements in Tatsuma just now that resembled the gentle fist, but they were different from Hyuga's gentle fist. Therefore, he didn't believe Tatsuma was doing any rehabilitation exercises. However, he didn't want to expose it and could only continue to smile and say, You are the benefactor of my Hyuga clan. It should be me thanking you. I can't accept that, Itsuki-sama. You're too kind. Tatsuma quickly declined the compliment. He didn't want any more fame now. Just the slight fame he gained on the battlefield had already led to differential treatment, and he didn't want any more of it. If he were to wear this high hat again, he feared it wouldn't just be differential treatment on the battlefield, he would also be gossiped about when he returned to the village. Perhaps not negative gossip, but Tatsuma didn't want any of it. Seeing Tatsuma's almost reflexive response, Hyuga Itsuki felt a bit amused and exasperated. However, he didn't insist on his gratitude. Instead, he changed the subject and said, On that day, I also found a sword hanging by your side. It should have been a gift from Tsukumo to you. I've retrieved it for you. Today, the main purpose is to return it to its rightful owner. With that, Hyuga Itsuki reached into his large sleeve and pulled out the chakra short sword. Tatsuma was momentarily stunned, then he remembered. He stepped forward to take it and said with a smile, Thank you, Itsuki-sama. If I had really lost it, I'm afraid I wouldn't know how to explain it to Tsukumo-sama. It's nothing, Hyuga Itsuki waved his hand dismissively, then changed the topic, asking, On that day, what kind of enemies did you encounter? Besides the third Kazekage, who else was involved? As the words fell, Tatsuma's smile instantly disappeared. When he reported this matter at the time, Tsunade had deliberately instructed him to keep it brief, providing little information other than highlighting the involvement of the third Kazekage. Moreover, only a handful of people knew about Tatsuma's actions against Hyuga Miyako, and evidently, the Hyuga Itsuki before him was one of them. Tatsuma pursed his lips and said, "On that day, I could only flee desperately and didn't actually see the assailants from the hidden sand village. The only ones I know of are the third Kazekage and his disciple, Hoshi. However, it's likely that the third Kazekage's guards and other disciples were also involved." Hyuga Itsuki observed Tatsuma closely as he spoke, and soon he concluded that Tatsuma was not lying or concealing anything. He nodded, reached out and placed a hand on Tatsuma's shoulder, saying, "Thank you for your help to my Hyuga clan. I will remember it. By the way, when you have time, you're welcome to visit my Hyuga clan. Sento, that child, has lost his relatives and needs friends like you for companionship." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma raised his head with some confusion. Hyuga Itsuki's attitude seemed overly friendly, and noticing Tatsuma's reaction, Hyuga Itsuki didn't deliberately conceal anything, simply stating calmly, "There are no children. In his household, there's only Sento and Sento's grandfather. It's a pity." Hearing this, Tatsuma suddenly recalled that Hyuga Sento didn't have the caged bird seal on his forehead to cover. He used to wonder why Hyuga Sento hadn't been branded with the seal. Now it seemed that it wasn't because Hyuga Sento hadn't reached the age for the seal but because the main family candidate in his household hadn't been determined. It was similar to Niji's situation in the future. He was branded with the caged bird seal after Hinata's birth. If Hinata and Hanabi hadn't been born, perhaps he would have had the chance to delay or even change his destiny, just like Sento. However, unlike Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Miyako chose to forego establishing his own family, leaving the suspense lingering until his death. A branch family Hyuga wasn't worth Hyuga Itsuki, the clan head, to specially divide his attention to care for, nor was it worth Tatsuma forming too many bonds with. However, if it were the main family, then it would hold significance. "I understand, Itsuki-sama. I will visit when the time is right," Tatsuma replied. Friendship tainted by utility isn't pure, but people are destined not to receive too many pure friendships. Having 2 or 3 is considered fortunate, having just 1 is still worth celebrating, and having none is the norm. This includes Tatsuma's friendship with Minato. Tatsuma felt that Minato had no ulterior motives towards him, it was purely genuine. However, Tatsuma himself had some utility in mind regarding Minato. Initially, he did approach Minato with a utilitarian mindset. Of course, over the years, as he confirmed Minato as a friend, he believed that Minato would be the best friend he could have in this world. But it cannot be denied that Tatsuma's approach to his friendship with Minato is not as pure. He doesn't aspire to obtain any pure friendships, so he doesn't resist forming connections with Hyuga Sento for utility's sake. Either. After Hyuga Itsuki left, Tatsuma resumed his punching practice until noon when Minato came to interrupt him. However, Minato didn't stay long. He carried many meal boxes, evidently seamlessly connected to the logistics team. His current job was probably that of a delivery guy. Watching Minato's figure disappear into the distance with a yellow streak. "Guess he's the yellow flash for a reason," Tatsuma chuckled to himself. Left undisturbed, Tatsuma quietly resumed his rehabilitation. 5 days passed like this, with Tatsuma relying on Katsuyu's healing and rehabilitation exercises each day, and his body had almost fully recovered. He also planned to find a time to talk to Tsunade about returning to duty. However, Tsunade had been busy these days, and the medical camp had become increasingly noisy, with more and more casualties appearing. It was evident that there was another large-scale battle erupting between Konoha and the Sand Village. However, these casualties didn't exhibit much sadness. Evidently, although they were injured, the damage inflicted on the enemy was even worse than theirs. It's understandable when you think about it. Orochimaru took the risk of employing Tatsuma's extreme tactics, almost wiping out Sand's Vanguard elite team in one battle, which immediately widened the gap in military strength between the two sides. In the subsequent wars, Konoha's advantage would only grow. As the initial probing ended, the war between the two sides was bound to become more brutal. Hidden Sand Village would seek to recover its losses, while Konoha would seek to capitalize on its momentum, inevitably becoming more aggressive. Various hidden cards would also be brought onto the battlefield, such as Chiyo's poison. Tatsuma noticed in the past few days that several sealed tents had been newly erected in the camp. Stretcher after stretcher was carried inside, but Tatsuma didn't see any casualties come out of the tents other than medical ninjas. Obviously, these people were affected by Chiyo's latest developed poison. If it were conventional injuries, with Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and Katsuyu summoned from the Shikatsu forest, they would have been healed long ago. If it was the poison referred to by Tsunade as inventory, she also had corresponding solutions for it. However, whatever Tsunade was dealing with for 2 consecutive days was evidently not some simple poison. Tsunade was certainly very busy at this time, so Tatsuma didn't go to find her. After all, compared to those poison ninjas, Tatsuma's concerns could be considered trivial matters. But Tatsuma didn't intend to continue lying down either. Although he couldn't go to the front lines without Tsunade or Orochimaru's orders, lying down wasn't Tatsuma's habit either. Strong execution was Tatsuma's strength, developed from his experiences in the chaos of work in his previous life. Moreover, after coming to the ninja world, his talent, which he himself couldn't bear to witness, left him with no qualification to slack off. Soon enough, there was an additional busy figure in the medical camp. Faced with a large number of casualties, Tatsuma didn't have the dedication to personally diagnose each one but instead used Katsuyu to assist in treatment. Katsuyu's medical abilities are unquestionable. They can be extremely effective in places like the battlefield with large-scale external injuries, but Tatsuma can only use them during openings when fighting. Not to mention the issue of chakra quantity. Although the reason is unknown, the chakra consumed by him and Minato when performing the summoning jutsu is more frugal compared to others, but it's not something he can squander freely. Moreover, even for him, the size of the summoned Katsuyu and the chakra consumption are proportional. If he wants to heal a large number of allies on the battlefield, he is destined to lose a portion, if not more, of his combat capability. If it were a ninja army war, perhaps he could do so from the rear, but his previous missions were executed as part of a small team, and no one could focus solely on protecting him. Wanting to help others while personally engaging in battle is almost impossible unless one possesses an amount of chakra like Tsunade. Furthermore, even Tsunade could potentially become unconscious due to chakra depletion from summoning Katsuyu while fighting at the same time. After toiling for a week in the medical camp, Tatsuma noticed that the sealed tents were finally opening, and those poison ninjas were also coming out of the tents. Just as Tatsuma, along with many other ninjas, was celebrating their escape and rebirth, Tsunade appeared by his side, leaning her elbow on his shoulder, and asked, "You've recovered quite well. So, are you ready to join me on the battlefield?" Chapter 105, Preparing to Rejoin the Battlefield. When it comes to going to the battlefield, Sensei, don't you need to stay at the camp to decode Chiyo's poison? Tatsuma asked curiously. Tsunade smiled and replied, "If you're interested, you can check my research notes." This time, Chiyo deployed a total of 15 types of poisons. But I managed to completely decode them in less than 2 weeks. Do you know why? As Tsunade spoke, her pride in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Tatsuma pondered for a moment and said, "These poisons are probably composed of several toxins arranged in different combinations and proportions. As long as you identify the key toxins and decode them, no matter how many variations there are, the toxicity will greatly decrease due to the failure of the main toxins, thus being expelled from the body." As Tatsuma spoke, Tsunade's pride in her eyes and the smile on her lips gradually faded. Tatsuma suddenly felt a chill, which was unusual for early summer. "Duong, so you think you're smart, huh?" Tsunade threw a punch directly at Tatsuma's forehead. Tatsuma instantly grimaced in pain, rubbing the spot on his head where he was hit, and grumbled, "You're the one who asked me, aren't you? Do you even understand what it means to ask a rhetorical question?" Tsunade retorted confidently. For a moment, Tatsuma actually doubted if it was really his fault, but he quickly shook his head and murmured, "This kind of opportunistic method seems familiar." Humph. Before Tatsuma could figure it out, Tsunade turned and walked away, as if fleeing the scene of a disaster, leaving a distance between herself and Tatsuma before saying, "If you want to go to the battlefield, pack your things. I won't wait for you too long." Tatsuma was about to agree, but then he remembered something and asked, "Sensei, can I bring Minato along?" "If you want to bring him, it's your responsibility if he dies," Tsunade replied without even turning around. With a wave of her hand, she hurried away, leaving Tatsuma perplexed once again. After a while, Tatsuma finally realized, feeling a sense of relief that he had narrowly escaped trouble. He was fortunate that Tsunade was in a good mood today, otherwise, he would probably have received a few more blows. Once he understood this, Tatsuma didn't entertain any thoughts of pursuing the copyright issue. After all, this deconstructive approach to problem-solving was not unique to him. It was something he and Minato had brainstormed together, applying it to ninjutsu. While Tsunade applied it in the medical field, it only saved a bit of time compared to the conventional method of individually dismantling each toxin. But the crucial aspect remained decoding the toxins themselves. Only with the ability to decode toxins individually could they effectively apply this knowledge to various poisonous substances. Tatsuma's method of decomposition was helpful, but to a small extent. Back at his own tent, Tatsuma rummaged through his large backpack again, selecting the supplies he needed. Once he finished packing, he headed to the logistics camp. Arriving at the logistics camp, Tatsuma spotted Minato squatting by a stream, swiftly waving his hands as he continuously washed food containers. After going to the battlefield, ninjas usually eat military rations pills to restore their energy. However, even in this rear base camp, nobody would leave hot meals untouched to eat military rations pills. Although military rations pills can serve as emergency food and restore energy, eating them excessively is bad for the body, such as causing constipation. Therefore, cooking is crucial in the camp. Young prodigies like Minato can only start from washing dishes and delivering meals when they come here. As Tatsuma approached Minato, before he could say anything, Minato spoke first. "Tatsuma? Why are you here? Are you hungry?" Tatsuma shook his head and asked, "Minato, do you want to go to the battlefield?" Upon hearing this, Minato, who was washing dishes, suddenly paused, a glint of longing and a hint of envy appearing in his eyes. After regaining his composure, he asked eagerly, "Can I go to the battlefield too?" In fact, Minato had asked Orochimaru before, but Orochimaru had decisively refused Minato due to Tatsuma's serious injuries on the front lines. Now, hearing that there might be a chance, how could Minato not be thrilled? Tatsuma nodded and said, "I asked Sensei, if you want to go, prepare yourself. We'll be moving with the main force this time, so the danger should be minimal. Orochimaru-sama probably won't refuse." Hearing that it was Tsunade who agreed, not Orochimaru, Minato still felt a bit uneasy. He didn't know the details of the power transition between Tsunade and Orochimaru. Growing up as a ninja, trained to obey orders, Minato subconsciously felt that Orochimaru was the authority figure in this camp, while Tsunade didn't have absolute power. But soon, Minato made a decision. He stood up, removed his apron, and said, "I'll go talk to Akimichi Tsuyoshi-sama first, Tatsuma. Wait for me a moment." "No problem." Excited, Minato used body flicker and dashed away. Soon, he returned with a joyful expression on his face, saying, "Tatsuma, I've talked to Akimichi Tsuyoshi-sama. I can leave anytime now." Tatsuma sized up Minato and asked with a wry smile, "Empty-handed? Even Due knows to bring a nunchaku when going on a mission. You didn't even prepare any ninja tools." Upon being reminded by Tatsuma, Minato realized his oversight. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he was about to ask Tatsuma to wait for him a bit longer when Tatsuma spoke up first, "Let's go get them together. It's closer that way." Minato nodded, and the two of them went to Minato's tent. It was evident that Minato had prepared well for his deployment, as his backpack was noticeably larger than Tatsuma's. Watching Minato restlessly packing, Tatsuma began to doubt whether his decision to bring Minato to the battlefield was right or wrong. However, fortunately, as Minato finished organizing his backpack and prepared the necessary supplies, his natural ninja talent shone through once again. Initially somewhat excited, Minato instantly calmed down as he looked at Tatsuma, wearing only a smile. "Let's go, Tatsuma. Let's not keep the others waiting too long." The two of them didn't know the exact gathering point, but it didn't matter because besides them, there were numerous other ninjas heading towards the assembly point within the camp. After leaving their tent, they followed the other ninjas towards the gathering point. As soon as they entered the assembly area, Orochimaru, who had just arrived there, caught sight of them. He only glanced at them briefly before turning away. Minato, who had been worried that Orochimaru might refuse to let them go to the battlefield, breathed a sigh of relief. His determination to fight surged even stronger as he made a silent vow. "The village trusts me so much. I can't let them down. Sakamoto Tatsuma. Minato Namikaze. Come here." At that moment, a rugged voice echoed, causing Minato, who was already eager for combat with the Sand Village, to compose himself. He understood that the village was about to assign them a mission. Chapter 106. Having children might not always be a blessing. Kunugi Makyum-sama? Tatsuma's mood didn't fluctuate as much as Minato's did. Instead, he turned to look at the person commanding the two of them, who was none other than Kunugi Makyum, one of the young elite in the village and a well-known jonin. Kunugi Makyum nodded slightly, wearing a somewhat foolish smile as he spoke. "I heard that both of you are skilled in ninja tool throwing. Would you like to join the tool department? Or perhaps accompany the teams led by Hyuga or Uchiha for the extermination and defense missions on the outskirts of the battlefield?" Upon hearing this, Tatsuma and Minato exchanged a glance, both understanding the meaning behind Kunugi Makyum's words. It meant that they were still unable to participate in direct combat on the front lines. It wasn't a matter of strength. After all, the team had now become a ninja army with plenty of genin. If genin could participate in direct combat, there was no reason why Tatsuma and Minato, also genin, couldn't. The reason lay in the fact that the village, or rather the elders of the army, did not want them to participate in direct combat. Instead, they had planned safer paths for them either through the tool department or wandering in the outskirts. The tool department is mainly responsible for medium-range firepower coverage and support. With Jonin Kunugi Makyum leading, protecting the two of them is quite simple. As for wandering, it offers even greater flexibility. The battles of the ninja army resemble conventional warfare in the eyes of ordinary people. In the previous jungle battles, although they could better utilize their abilities as ninjas, weren't as bloody as real head-on collision between two armies. However, to determine the outcome of a war, there must be powerful battles with significant casualties on one or both sides. Therefore, after more than a week of probing, the Wind and Fire nations have now transitioned into traditional battle mode. But this doesn't mean that small-scale jungle battles will simply disappear. The outskirts of the battlefield are crucial for support, supply, and intelligence transmission, tasks that also require ninjas to execute. The level of danger is not low, but if these tasks are handled by the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, then it's a different story altogether. Tatsuma and Minato have been given special consideration. Minato himself doesn't have any particular thoughts, so he signals Tatsuma to decide. After pondering for a moment, Tatsuma replied, "Kunugi Makyum-sama, please assign us to the outskirts of the battlefield. I believe that would be more suitable for us." Upon hearing this, Kunugi Makyum scrutinized the two once again. Although having Uchiha and Hyuga ninjas with them would reduce the level of danger, it was still more perilous compared to the ninja tool team. However, Orochimaru had given them the choice, and whichever they chose was their freedom. Kunugi Makyum nodded and said, "All right, I'll go talk to them." After saying that, Kunugi Makyum turned and left. In a short while, he returned and said, "The Uchiha team has fewer members. Are you willing to join them, or do you prefer the Hyuga team?" "Let's go with Uchiha." Seeing the two make a choice, Kanugi Makyum led them to the Uchiha team. After a brief introduction, he left, and the Ninja Legion began to march. Tatsuma assessed Uchiha Fugaku, who was leading the team, as he was indeed a talent. Not any could give birth to two brothers like Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku also noticed Tatsuma's gaze, but he seemed to have some misunderstanding. There was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, but he calmly said, "The Hyuga team leans towards reconnaissance, while we Uchiha undertake more dangerous elimination missions. If you have concerns, you can come over and report while we haven't separated yet." Upon hearing these words, Tatsuma pulled the corners of his mouth and said, "You misunderstood, Fugaku-senpai. It's just that after you and the Uchiha group rescued me that day, I didn't have the chance to get to know you and express my gratitude." At these words, Fugaku's expression softened, and there was even a hint of a smile on his lips. However, the next moment, he suppressed the smile and maintained his usual calm tone, saying, "It was just a coincidence, there's no need to dwell on it." The Uchiha ninjas near Fugaku all maintained indifferent expressions at this moment. However, the slightly raised heads and tightly restrained upward curve of their lips indicated that they were actually quite pleased. Before Tatsuma could continue the conversation, the team began to move. Tatsuma stopped talking and followed behind Uchiha Fugaku and the others, maintaining the formation during the journey. He also discussed the combat habits of the Saiyan ninja with Minato. In fact, the combat habits of ninjas from various countries were taught during their studies, and Jiraiya had covered it when he trained them. Tatsuma was just providing additional information. After all, the Hidden Sand Village did not participate in the previous Great Ninja War, and the mutual understanding between the Wind and Fire nations largely remained in the chaotic stages before the establishment of the ninja villages. The developments over the past few decades have brought about changes for both nations. As they marched, Tatsuma became somewhat puzzled because the current marching route differed from the previous battlefield direction. It was leaning more towards the north, getting closer to the land of rain. The shift of the battlefield was a normal occurrence, but Tatsuma suddenly recalled the reasons for the initiation of the Second Great Ninja War. The Second Great Ninja War was initiated by the Hidden Rain Village, with Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village, feeling that the allocation of ninja resources in the ninja world was unfair. Small countries like the Land of Rain found it extremely challenging to develop amidst the pressures from the major nations. Hence, Hanzo chose to declare war simultaneously against the two major ninja nations, Wind and Fire, as well as the country of samurais, the Land of Iron. Tatsuma recollected the timeline of the Second Great Ninja War and realized that it was about to start. Tatsuma suddenly wondered if the friction between the Wind and Fire nations had affected the Land of Rain, leading Hanzo to take drastic actions. Stopping his depressing train of thought, Tatsuma continued to advance with the team until they reached the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain. The marching pace of the team gradually slowed down. It wasn't due to changes in the terrain, as changes in terrain wouldn't significantly affect the speed of ninjas. Tatsuma probably figured out the reason for the slowdown when he noticed signs of previous battles around. It was evident that the two armies had clashed in this area before. Even though the situation was shifting towards a traditional battle, wars between ninjas still placed a strong emphasis on ambushes. Therefore, being cautious was never excessive. Tatsuma, Minato. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly spoke, redirecting the attention of the two to their surroundings. Fugaku touched the ninja tools pouch on his body and the scrolls on his vest, then said, "We are about to separate from the main force. Follow me. Our destination is approximately 5 miles northeast. Don't fall behind." "Yes, Fugaku-senpai." X2 Tatsuma and Minato quickly checked their equipment. Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by Uchiha Yashiro, was briefing a few others on their tasks. Shortly after, the Uchiha team and the Hyuga team swiftly separated from the main force. However, the Uchiha and Hyuga teams had different directions. The Uchiha team, including Tatsuma, headed towards the direction leaning towards the Land of Rain, while the Hyuga team went deeper into the Land of Rivers. During the march, Uchiha Fugaku kept observing Tatsuma, but he seemed somewhat dissatisfied because Tatsuma's speed was too slow. Of course, among peers, Uchiha Fugaku believed that no one was faster than Tatsuma and Minato, even within the Uchiha clan, known for producing exceptional talents. However, Fugaku's perception of Tatsuma was that he was a formidable individual capable of defeating Jonin-level opponents. Yet, his performance among Chunin was not considered outstanding. After a while, Uchiha Fugaku casually inquired, "How did you manage to defeat the Hidden Sand Village Jonin that day?" "It was just a stroke of luck. I don't have that kind of strength." Tatsuma remained modest, or rather, he had to be. What if Uchiha Fugaku genuinely thought he was capable and sent him to battle against the Sand Jonin they might encounter? Unless Uchiha Fugaku and the others died in combat, he truly had no capability to face Jonin-level opponents. Tatsuma didn't want his teammates to pay the price for his temporary surge in power. Fugaku didn't press further upon hearing this, simply saying, "In that case, don't push yourself too hard when facing enemies." Tatsuma nodded and continued to follow Fugaku. 5 miles was not a long distance for ninjas, and they quickly arrived. Along the way, they separated from Uchiha Yashiro and others. Fugaku landed on a tree, then turned and said, "Beyond this point to the north is the Land of Rain. Recently, the Land of Rain has been sending ninjas for reconnaissance, and sand ninja often gather here for surprise attacks. Our task is to ensure that the main battlefield won't be disturbed." With that, Fugaku removed a few scrolls from his vest and tossed them in their direction, saying, "Let's set up some traps around. You should have learned about this, right?" Tatsuma and Minato nodded. They unsealed the scrolls and saw a large number of explosive tags, ninja tools and the clan emblem on them. Almost instinctively, Tatsuma complimented, "Indeed, it's the Uchiha clan. The craftsmanship of these ninja tools and explosive tags is remarkable." A small smile appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's lips, and he even forgot to conceal it. Minato waited for Tatsuma to continue, and as expected, Tatsuma added, "We shouldn't leave these ninja tools and explosive tags unused. I will set up traps for sure. Minato, let's have a competition to see who can set up traps faster than Fugaku-senpai." As he spoke, Tatsuma looked at Fugaku. This competition was designed for Fugaku, as his successfully praised had nothing to do with Minato. Even if he won against Minato, he couldn't acquire the talent. Fugaku, being a clever person, picked up on the topic and said, "Count me in." All three nodded simultaneously, then quickly left the spot. Tatsuma swiftly set up traps, and Minato, who had developed a taste for the feeling of victory, was not willing to fall behind. Uchiha Fugaku wasn't in a rush. Instead, he observed the two and noticed that both Tatsuma and Minato had flawless techniques and made impeccable choices in their trap placements. He was somewhat amazed, as such fundamental skills were even rarer in young prodigies. As Uchiha Fugaku didn't actively participate in the competition, Tatsuma, relying on his familiarity with the terrain, finished setting up the traps faster. He took some of Minato's ninja tools and explosive tags, smiling as he said, "It looks like I have the upper hand, Minato." Ding, speed +3, wisdom +5, special talents, more children, more blessings, Uchiha Fugaku limited edition. Would you like to claim? Seeing that special talents prompt, Tatsuma was startled. He couldn't enjoy such blessings. "I only want to claim regular talents." "What blessing? This system wants to get me killed by my own kids?" Chapter 107, Discovery through the System. Boom, boom, boom explosions echoed in the forest, and several figures moved swiftly. A somewhat hoarse and childish voice rang out. Truly the elite ninjas of the Land of Rain, even if they fall into a trap, they can react so quickly. Sakamoto Tatsuma? Another angry and horrified voice sounded at this moment, but Tatsuma did not respond. White light flashed in the forest, and after a few weak sobbing sounds, the rainforest fell silent again. Unusually, there was no system broadcast, which puzzled Tatsuma a bit. However, he didn't pay much attention and instead looked at the two who had also completed the elimination of the enemy team, asking, "Any surprises?" "Minato, Fugaku-senpai?" Minato showed a reassuring smile, and Fugaku calmly shook his head, while also sizing up Tatsuma with a few glances. They had been a team for quite some time, and his understanding of these two had deepened. However, he still couldn't comprehend Tatsuma's thought process. Battle is battle, why talk so much? Even if you talk a lot, others just spew nonsense, provoke the opponent, and make them reveal weaknesses. As for Tatsuma, his mouth is as sweet as if coated with honey, speaking so sweetly. The most crucial part is that he is not a person who speaks sweetly with a hidden agenda. That kind of recognition cannot be faked. The most crucial thing is that Tatsuma's sweet words are not only spoken to enemies, nor only during combat. Fugaku couldn't forget what this guy said a couple of days ago, truly a matured man. Our size might not be the same, but I will definitely pee farther than you. The most crucial part is that he lost, not because he couldn't pee as far as Tatsuma, but because Tatsuma stood next to him, and he couldn't pee at all. Who pees with someone standing next to them? At least maintain a bit of personal space. Doesn't he understand such common sense? This kid really have no manners. Tatsuma didn't notice Fugaku's gradually resentful gaze, but continued, "I'll tidy up the bodies of the hidden Sand Village ninjas, then rearrange the formation. You two can take a rest for now." After saying that, he left again. After Tatsuma departed, Minato revealed the right hand that had been hanging behind him and used medical ninjutsu to slowly treat a wound on his arm. By the time Tatsuma returned, Minato's wound had already healed. He no longer concealed it and instead confidently displayed his hand when Tatsuma glanced at it. Tatsuma didn't expose it but kept frowning. Upon Tatsuma's return, Uchiha Fugaku had finally calmed his emotions. He spoke, "The recent actions of the Land of Rain have become more frequent. It seems they can't sit still either." Minato nodded, continuing the conversation. "I suspect our repeated battles with the hidden Sand Village have prompted the Land of Rain to consider seizing opportunities for themselves." Unnoticed by the two, Tatsuma's expression at this moment was very peculiar, even serious. After some more exchange of thoughts, both of them acknowledged each other's perspectives. It was only then that Minato noticed Tatsuma hadn't spoken for a long time. He turned and asked, "Tatsuma, are you okay?" Tatsuma shook his head and said, "Things are not that simple." Upon hearing this, Fugaku also furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean?" He was having a good time chatting with Minato, expressing views that he wouldn't dare speak of in the village or within the clan. He felt he was utilizing his political acumen, but Tatsuma's words seemed to negate it all. At this moment, Tatsuma raised a ninja tool pouch in his hand and said, "Those people may not necessarily be Land of Rain's ninjas." Minato looked at Tatsuma's ninja tool pouch with confusion. In the dim rainforest, he couldn't see anything unusual, but he also furrowed his brow in puzzlement. He believed Tatsuma wasn't someone who spoke without reason. Minato was confident that Tatsuma must have discovered something for him to make such a statement. Compared to Minato, as a member of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku had much better eyesight. Even in the dim rainforest, even though he was farther from Tatsuma, he immediately noticed something amiss. On the edge of the pouch's buckle, there was a bit of red fuzz. Fugaku quickly deduced that the red color wasn't from blood but rather had caught on some red fabric, leaving behind traces. He quickly stepped forward and took the ninja tool pouch from Tatsuma's hand, carefully examining it. Before long, he uttered a word, "Iwabikure village." "Iwabikure village?" Minato showed a surprised expression. In this ongoing war, it was primarily a conflict between the Wind and Fire nations, with occasional harassment from the Land of Rain. There were no signs of other countries or villages getting involved. However, the sudden appearance of traces from Iwabikure village couldn't help but astonish Minato. Especially considering the impact of Iwabikure's participation in the war. If 3 out of the 5 great nations were involved, it could even be considered a world war in the shinobi realm. For example, in the previous Shinobi World War, it was a conflict among the fire, water, earth, and lightning nations, without involving all countries and ninja villages. However, because the 4 major nations were engaged in the war, it severely affected the entire shinobi world and was deemed a shinobi world war. Now, with the wind and fire nations at war and the land of rain seemingly eager to join in, if the Wabikure village also decided to intervene at this moment, the scale of the war could truly rival a shinobi world war. Looking at the ninja tool pouch in his hand, Uchiha Fugaku felt immense pressure. Given the situation affecting the entire shinobi world, he should report directly to higher-ups as he couldn't handle this matter on his own. However, the evidence in his hands was too scant, just a few strands of red fuzz. It couldn't conclusively prove that those ninjas were from a Wabikure village. What if it was a common choice for ninjas worldwide to use red belts at home? The standard ninja attire for a Wabikure village is red, but it doesn't mean only a Wabikure ninjas were red. After all, no ninja village would dictate that other ninjas are forbidden from wearing clothes in their village's home colors. If he reported it and it turned out to be a misunderstanding after a thorough investigation, it would bring shame not only to him, Uchiha Fugaku, but to the entire Uchiha clan. Wasting the village's resources on investigating a misunderstanding would cause unrest among the villagers. Most importantly, it might disrupt the friendship between the two nations. Uchiha didn't want to bear such responsibility. However, doing nothing was not an option. If a Wabikure village truly joined the war, and he, as the frontline defender and scout, failed to detect it, it would be a serious lapse in his duties. Most crucially, he had already discovered some clues, and there were people who knew that he was aware of this matter, those 2 little rascals. Tatsuma looked at Fugaku's changing expression and took the initiative to speak. After we regroup, I'll report to Orochimaru-sama. Let's have him investigate whether these bits of fuzz are really from a Wabikure village ninja uniforms. Fugaku-senpai, you should also contact the other members of the Uchiha clan and have them intensify reconnaissance. If there's any new evidence, that would be great. Upon hearing this, Fugaku suddenly woke up, shaking his head to dispel the frightening thoughts that had sprung up in his mind. He then handed the ninja tool pouch back to Tatsuma, saying, "Tatsuma, I appreciate your efforts in this matter. And, don't publicize this too much. We're not sure if it's a Wabikure village's doing, and even if it is, we are not be aware of their true intentions. The fewer people who know, the better for us." Tatsuma nodded solemnly. In truth, he leaned toward the idea that it was indeed a Wabikure village's doing. As for the village's intentions, like most nations that joined a war midway, it was likely driven by interests. And he remembered from the original work that a Wabikure village did indeed make a move during the Second Shinobi World War. Although it wasn't confirmed whether they fully participated in the war, their involvement was certain. Moreover, the person who suffered the attack from a Wabikure village was someone he was very familiar with, his sensei and his 2 teammates, who would become the future Sannin. During this stage, the Sannin couldn't be considered particularly powerful, and it wasn't only Hanzo who pushed them to the brink. When they were besieged by a Wabikure village ninjas, Jiraiya was heavily injured, and Orochimaru even contemplated killing Jiraiya. Both he and Tsunade were planning to escape. If it weren't for timely support from Konoha, the Sannin might have disbanded or even lost members long ago. Orochimaru's actions during that incident were also a reason why, despite receiving Orochimaru's goodwill more than once, Tatsuma still instinctively harbored wariness towards him. If there was a choice, Tatsuma's first negotiation target would definitely not be Orochimaru. But currently, Orochimaru is in command of the camp. Compared to Tsunade's personality, Orochimaru is evidently more reliable in this matter. At the same time, Orochimaru is the highest-ranking ninja that Tatsuma can interact with. Elders and the Hokage, who are higher in rank, he currently cannot reach, and they are far away in the village. Unless he utilizes the communication equipment managed by the Yamanaka clan in the camp, it is impossible to transmit the information back. By now, Fugaku had checked the surrounding situation and said, "Let's call it a day. This matter is obviously more important." In fact, these few hours were not much for the long-lasting war, but Fugaku wanted to give these 2 kids some sense of security. He wasn't sure if his recent thoughts had been discovered by them. But as long as he handed this information to a third party, especially one that Uchiha Fugaku couldn't handle, even if these two little rascals noticed his emotional changes, their hearts would be much more stable. Unfortunately, the current Minato is still a naive youngster, and Tatsuma is immersed in his memories, completely unaware of Fugaku's remedial actions, and he doesn't even know why Fugaku is trying to remedy the situation. They simply thought Fugaku was being too hasty, so they nodded in agreement. The three of them quickly headed towards the main battlefield, and Fugaku didn't inform the other Uchiha members of this news. Their squad withdrawing wouldn't have a significant impact on the overall battle situation, but if everyone withdrew, it might leave a big gap for the enemy. Back at the main battlefield, both sides were mainly composed of frontline ninjas, but the difference was that the hidden sand village ninjas seemed to lack high morale. Fugaku tactfully waited on the periphery, and Minato chose to stay as well. Tatsuma alone found Orochimaru, who was commanding the battle, and handed the ninja tool pouch to him. Orochimaru looked puzzled, but with his talent, he quickly noticed that something was wrong with the pouch, and his expression turned serious. "Have you all returned?" Orochimaru's hoarse voice, combined with deliberately lowered volume, made his tone extremely eerie. Tatsuma nodded, and upon hearing this, Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. He then spoke in a normal tone and volume. "Good, I will handle this matter. You go to the rear and take care of the wounded." Chapter 108, Intuition. Tatsuma, belatedly, understood Orochimaru's concerns. It wasn't that he lacked intelligence, rather, it was his personality. He could discern the evil in human nature but didn't believe that humanity was inherently wicked. He certainly didn't think that every situation was a result of some malicious individuals plotting against us. After leaving, Tatsuma had a brief conversation with Uchiha Fugaku and Minato. He didn't mention Orochimaru's attitude but simply informed them that Orochimaru was aware of the situation and had briefed Fugaku on the temporary arrangements from Orochimaru. When Uchiha Fugaku heard about the need to take care of the wounded in the rear, he showed no inclination to comply. Without much thought, he outright refused. After all, he wasn't a medical ninja, had no interest in tending to the injured, and knew that doing so wouldn't earn him any favor with others. There would only be whispers behind his back, questioning whether the Uchiha had ulterior motives or if he was incompetent. Uchiha Fugaku had been experiencing this for a long time and was well aware of the biases against the Uchiha in the village. It was impossible for him to put himself in a position where he would face criticism while gaining no goodwill from others. Tatsuma didn't insist, so after bidding farewell, he joined Minato at the rear to assist the medical team. The person in charge of the medical team at this time was still Kazuno of the Mitokado clan, who was clueless about how to handle wounds. Upon seeing Tatsuma express his intention to temporarily join the medical team, Kazuno was so grateful that she almost cried. She directly handed over the command of the medical team, which she had never properly used before. "Tatsuma, start by stitching me up. I got cut on my buttocks." "Tatsuma, ignore Hafu, that jerk. He claims to have constipation every day, and getting cut on the butt is the perfect solution to this problem. Treat me first." Seeing Tatsuma take out medical equipment, the injured ninjas spoke up one after another. As a disciple of Tsunade and having assisted at the medical camp before, many of them knew Tatsuma. Although Tatsuma emphasized multiple times that he was not a medical ninja, his medical skills had gained their recognition. Perhaps not as proficient as Tsunade and the village's Yudatain Koharu, but certainly way better than Mitokado Kazuno. In the field of clinical practice, Tatsuma's skills are indeed commendable. After all, combining surgical sutures with the mystical palm jutsu can address the majority of external injuries. If needed, he can even enlist the help of Katsuyu. When Tsunade mentioned specializing in medical ninjutsu, she wasn't referring to the everyday clinical application of medical ninjutsu. Instead, it pertains to tackling complex conditions such as various injuries, bloodline diseases, and even mental traumas. As for medical ninjutsu targeted at common external injuries, isn't that something one can learn effortlessly? What kind of specialization is that? Facing the enthusiasm of the injured, Tatsuma revealed his infectious smile. In terms of medical care, he seemed to outshine his sensei by a significant margin. Tatsuma summoned Katsuyu to assist in the treatment, and Minato joined in. Observing Minato's proficient techniques and the application of mystical palm jutsu, the injured individuals realized that this delivery guy was more than just a delivery guy. The same person who delivered piping hot box meals every day and thoughtfully wished them an enjoyable meal turned out to possess such remarkable medical skills. However, under the reflection of these two youngsters, Mitokado Kazuno, serving as the head of the medical team, looked at the increasingly peculiar expressions of the injured individuals, and she genuinely felt like crying. No one taught her, and she had no choice. Moreover, being in charge was a village assignment, not something she sought out herself. Kazuno had also considered learning medical ninjutsu. She had even waited for Tsunade for several days, hoping to consult with her. Unfortunately, during that time, Tsunade was busy deciphering Chiyo's poison and didn't appear at all. Recently, Tsunade had been on the front lines, and the two rarely had the chance to meet. How could Kazuno find someone to learn from? Was she supposed to approach Tatsuma, who refused to acknowledge himself as a medical ninja, to learn medical ninjutsu? For most of the day, Tatsuma and Minato completely took over the roles of the original medical team, and they performed even better. They stitched and healed almost all the wounds of the accumulated injured individuals. For the few ninjas with internal organ or spinal injuries, Tatsuma provided emergency treatment and documented his assessments and recommendations on the medical records, making it easier for Tsunade or the medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital after returning to the village to initiate further treatment. Tatsuma positioned himself as an emergency room doctor. If he could handle it quickly, he would; if not, he promptly transferred the case to someone who could. For instance, he would refer cases to the specialist Tsunade or the specialized doctors at Konoha Hospital. There was no need to show off; it would only waste time and opportunities for both the medical team and the patients. As they were continuously treating the incoming Konoha ninjas, someone suddenly came to inform them about the retreat. It was earlier than usual, leaving others puzzled, but Tatsuma knew the reason. Without asking too many questions, he followed the team back to the camp, continuing to treat the ninjas who hadn't been attended to yet. Tsunade made a brief visit, informed Tatsuma that their work was done here, and left. After healing the remaining injured, Tatsuma handed Kazuno the list and medical records of those he couldn't treat, instructing her to arrange for their transport back to the village. Then, with Minato, he found Uchiha Fugaku and together they went to the command tent. There was hardly any waiting; the three were summoned in immediately. Inside the tent, both Orochimaru and Tsunade frowned. When the three entered, Orochimaru spoke in a voice that felt oppressive. "Tell me about what happened at that time," Orochimaru said. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Tatsuma. After all, Tatsuma was the one who discovered it, and it would be most appropriate for him to speak. However, Tatsuma shook his head gently, indicating for Uchiha Fugaku to take the lead. After all, Fugaku was the squad captain of their team, and reporting work, especially when it involved achievements, was something to be deferred to the leader. Fugaku pursed his lips and nodded before turning to Orochimaru. He recounted the events they encountered that morning. He didn't exaggerate or embellish the details, not even changing the roles of the individuals involved. He candidly reported that Tatsuma was the one who discovered and first reacted to the situation. After listening, Orochimaru nodded and said, "Your response was excellent. This matter doesn't need to be widely known. Just strengthen your reconnaissance, and leave the rest to me." Tsunade also added, "Go rest for now. We'll act again tomorrow. Tatsuma, stay back." Uchiha Fugaku and Minato immediately understood Tsunade's intention and left voluntarily. After their departure, Tsunade asked, "How did you discover it?" Tatsuma couldn't exactly say that the system's lack of rewards raised his suspicion, could he? After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Intuition." He expecting some profound answer after her disciple's prolonged contemplation, Tsunade, upon hearing the response, couldn't hold back any longer. Her tightly clenched fist, with whitened knuckles, emitted cracking sounds like popping beans. Even on Orochimaru's perennially indifferent face, a hint of surprise appeared, followed by resignation. Seeing both reactions, Tatsuma hurriedly added, "I really had a premonition. I seem to be quite sensitive to bad news." At this, Orochimaru furrowed his brow and asked, "Like the incident with Hyuga?" Before the team led by Hyuga Miyako encountered trouble, Tatsuma had stayed in the communication center waiting for updates, as if he already knew something would happen. Orochimaru had investigated the details of that incident and was aware of this fact, but at the time, he didn't give it much thought. Now, hearing Tatsuma bring it up himself, Orochimaru recalled the unusual circumstances of that event. At this point, Tsunade released her clenched fist and looked at her disciple. Tatsuma nodded. Regarding this kind of intuition, Tatsuma had heard a saying in his previous life that premonition is the brain's unconscious judgment after processing various information. People just aren't consciously aware of it, leading to a sense of premonition. Many fragmented pieces of information are filtered by the conscious mind, but the subconscious doesn't filter them out. Things that the surface consciousness can't comprehend may have already been processed by the subconscious, only unable to be conveyed. It was the same with the incident involving Hyuga Miyako. The system anomaly was the direct cause, but Tatsuma's subconscious felt that the anomaly might originate from a real-world issue. That's why he actively suggested handling it himself, using it as an opportunity to investigate. However, this ability wasn't exclusive to Tatsuma. Orochimaru, at this moment, tentatively accepted Tatsuma's explanation. After all, Tatsuma had shown similar behavior before, and the reason for the discovery wasn't as important as the fact that Tatsuma had made the discovery. For the enemies we encounter next, you personally inspect them. If anything seems off, report it to me immediately, Orochimaru instructed. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Tatsuma instantly understood that Orochimaru didn't have much trust in the Uchiha, making him wonder if this was typical of those from the Hokage lineage. Perhaps it was instinctual? Even he himself might not have been aware of it. "All right, Orochimaru-sama. If there's nothing else, may I take my leave?" Tatsuma had no intention of opposing Orochimaru. He didn't have the standing for it now, and there was no need to defend the Uchiha clan. Tsunade nodded, and as Tatsuma prepared to leave, Orochimaru spoke up, "Be prepared. If this matter is confirmed, as the first on-site reconnaissance team, you'll undoubtedly need to report back to the village." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma didn't express any opinion. He simply acknowledged and left. After he departed, Tsunade looked at Orochimaru with a puzzled expression and asked, "Tatsuma and the others shouldn't need to go back, right? Even if the village demands a report in person, it should be the two of us. Besides, isn't Jiraiya responsible for investigating the movements of various villages lately? Why not let him handle it?" Orochimaru's golden eyes rolled, and he said, "It's just giving them a way out, letting go of the psychological burden and returning to the village. Without the two of us, who do you think Hidden Sand Village's primary target would be?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade slapped her forehead in realization. A slightly embarrassed smile appeared on her face as she said, "I didn't expect that, Orochimaru. You have such a considerate side." Orochimaru sighed inwardly, realizing that Tatsuma was mature and sensible enough to understand. Otherwise, having a sensei like this could be challenging. In retrospect, Orochimaru regretted boasting so much a few years ago. If he had known Tatsuma would turn out to be so exceptional, he could have easily managed to mentor another disciple. After all, Tatsuma, as a disciple, didn't require much attention from a sensei. He only needed to enjoy the satisfaction of watching his disciple grow. "I'll have the village send over the latest Iwagakure ninja information. You might need to command the team in the future," Orochimaru said. After settling his emotions, Orochimaru made some arrangements. In the following month, the command of Konoha seemed to shift back to Tsunade, but it didn't seem to have much impact. Tatsuma and the Uchiha team gradually discovered some inconspicuous clues. Finally, after 1 month, Tatsuma received a notification to return to the village. Chapter 109, The stains on a bright surface can't be hidden. We've only been out for a short time? We haven't even been to the front lines, and they want us to go back? Inside a tent, a young Uchiha ninja expressed his dissatisfaction to Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Yashiro. The others also wore faces of similar indignation. The village not allowing a large number of Uchiha ninjas on the battlefield was already a kind of invisible discrimination. Their clan leader had finally fought for these few slots, and after only 3 months on the battlefield, they were being asked to return. What kind of situation was this? Uchiha Fugaku was also somewhat displeased, but he could only say, "This decision is not only the village's but also my father's decision." Clearly, Fugaku himself did not agree with the decision to retreat this time. However, as the acting clan leader, he had to follow his father's opinion and uphold his father's authority. The village is really too much, and the clan leader is too weak. At this moment, another dissatisfied Uchiha spoke up. Upon hearing fellow clan members daring to criticize his father, Fugaku could no longer stay seated. He stood up, ready to argue, but at that moment, a voice came from outside the tent. "Fugaku-senpai! Fugaku-senpai!" Upon hearing that somewhat hoarse voice with a hint of speaking too much, Fugaku immediately knew who it was. The impression of Tatsuma on these Uchiha members was still quite positive. After all, Tatsuma never showed hostility towards the Uchiha clan for no reason, and he even praised and acknowledged them on occasion. Therefore, when Tatsuma arrived, even the 2 Uchiha ninjas who had just spoken tried to restrain their discontent, sitting quietly to the side with gloomy expressions. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions that had just surfaced, and said to the person outside the tent, "Tatsuma, right? Come in." Tatsuma, carrying a slightly deflated large backpack, opened the tent flap and walked in. He greeted Fugaku, Yashiro, and the others before expressing his confusion. "We're about to return to the village. Haven't you all finished packing yet?" "Humph." Upon hearing Tatsuma bring up this topic, although reluctant to get angry at the young one or two Uchiha ninjas couldn't help but emit dissatisfied snorts. Tatsuma knew what would happen here. After all, he came with Orochimaru's mission to persuade the Uchiha team to cooperate in returning to the village for a debrief. This might be challenging for other ninjas in the village, considering the inherent tension between the Uchiha clan and the rest. However, Tatsuma was different. Over the past 3 months, he had managed to build waves of goodwill among the Uchiha. During this time, Tatsuma also learned the art of conversing with the Uchiha. Pretending not to know their thoughts, he spoke. "Sensei said that if you all want to stay and report, she can negotiate with the new commander for you." Upon hearing that there might be a turning point, these Uchiha ninjas immediately focused their attention on Tatsuma. Yashiro, somewhat excited, asked, "Really?" Tatsuma nodded and continued, "Although Sensei mentioned that the new commander, Shimura Danzo-sama, has a bad temper, if it's for the village, Danzo-sama will surely understand." Upon hearing this, the curiosity and excitement on the faces of the Uchiha instantly vanished, replaced by expressions of disdain and disgust. In the village, most people didn't particularly like the Uchiha, that was a fact. However, making it explicit and targeting the Uchiha directly was not a common stance. The representative figure in this regard was Shimura Danzo. As a disciple inheriting the will of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, Shimura Danzo's aversion towards the Uchiha was unparalleled. Working under someone who harbored such intense dislike for the Uchiha, even the Uchiha themselves wouldn't be willing. Yashiro's current expression was as disgusted as if he had accidentally swallowed a fly. Although he wanted to retract his earlier words, there was a sense of pride he couldn't easily set aside. Fugaku snorted lightly and took the initiative, saying, "No need to trouble Tsunade-sama. We will follow you back to the village. While we Uchiha are eager to contribute to the village, we prioritize obeying the village's orders. Since the village wants us to return for a debrief, we won't make any special arrangements. Let's proceed as originally planned." Tatsuma inwardly gave Fugaku a big thumbs up, acknowledging him as a future clan leader. He had indeed articulated that well. Tatsuma nodded and said, I won't disturb you all while you pack. According to the information from the village, Danzo will arrive in about an hour. After the handover, we can depart for the village. Alright, we'll be ready on time. Thank you for the reminder, you're too kind, Fugaku-senpai. I'll take my leave then. After saying this, Tatsuma quickly departed. He wasn't lying, Shimura Danzo was indeed taking over this camp because he had the qualifications. Not only in terms of status but also because his root ninjas were already dispersed between the two countries. A significant portion of intelligence work was handled by Danzo, making him the most familiar with the situation, second only to Orochimaru, the former commander. Of course, while he had a broad understanding of the overall situation, the specific details of the combat scenarios would only be clear after the handover. Moreover, although Danzo is coming to the front lines for the first time, he has already made significant contributions. Recently, the morale of Hidden Sand Village ninjas has been low, mainly due to the All Lives Matter plan coordinated by the root ninjas. In this situation, Danzo taking over is undoubtedly the best choice. Tatsuma also heard a bit of inside information from Tsunade. To ensure he doesn't miss this opportunity, Danzo left 2 days early. When the village was about to choose a new commander today, Danzo was already near the front lines. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to appoint him as the new commander. If it weren't for this reason, Tatsuma and the others wouldn't have received orders to return to the village that day and set off immediately. Back in the command tent, Tatsuma made an okay gesture to Orochimaru and Tsunade. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction and said, not bad, consider this a completion for a B-rank mission. Is it really that exaggerated? Tatsuma felt a bit undeserving, but Tsunade nonchalantly remarked, they are Uchiha, B-rank missions are not an exaggeration for them. Orochimaru and Tsunade were unsure about how Tatsuma managed to persuade Uchiha Fugaku and others. However, if anyone else had gone, even Orochimaru and Tsunade themselves, they would have needed to handle the situation with great care. After all, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village has always been sensitive. Handling it poorly could affect the unity of the village. Convincing the reluctant Uchiha to return was not an easy task, and classifying it as a B-rank mission difficulty was not an exaggeration. Moreover, Orochimaru knew he was about to relinquish command soon. If he took command again in the future, Tatsuma might not necessarily serve under him. Seizing the opportunity to gain some credit now seemed like a sensible move. Not only did Tatsuma feel a bit embarrassed about this achievement, but Minato on the side also felt a bit ashamed. Suddenly, he had gained 30 additional completed B-rank missions and over 20 completed C-rank missions. They accompanied the Uchiha on patrols, each time classified as a B-rank mission, occurring every 3 to 4 days on average over the past 3 months. Additionally, Orochimaru directly assigned Minato 30 instances for healing ninja and added more than 20 C-rank missions, such as taking care of war casualties, Tatsuma, ensuring the camp's logistics, delivery services, and preventing the spread of toxins from Hidden Sand Village, dishwashing. Tatsuma's mission count was even higher, and he could potentially add an S-rank mission completion count at any time. All it required was Konoha's recognition that Hoshi was killed by Tatsuma. Of course, this task hadn't been officially added yet. Hoshi's strength didn't meet the requirements for an S-rank mission, but his identity and the potential impact he might have on the development of Hidden Sand Village's puppet jutsu were enough to justify an S-rank mission. If subsequent missions related to Hidden Rock Village were confirmed, then Tatsuma, Minato, along with the Uchiha and Orochimaru and Tsunade as the commanders, would accumulate completion counts ranging from a minimum of A rank to a maximum of S rank. It was during this mission completion count calculation that Tatsuma understood why Minato, with only a brief 14-year ninja career, could complete over 300 A-rank missions. War was indeed the best way to accumulate mission completion counts. Jiraiya's completion counts of over 600 A-rank and over 100 S-rank missions were likely achieved in a similar manner, as the ninja world was always full of turmoil. Tatsuma and Minato continued assisting Orochimaru in organizing documents. After all, Danzo would be arriving shortly, and these materials needed to be coordinated for him. Watching the two diligently working, Orochimaru felt a slight itch in his hands, contemplating adding another B-rank mission for them. After all, contributing to the critical role of handling command at the warfront could be considered a significant B-rank mission. However, considering the materials and files were already organized, and starting over would mean more work for the two, Orochimaru abandoned this brilliant idea. After an hour passed, several figures suddenly appeared in the tent. The few people inside paid no attention since they had already known who the visitors would be. Tatsuma had just finished organizing the materials and files, ready to seal them. Upon seeing the newcomers, he paused in his actions, observing the enigmatic figure of Shimura Danzo, the shadow of the ninja world, the root of Konoha, and the wannabe Hokage. Shimura Danzo appeared slightly younger than Tatsuma had imagined, but his countenance remained just as unappealing. Under Tatsuma's scrutiny, he noticed the fabric under Danzo's armpits and collar had a slightly darker color. Just like someone stained with sweat, although the clothes on Danzo's body were undoubtedly dry at the moment, the situation seemed to be one of alternating between wet and dry. Observing Shimura Danzo's face, neither flushed nor panting, appearing relaxed and seemingly covering the distance from the village to the camp in the blink of an eye, Tatsuma speculated that Danzo must have taken a break just before arriving at the camp, showing no signs of fatigue. Tatsuma quickly drew a parallel. A middle-aged person, in a rush to impress during a job interview, runs tirelessly, ending up drenched in sweat. However, before entering the interview room, to present a favorable image to the interviewer, they would go to the restroom to tidy up their hairstyle and clothes. Then, walking with the confidence befitting a mid-level leader, looking as if they had weathered storms, they would enter the interview room. Tatsuma stared at Danzo, and Danzo also noticed this young ninja. He met Tatsuma's gaze with his usual shadowy expression. However, for some reason, this young one seemed somewhat agreeable. Danzo was a bit puzzled, but seeing Tatsuma shift his gaze away, he didn't delve deeper and instead glanced at the various data and files inside the command tent, saying, "Everything's prepared, right? Then, let me hear about the current situation." Chapter 110, Return and Rewards. I really can't figure out whose disciple he is. Learning from Jiraiya, learning from Granny, learning from you, even now learning from Uchiha, but not learning from me. In the Land of Fire, by a small river, Tsunade looked at Tatsuma, who was among the Uchiha team, with some resentment in her words. Orochimaru beside him folded up the map and said, "Tatsuma is a very clear-minded person. He always knows what to learn. If in the future, when he grows up and possesses astonishing physique and chakra levels, he will also come to learn from you. But he may not necessarily have your talent. I suggest you should organize the water release and earth release techniques that Second Sama left behind as soon as possible. That's what you, as a sensei, should prioritize. You dare to teach me how to be a good sensei? My disciples have been on the battlefield, killing enemy jonin. What about your disciples? They're 11 years old and still in the academy." Tsunade stood with her hands on her hips, speaking with an irrational but assertive demeanor, leaving Orochimaru speechless. He calmly said, "Nawaki is also your brother. What does that matter? My disciples are my disciples, regardless." Seeing Tsunade in this state, Orochimaru decided not to say anything further. He looked towards Tatsuma, who was consulting with Uchiha Fugaku and others about fire release, silently wishing that Tatsuma could free himself from the unfavorable influence brought by his sensei. After resting for a while, the group set off again. Tatsuma and Minato had pleased expressions on their faces, despite already having notes from Jiraiya and Orochimaru on fire release ninjutsu. However, as the saying goes, there are 1,000 hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people. Different ninjas have different understandings of the same ninjutsu. Just as the Uchiha clan is renowned for its fire release, the Sarutobi clan also has its unique understanding. The Uchiha clan's unique insights into fire release greatly helped Tatsuma and Minato. Moreover, Tatsuma didn't just learn some knowledge about fire release from the Uchiha, he also learned about the principles and production of explosive tags. This is another classic example of combining ninjutsu with sealing jutsu, where the ninjutsu is transcribed into a sealing jutsu format. After injecting chakra into the sealing jutsu, the technique transforms into fire-release ninjutsu, appearing as simple but actually an ingenious invention. This is the most basic form of explosive tag. Later, people made more than one improvement, adding functionalities such as delay or trigger mechanisms to make explosive tags more practical in combat. This knowledge isn't particularly valuable, it's just that Tatsuma hadn't thought about learning it before. His interest in learning stemmed from Orochimaru's inspiration about the combination of ninjutsu and sealing jutsu. To show his gratitude to the Uchiha, Tatsuma also shared a little creative idea he had about explosive tags, which is to add another layer of sealing jutsu at the bottom of the explosive tag. This layer would seal in some failed forged ninja tools or rusted, discarded ones. Another layer of explosive tag pattern would be drawn on top of the sealing jutsu layer. Finally, using a simultaneous triggering technique to activate both layers of patterns, a single explosive tag made from a broken fragment would be completed. The difficulty in implementing this idea lies in simultaneously triggering two segments of sealing jutsu patterns. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his intention to go back and research it further. Tatsuma is eagerly awaiting the research results from Uchiha, and if successful, the objects sealed by the bottom layer's sealing jutsu could hold great potential. Adding oil to form high explosive tags, incorporating some reactive metals to create flash explosive tags, or being bolder by layering different attributes of ninjutsu patterns to form composite ninjutsu effects. Due to the urgent need to report back to the village, the team did not rest for too long. With few members, they maintained a swift pace, basically pushing the limits of Tatsuma and Minato. In less than 2 days, the group finally returned to the outskirts of Konoha in the early morning. Orochimaru and Tsunade were coordinating with the village guards at the entrance, while Tatsuma was gazing ahead at Konoha village. It had been over 3 months since he left Konoha, and now he was back again. This was his first time being away for so long, and he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. However, there was also some anxiety, with thoughts constantly swirling in his mind about whether his accommodations door was locked and if there was a power outage. If there's a power outage, has his refrigerator been emptied before the power went out? And, have the windows been closed properly? What if they weren't closed properly, and a stray cat made itself at home inside? What if it's not just making itself at home, but turning it into a birthing room or a toilet? As Tatsuma thought about these things, he couldn't help but shiver with anxiety. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku came up behind him, ruffled his hair, and said, "You'll get used to it." In Fugaku's view, these two little troublemakers were just feeling homesick after being away for too long. But for ninjas, there isn't much time to spend at home, unless they inherit the position of family head. However, even Fugaku wore a troubled expression on his face. He didn't have much confidence in reconciling the village and the clan. "Let's go! It's time to report back." At Tsunade's loud call, the melancholy atmosphere was broken. Everyone followed Orochimaru and Tsunade, walking on the sparsely populated streets of Konoha in the early morning, heading towards the Hokage's office. Arriving at the Hokage's office, it was quite deserted at this time. After a while, an ANBU informed Orochimaru and Tsunade to proceed with their report, while Fugaku took the other Uchiha members to transfer the data files. Tatsuma and Minato waited boredly again. After Fugaku and the others finished handing over the files and left, the two of them waited in place for over 2 hours. It was already bright outside, and the summer heat had begun to set in. "You two, come in." At this moment, the door to the Hokage's office opened, and Tsunade beckoned to the two of them. They hurriedly ran towards the Hokage's office, and upon entering, they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smiling face. "Hokage-sama, X2." After exchanging greetings, Tatsuma glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and then deliberately swiped his right hand over his own mouth corner. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked puzzled but also wiped his own mouth corner. Feeling the granular sensation on his fingers, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood what it was. His expression turned serious, and he shot an unpleased glance at his two disciples. How could they not remind him of such a dignified matter? Tsunade suppressed her laughter, while Orochimaru pretended not to notice Sarutobi Hiruzen's reproachful gaze. Letting out a sigh of emotion at his unfortunate choice of disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled again and looked at the bowed heads of Tatsuma and Minato. He said, "Tatsuma, Minato, both of you have performed admirably on the front lines. Not only have you excellently completed various tasks assigned by the village, but you have also shown the prowess of our Konoha youth in battles with other villages. Your attentiveness and caution will greatly aid the village." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's praise, Minato blushed a bit. He felt he had only done what he was supposed to do and didn't consider himself as outstanding as Sarutobi Hiruzen portrayed. However, his eyes were filled with fervor, silently urging himself in his heart that one day he would deserve the praise of Hokage-sama. Tatsuma remained much more composed. His past work experience made him understand that such meaningless compliments were worthless. The most practical reward was the one he will soon obtain. As Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two children, one burning with the will of fire, the other young but mature and reliable, his smile grew even fuller. He then continued, "You are all so outstanding, and the village should reward you adequately. Unfortunately, the village's finances, along with the allocation from the daimyo, are all poured into the war with the Wind Country," Sarutobi Hiruzen said. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile faded, replaced by a look of distress and dilemma. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze was about to decline the reward, not wanting to burden the village further. However, Tatsuma reacted quickly. He immediately said, "Hokage-sama, the fact that the village arranged for us to go to the battlefield for training is already a great favor to us. We don't need worldly rewards." Hearing this, Minato also nodded, indicating that he felt the same. Though if he were to say it, he would omit the worldly part. Orochimaru showed a barely perceptible smile. Indeed, compared to other people his age, Tatsuma was far too mature, understanding what is worth fighting for and what is not. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed this smile, wondering if his own disciple was teaching this kid to take advantage of him. However, he didn't feel upset about it. After all, Tatsuma and Minato, one being Tsunade's disciple and the other Jiraiya's disciple, are one of their own. What's wrong with giving them some benefits? Haha, it's best that you understand. But it's not reasonable to give no rewards at all. How about this? You can each choose a ninjutsu technique as the village's support for your training." Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Tatsuma couldn't help but feel impressed. No wonder he's the Hokage, he's a master at changing the subject. Clearly, the reward they deserved had turned into the village's support for them. But after the initial awe, Tatsuma began to think about what ninjutsu to choose as support. What he wanted most was the Flying Thunder God technique, but Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't possibly grant that, as the value was disproportionate. Ninjutsu techniques of similar level, such as the Impure World Reincarnation or the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, were also out of the question. Tatsuma believed that the highest he could aim for was an A-rank ninjutsu, but not all A-rank ninjutsu would be available to him. Among the A-rank ninjutsu options suitable for him and Minato now, Tatsuma thought for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "Hokage-sama, I've heard from Jiraiya-sensei that you developed a ninjutsu called Shuriken Shadow Clone. If we could learn this ninjutsu, it would be of great help to me and Minato. Also, there's the Bringer of Darkness Jutsu from the first Hokage-sama. I believe this technique could greatly compensate for our shortcomings in Jinjutsu. Both of these techniques are A-rank ninjutsu, and they are not particularly dangerous or demanding." Tatsuma knew better than to suggest something too risky or strict, like mutual explosive tag, as Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely reject it for being too dangerous. As for the more iconic multiple shadow clone technique, it wouldn't be very meaningful for the two of them because their chakra isn't sufficient to fully unleash the power of this technique. Even regular shadow clones are currently a bit of a stretch for them. Upon hearing Tatsuma's request, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Very well, let's go with these two techniques." During this period, I'll also make time to personally guide the two of you in practicing them. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Tatsuma immediately bowed respectfully, then gave Minato a subtle hint with his eyes, prompting Minato to belatedly follow suit with a bow. With that, the reporting work was preliminarily completed. Next up were matters concerning the Hidden Rock Village, but decisions on those would have to wait until the village reviewed the data Orochimaru brought back. So, for now, they welcomed a brief period of rest. Since the academy was currently on break, Orochimaru, having nothing else to do, tagged along with Tsunade to visit his disciple at the Senju clan's estate. Minato was also dragged along by Tatsuma's sister. As they entered the Senju clan's estate, a boy in a tight-fitting bodysuit with a watermelon-shaped head came running towards them. Boom! Tsunade instinctively threw a punch and shouted, "What kind of monster is this?" Chapter 111, Memories with a Morning Filter are Unreliable. Cough, cough sister, it's me. Nawaki. Your little brother. Cough, cough. At this moment, Nawaki, who was embedded in the wall, forcefully broke free and fell to the ground. Tsunade glanced at the boy claiming to be her brother. At first glance, she found it a bit strange. She rubbed her eyes and took a second look. Tsunade was left completely stunned. This boy with a melon-shaped head and wearing a tight green suit was supposed to be Nawaki? Not only Tsunade, but even Orochimaru, known for his rare expressions, showed a look of disdain and astonishment. He instinctively took a half-step back, as if trying to avoid something. Orochimaru, with impeccable taste in clothing, not to mention being among the top 3 in Konoha, couldn't comprehend why his disciple would wear such unsightly clothes. And that hairstyle, was he imitating a male stretcher or something? Tatsuma felt a slight discomfort in his eyes. Every time he tried to focus on Nawaki, his eyes resisted, refusing to see this person clearly. Only Minato, still wearing a warm and gentle smile, said, "It's a style just like Brother Dewey's." "Ha, it has to be you, Minato. You recognize this as the design Brother Dewey made for me at a glance. Indeed, the marks left by youth and passion are always the same." Nawaki, with one hand on his hip and the other pointing towards Minato, gave a thumbs up and revealed a mouthful of Konoha's small white teeth. "Is that my Dewey?" Orochimaru muttered, with a gaze filled with murderous intent. He turned to leave, but Tsunade grabbed him, not daring to let Orochimaru in this state go. If he were allowed to leave, tomorrow, no, today, rumors might spread about Orochimaru brutally harming fellow village ninjas. At this moment, a voice emerged not far away, with conspicuous red hair making it easily recognizable. Minato's gaze instantly shifted, and his eyes lit up. Kushina, watching Nawaki still posing, said, "Sister Tsunade, deal with Nawaki. His appearance is affecting my appetite." Tsunade nodded and immediately grabbed Nawaki by the back of his neck, ignoring his struggles and resistance. Holding him, she walked towards the depths of the clan's territory, loudly shouting, "Grandma, aren't you going to do something about Nawaki? How can he face people like this?" Tatsuma poked Minato in the waist with his finger, reminding him not to stare blankly. Then, he quickly caught up, eagerly anticipating a good show. After walking a distance, Tatsuma saw Mito coming out of the house. She nodded with a kind smile at the group. Tsunade, with Nawaki in tow, approached Mito and said, "Grandma, look at Nawaki like this." Mito gently patted Tsunade's hand, indicating for her to let go of Nawaki. Once Tsunade released him, Mito waved her hand, placing Nawaki behind her protective embrace. She then spoke kindly, "Nawaki looks quite lively now, doesn't he? Just like your grandfather when he was a child." Hearing her grandmother compare her brother's current state to their grandfather, Tsunade instinctively shook her head in resistance. In her memory, her grandfather, while not as handsome as her second grandfather, wasn't exactly a dullard either. "Impossible. My grandfather couldn't have had a watermelon head." Seeing her granddaughter's disbelief, Mito didn't continue explaining with words. Instead, she waved her hand, then entered the house. Tsunade followed suit, and Tatsuma, who was eagerly watching the drama, naturally stuck close behind. Inside the house, Mito retrieved a darkened tin box. Upon opening it, a stack of photos appeared. She flipped through them for a while before finally taking out a faded photograph, showing cracks and signs of discoloration. "Here, this is what your grandfather looked like when he was a child." It was also the photo sent before the engagement. Although the photo had faded, the main subject was still discernible, a boy who bore a strong resemblance to Nawaki, sporting a watermelon head, striking a pose with a thumbs up, and smiling with his eyes squinted, revealing a mouthful of teeth. How is this possible? Moreover, even if that's my grandfather, he looks only as old as Tatsuma. How could he be of marrying age? Tsunade continued to shake her head, and Mito, looking at the photo, calmly said, "Back then, there weren't many opportunities to take pictures. The photo I sent at that time had been taken over several years." Tatsuma pointed to the faded area that resembled shattered glass, saying, "Why does this photo look like it's been crumpled?" Mito paused at his words, then chuckled. "Back then, I thought Hashirama looked a bit foolish and didn't take me seriously, so I got upset and crumpled it." As she spoke, she took out another photo, a picture of a girl with twin buns, sitting slightly sideways. Her hands were folded on her thighs, and her eyes were fixed on the camera, giving off an air of dignity. The sides of the photo were slightly faded, corresponding precisely to the position where Mito's fingers were when holding the photo. "This is a photo I gave to your grandfather many years ago." Tsunade looked at the young girl in the photo, who was only in her teens. Then, she glanced at Mito's current appearance, feeling a bit sentimental. However, she realized something and asked, "So, Grandma, you didn't like that kind of image of Grandpa, did you?" "Ah," Mito belatedly realized, glancing at Nawaki, who was also looking at the photos. Suddenly, in her mind, Nawaki transformed from the current image to a more naive and innocent version, reminiscent of the youth in her memories. It was the filter of reminiscence, the blessing of the past, giving her an illusion that the changed Nawaki looked surprisingly good. You have a point. The way Nawaki looks now is indeed not very appealing to girls. And his choice of clothing. Orochimaru, with a sinister tone, chimed in. Suddenly realizing that, Nawaki, who had been protected by Mito, had a chill crept into his heart. Gulu Nawaki subconsciously began to step back, one hand covering his head, the other protecting his chest. With a stern expression, he said, "What are you guys? What do you want? Don't come any closer. This is the witness to the youth between Brother Dewey and me. It's the memory of our sweat under the twilight. You guys, don't!" Later on, forced to change back into his old clothes, Nawaki sat disgruntled at the dining table. Muttering phrases like "give me back my youth" and "you've taken away the fruit watered by my blood and sweat," he wore an expression of sorrow. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Tatsuma and Minato, fiercely stating, "Grandma. Sister. Look at Tatsuma and Minato, their hair doesn't look right, it's too long. It must be short. Better yet, completely bald." Tatsuma proudly swayed his bird's nest of hair on his head, saying, "I have naturally curly hair, it only expands, not lengthen." His hair tips still reached between his eyebrows and eyes, but the volume had multiplied several times. It resembled a tuft of windblown grass, and the tips didn't obstruct his line of sight. It was one of the few benefits of having naturally curly hair. Minato also touched his lengthened hair and said, "Bald isn't bad either. On the battlefield, there's no opportunity for a haircut. Being bald can endure longer." Seeing these two unfazed, Nawaki's expression fell again. He stood up, straightened his neck, and said, "Don't think you're great just because you've been on the battlefield. I've been training hard too, maybe I've already caught up with you." Nawaki's thought process left the others somewhat speechless. However, compared to his previous embarrassing remarks, Nawaki now seemed somewhat normal. Tatsuma scrutinized Nawaki from top to bottom. He didn't want to discourage Nawaki, but if he were to compare the progress Nawaki had made in these 3 months with numerical values, it was roughly a twofold improvement. The talent bestowed upon him by growing through battle had provided him with a tremendous boost. Even Minato couldn't keep up with the progress rate of Tatsuma on the battlefield. Of course, the cost was the tragic fate of his left shoulder, even more gruesome. Damn it! What's with that look? Come on! Let's have a spar right now. Seeing Tatsuma's expression, Nawaki was somewhat caught off guard and tried to drag Tatsuma outside. Tsunade's face darkened, and she slammed the table. Bang! Eat! Alright, sister. Nawaki immediately slumped back into his seat, patiently waiting for the meal to be served. After finally finishing their meal, Nawaki was about to invite Tatsuma for a spar again when Tatsuma suddenly remembered Nawaki's life trajectory in the original story. At the age of 12, Nawaki died on the battlefield, which meant it would be next year. Tatsuma looked at Minato and said, "Minato, why don't you spar with Nawaki first? I'd like to review the production of explosive tags." "Sure, Nawaki, let's have a spar, okay?" "Great!" Since both of them had battlefield experience, although Tatsuma was clearly asking for trouble, it didn't matter. Nawaki could pummel Minato first and then deal with Tatsuma. Tatsuma borrowed the study and, using some blank scrolls, created a dozen smaller versions of explosive tags. The reduced power versions involved simplifying the chakra sealing techniques. After finishing the explosive tags, Tatsuma returned to their usual training spot. Nawaki and Minato were engaged in a heated battle, or more accurately, Nawaki was fervently attacking while Minato suppressed the urge to strike, continuously evading and blocking. Tatsuma moved around the field, skillfully setting up explosive tag traps using his proficient techniques. Everyone noticed it except for Nawaki, but no one stopped it, and no one revealed the secret. Especially Orochimaru, who now looked at Tatsuma with even greater satisfaction. He knew that Tatsuma intended to teach Nawaki a lesson. The headstrong Nawaki indeed needed such a lesson. After setting up the traps, Tatsuma exchanged a glance with Minato. Their understanding was enough for Minato to realize that he should use a swift palm thrust to push Nawaki away. Then, Minato pointed at Tatsuma, smiling, and said, "Tatsuma is ready over there. I also want to take a break." Nawaki, panting heavily, nodded at Minato's words. Then, proudly, he said, "Minato, your stamina is lacking. You need to go through some passionate training to endure a prolonged battle like me." Minato, who hadn't even broken a sweat, stood side by side with Nawaki, whose appearance now resembled a drenched chicken. Their words, paired with their current states, created a sense of discord. "Indeed, Nawaki, you truly understand the principle that a man must endure even at a young age." Tatsuma's praise left the others with a speechless expression. Tsunade suspected that Jiraiya might have influenced her disciple during the time he filled in as a teacher, and she began to plan how to hold Jiraiya accountable. Tatsuma, undeterred, continued, "However, you won't even touch my clothes, that's impossible." "Then, give it a try." Tatsuma gestured with his hand provoking him and saying, "Come on, come at me." "Bring it on!" Nawaki charged forward. Bang! Nawaki went flying. Chapter 112, Nawaki's Talent? Bang, bang, bang. Nawaki's figure continuously undulated in the air. When he finally descended with difficulty, he would immediately land on another explosive tag trap. The trigger-activated explosive tag trap would then send him flying again. Watching this scene from a distance, Tsunade couldn't help but open her mouth in disbelief and say, "Is that kid Tatsuma really so deeply immersed in the study of explosive tag traps?" Orochimaru, looking at his disciple floating in the air like a ragdoll, also muttered in surprise, could it be that he learned it from the Uchiha? But the Uchiha? Even Minato Namikaze scratched his head. He had fought alongside Tatsuma for 3 months and knew Tatsuma's proficiency in explosive tag traps was strong, but could it be this powerful? Calculating the direction of the explosion is quite challenging. being able to roughly calculate the direction of the explosion, react in advance to those affected by the blast, and seize the opportunity to launch an attack before the enemy lands is already an advanced technique in using explosive tag traps. However, Nawaki has been flying in the sky for almost half a minute, and there have been over 10 triggered explosive tags. The computational complexity of such a situation. Minato Namikaze even speculated whether Tatsuma intentionally concealed his skills on the battlefield out of consideration for his emotions. However, he quickly shook his head because Tatsuma was someone who understood the overall situation and wouldn't intentionally hide his abilities for that reason. Even Mito, who had broad knowledge and experienced the changes of eras, slightly tightened her grip on Kushina's hand. She could perceive the reduced power of these explosive tags, but with so many bombings. Not to mention the others, even Tatsuma, the instigator, was now bewildered. He had planned to lure Nawaki into these dozen traps and stages. By bombing Nawaki multiple times, he intended to make him wary of explosive tag traps before each dash. But how did Nawaki manage to trigger all of them at once? Boom snap finally, Nawaki triggered the last explosive tag trap. After a high difficulty 1080-degree rotation in the air, he descended like a leek being uprooted, burying his head into the ground. Gulu watching Nawaki's unresponsive movements in the air, Tatsuma doubted whether he had caused trouble for Nawaki. At the same time, he wondered if Nawaki had some kind of special talent that allowed him to effortlessly trigger explosive tags. Ding, stamina +5, wisdom +5, would you like to claim? Seeing no drop of special talents, Tatsuma inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly ran to Nawaki's side and pulled him out with a swift motion. Nawaki, Nawaki, are you okay? Tatsuma patted Nawaki's crooked and darkened face. Suddenly, Nawaki shivered all over, and his eyes gradually regained vitality. I'm fine. Such powerful explosive tag traps. Fortunately, I'm a taijutsu ninja. Let me settle down, and we'll meet at the peak again. Nawaki spoke incoherent words, and Tsunade, who had also approached by now, gave him a thump on the head. Then, she emitted a blue-green chakra light from her hands to heal him. Sensei, is he okay? Apart from a bit of dishevelment, Nawaki's body showed no significant injuries, but Tatsuma still felt a bit worried. If he had really caused any harm to Nawaki, it would be difficult to explain. Tsunade, with a furrowed brow, looked serious at the moment. This made Tatsuma even more nervous, but the reason for Tsunade's frown wasn't because Nawaki was severely injured, it was because he seemed too lightly injured. It was evident that Tatsuma's explosive tags had reduced in power, but even with over a dozen hits, it wasn't something an ordinary genin could endure. Yet, Nawaki, aside from feeling a bit dizzy, seemed to have no injuries. Oh, right, his face was a bit swollen. Besides that, even Tsunade couldn't find any other injuries. Could it be the result of the training these past few months? An idea popped into Tsunade's mind. Nawaki mentioned that he had been training under a ninja named Maidue, whom Tsunade also knew. In the village, it was rare not to know Maidue. However, what made people remember him wasn't his strength, but rather his perceived foolish diligence and hot-blooded foolishness that many spoke of. In addition, Maidue is only a genin. Previously, Tsunade never thought about the progress Nawaki would make by training with Maidue, but now it seems she may have been hasty. He's fine, just a bit confused. After thinking this, Tsunade lifted Nawaki and headed towards his room. Although he didn't suffer any injuries, a rest was still necessary. At this moment, Orochimaru also said to Uzumaki Mito, Mito-sama, I'll take my leave for now. I'll come by when I have time. Okay. Uzumaki Mito waved her hand, and after Orochimaru left, Minato took the opportunity to start chatting with Kushina. Since it was about the happenings on the battlefield, Kushina listened attentively. In an instant, only Tatsuma remained. Fortunately, Mito beckoned to him, and Tatsuma immediately ran over. One reason was that he had just fought someone's grandson, and the other was that he didn't want to stay as an audience. Arriving at the hall where he had previously studied sealing jutsu with Mito, Tatsuma sat down on his own initiative. Mito didn't have the intention of giving a lesson. Instead, she asked, "Do you miss that powerful feeling?" Upon hearing Mito's question, Tatsuma immediately knew she was asking about the Nine-Tails chakra. He remained silent for a moment and then spoke, "If I say I don't miss that powerful feeling, it would be too false. However, the side effects that come with that power are just something I can't accept." Tatsuma spoke the truth. He yearned for that powerful feeling, but he disliked the accompanying side effect like losing his mind. It wasn't just the tragedies that came with the emergence of that power, but also his inability to control it. The feeling of having his mind filled with anger was something he didn't want to experience again. He desired strength, but, more importantly, genuine strength, not various buffs. Upon hearing Tatsuma's words, Mito nodded. As a Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, how could she not understand the burden that came with the Nine-Tails chakra? Moreover, what she gave to Tatsuma was the Nine-Tails chakra processed through her hands. If it were the pure Nine-Tails chakra, Tatsuma would probably find it even more unbearable. While observing Tatsuma's response, Mito utilized the power of the Nine-Tails. Even though she believed in Tatsuma's sincerity and candor, at this moment, she felt a greater sense of reassurance. However, a twinge of regret suddenly arose in Mito's heart. Tatsuma, who had a clear understanding of the Nine-Tails power, was the most suitable person to safeguard this power. Unfortunately, his body lacked the capacity to contain this power. If Tatsuma could maintain his current rate of progress, perhaps there would be a chance by the time he reached adulthood. However, Mito knew she couldn't afford to wait that long. If Mito wanted to survive, she could indeed achieve it. After all, with the vitality of the Uzumaki clan and her mastery of the Uzumaki clan's power, living a few more years was not a challenge. However, by the time she reached that point, she could not guarantee that the power of the Nine-Tails within her wouldn't go berserk. She guarded this power for the village, and the transfer of this power needed to be carried out under her protection. Therefore, she had to pass on this power to someone else while still in control of it. This meant she couldn't wait for the day when Tatsuma grew up, and even if he did, it was only a possibility. Only Kushina, who shares the Uzumaki clan bloodline like her, can grow to that extent in the remaining few years. Mito gently smoothed Tatsuma's temple and pulled down his curled hair. She then shifted the conversation, saying, "It's time for a haircut. Your hair is too long, it doesn't look neat." "Okay. Is there anything else going on recently? If not, come to me for continued sealing jutsu lessons. Lord Third said he would take some time to teach me and Minato ninjutsu, so it might take up some time. Alright, work hard, and come over when you have free time." Tatsuma enjoyed spending time with Mito because she genuinely treated him like a younger family member. It reminded him of the happy moments from his past life. When he felt wronged at school or scolded by his parents at home, he would run to his grandmother's house. His grandmother would use a large cup to make instant noodles that he wasn't allowed to eat at home or cook some pastries for him. Grandma didn't understand many things, such as education, the future, or competition. However, she knew how to make her grandson happy. On the second day back in the village, Tatsuma went early to find Konoha's Tony-sensei. He had 2/3 of his hair cut, but the length didn't seem to change much. After the haircut, Tatsuma planned to go to the Senju clan area. However, just as he turned into an empty street, a figure landed in front of him after taking only a couple of steps. "Tatsuma, long time no see." Looking at the ninja wearing full ANBU attire who lifted his mask, Tatsuma politely smiled and said, "Sakumo-sama, it's been a while. Hokage-sama is waiting for you at the training ground. I'll take you there." "Thank you, Sakumo-sama." At these words, Tatsuma's face showed a hint of excitement. Sakumo reached out and rubbed Tatsuma's head, only to end up with silver hair fragments all over his hand. Sakumo Hatake patted Tatsuma's shoulder, discreetly placing the stray hair back on Tatsuma. He then calmly asked, "My blade must have caused you quite a bit of trouble, I presume? I heard you've been surrounded on the battlefield more than once." Tatsuma quickly shook his head. The reason he was surrounded wasn't solely because of Sakumo's blade, perhaps it played a small part, but the main reason was himself. In the early stages, it was Hoshi targeting him. After dealing with Hoshi, when Sand Ninja witnessed it, they would shout slogans seeking revenge for Hoshi and charge at Tatsuma, sometimes even ignoring Minato and Fugaku, who were on Tatsuma's team. You jest, sir. I should be the one thanking you. Your blade, and the ninjutsu Orochimaru-sama instructed me, have been a great help on the battlefield. That's good to hear. Sakumo didn't delve deeper into the matter. Regardless of whether Tatsuma was targeted because of his blade, Sakumo knew Tatsuma's personality well enough to understand that he wouldn't blame the blade or himself. He decided to show Tatsuma some favor in the future as a gesture of gratitude. The two soon arrived at the third training ground, where Minato was already waiting. Hiruzen had also shed his usual robe and instead opted for a ninja attire reminiscent of the Warring States period. Lord Third. Even though Tatsuma greeted Hiruzen with a salute while the latter had his back turned, Tatsuma knew better than to make any disrespectful gestures. Given Hiruzen's strength, any mischievous behavior would undoubtedly be noticed, not to mention more severe consequence. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and then turned slightly to give them a profile view. He calmly asked, "Do you know what it means to be a ninja?" Fun fact, Nawaki died from an explosive trap while on a mission with Orochimaru. Chapter 113, The Strongest Jinjutsu. Upon hearing Hiruzen's question, Tatsuma decisively fell silent because he knew that it wasn't the leader asking a question, but rather the leader intending to speak about himself. Interpreting the question in this way, it meant Sarutobi Hiruzen's perception of himself as a ninja, rather than what a ninja was as stated in the question. Tatsuma understood this principle, but Minato did not. He immediately began pondering. Then, as Hiruzen took a breath, preparing to embark on a lengthy discourse, Minato interjected, "Jiraiya-sensei once said, a ninja is someone who endures what ordinary people cannot. When I trained with Brother Due before, he also said that a ninja is someone who understands self-restraint. So I believe a ninja is someone who, even when wielding great power, knows where to apply that power, rather than acting recklessly. The power of ninjas should be used for protection, rather than being brave and ruthless, and judging heroes based on their strength. The power of the latter will only make people fear it, and the power of the former will be recognized by others." Tatsuma noticed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression had turned somewhat resentful. He promptly pulled on Minato's sleeve and then spoke, "Our understanding of the essence of being a ninja is still shallow. If possible, Hokage-sama, could you enlighten us on what truly defines a ninja?" Minato, being pulled, felt puzzled at first, but upon hearing the latter part of Tatsuma's statement, he realized what was being implied. Feeling somewhat ashamed, he said, "I apologize, Hokage-sama. It was my narrow definition of a ninja. Being inexperienced, I am unable to answer this question." Minato thought it was because of his incomplete and inaccurate explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened at this point. He was beginning to worry that if Minato continued speaking, he would truly have no words left to say. Fortunately, Tatsuma intervened in time. "This Sakamoto Tatsuma, he looks like a true inheritor of the Will of Fire." After sorting through his thoughts, Hiruzen removed many points that Minato had already mentioned and then spoke up, "Do not underestimate yourselves. Both of you have a profound understanding of what it means to be a ninja. However, there are things that you who have just set foot on this path cannot see, and I, having walked further along the path of the ninja, can only share some insights from a retrospective perspective." After a modest preamble, Hiruzen turned around and said, "Ninjas in the way of the shinobi are inseparable. Or rather, only those who understand their own path of shinobi and walk upon it are worthy of being called ninjas. Among these ninjas, the meaning varies in different eras. Before Konoha became the leading village and established the ninja village system, the duty of ninjas was to defend and develop their own clans. Ninjas from different clans, sharing the same beliefs, would often find themselves trapped in a cycle of conflict in their pursuit of their own paths of shinobi. It is truly regrettable that many outstanding ninjas perished due to the clash of these paths. Later, the appearance of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama-sama, added a new meaning to being a ninja. It meant uniting people with similar aspirations. He set aside past grievances and led the Senju clan to form an alliance with their former enemies, the Uchiha clan. Afterward, the first Hokage-sama enabled many individuals with similar aspirations to cease internal conflicts. He also established a ninja village, where ninjas from different clans could practice their own paths of shinobi while aiding others. As he spoke, Hiruzen's face reflected nostalgia and reverence, and Tatsuma appropriately mirrored the same expression. After a moment of reminiscence, Hiruzen continued, during the reign of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama-sama, he further broke down the barriers among ninja clans, allowing ninja to lead civilians in practicing the path of shinobi together. Konoha ceased to be a collection of clan alliances and instead became a common homeland for individual ninjas. Under his guidance, individuals such as Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and me were discovered and nurtured as ninjas under Tobarama-sensei's new definition of ninjas. With him leading the village, it flourished, evolving from a mere experimental seedling into the towering tree it is today. Although Minato had studied this history before, he still displayed an excited expression. Every time he heard this story, his admiration for the departed second Hokage grew stronger. After recounting the two previous generations of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally shifted the conversation to himself and continued, I inherited the shinobi way of my sensei, the second Hokage, Tobarama-sama. Under his guidance, I had the privilege of becoming the third Hokage. In my eyes, a ninja, as you mentioned, Minato, is someone who protects everyone and earns their recognition. This is the most important lesson my sensei taught me. Where leaves dance, fire thrives endlessly. The flame will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Guiding future generations, safeguarding their growth, this is what a ninja means to me. After finishing his speech, Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the two children, whose enthusiasm had been fully ignited. He reached out to pat their heads, intending to speak, but then noticed an itchiness in his right hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his hand had gathered some silver hair and debris. Without alarming them, he mimicked the same action as Sakumo Hatake did earlier, patting their shoulders, then continued as the future of the village, what you need to do is not only to become the ninjas envisioned by the previous generations but also to inspire those who come after you, to provide a newer and more significant definition to being a ninja. Minato was so excited that he was almost producing bubbles of snot. Even Tatsuma, inexplicably, felt a stir within, marveling at the power of the Will of Fire, one of the most outstanding genjutsu in the ninja world. At this moment, Hiruzen, having completed his duties as Hokage, returned to the main point of this meeting, saying, teaching you ninjutsu is also about passing on the will of the previous generations. I will impart to you the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu that I developed, as well as the first Hokage-sama's Bringer of Darkness Jutsu. This is not only to help you gain the power to protect Konoha but also in the hope that in the future, you will find young people who inherit the will of the previous generations and pass on this skill along with their will. Yes, Hokage-sama, X2 Minato shouted loudly, while Tatsuma appeared more composed. Both of their responses were enough to satisfy Hiruzen. He turned away from them once again, and at the same time, held two shuriken in his right hand. First, let's talk about the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The challenge with this jutsu isn't creating thousands of shuriken clones, but rather how to use these clones effectively. Even if you have many shuriken, if they collide and deviate from their path before hitting the target, it's useless, like this. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen flicked the two shuriken in his hand. They flew in an arc, one to the left and one to the right, resembling a pair of parentheses, heading towards a wooden stake 20 meters away. Clang, but just half a meter before reaching the target, the two shuriken suddenly collided, changing direction and flying past the wooden stake on either side. Sarutobi Hiruzen then said, each shuriken needs to be understood for its purpose, and its trajectory needs to be planned. And it's essential to ensure that it doesn't interfere with other shuriken to be effective. The advantage of the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu lies not in the quantity but in instantly targeting and locking down all possible actions of the opponent. Being able to create 10,000 Shuriken Shadow clones doesn't mean mastering the technique. Being able to create only 2 but making them each perform their role effectively can also be considered mastering the technique. Do you understand? Tatsuma and Minato nodded. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had his back to them, he wore a satisfied smile. He then took out another shuriken and said, "Next, I'll demonstrate this technique for you." The Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu consists of 8 hand seals, ox dog dragon rat dog boar snake tiger. However, the 2 dog seals are not necessary, they're just to maintain the rhythm. So, try to minimize the chakra used in these 2 seals. The technique is divided into 3 layers: sensory shuriken, replication shuriken, and attraction shuriken. The 2 dog seals are there to better connect the rhythm and facilitate changes in hand seals, like this. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen flicked the shuriken and quickly formed hand seals. As he completed the seals, dozens of small smoke clouds appeared in the air. Shuriken shadow clones burst out of each smoke cloud, rushing towards the target. Tack, tack, tack on the tree stump, dozens of shuriken were nailed, forming the character, Nin, meaning ninja. Hiruzen smiled proudly, then dispersed his chakra, causing the shuriken shadow clones to instantly vanish into smoke. Amazing! Minato exclaimed sincerely, while Tatsuma was also astonished by Hiruzen's precise control over chakra and ninjutsu. It seems like he's a true ninjutsu professor. If it were them, let alone controlling ninjutsu, they might not even be able to flick shuriken as finely as Hiruzen does. Hiruzen's smile grew even more pronounced. He spoke with a smile. Today, you will practice this ninjutsu. Remember, don't pursue quantity but focus on improving your control over your ninjutsu. Even if you can only control 1 shuriken at the beginning, that's still remarkable progress. If you have any questions later on, you can ask Sakumo. I won't be able to accompany you in training anymore, there are many matters I need to attend to. Thank you for your hard work, Hokage-sama. X2 Tatsuma and Minato nodded in unison, respectfully saluting as they watched Hiruzen leave. Once he was a bit farther away, Sakumo suddenly appeared behind them and said, "You can arrange the positions of the Shuriken Shadow clones through the sensory of the first Shuriken. Now, practice well. I'll come to check your progress at noon." After giving this small tip, Sakumo Hatake disappeared hastily before the 2 could thank him. Tatsuma scratched his head, feeling like Sakumo Hatake was skipping work rather than handling something important. While Tatsuma pondered, Minato had already secretly unrolled the scroll. He threw a shuriken, completed the hand seals, and a smoke cloud appeared in the air, but the Shuriken Shadow clone failed to form. "It seems it's not as simple as we thought," Minato murmured, bringing Tatsuma's thoughts back. He looked at Minato, who had rolled up the scroll, and rolled up his own sleeves, saying, "Impressive, Minato. You've already mastered such a difficult ninjutsu so well." Upon hearing Tatsuma's words, Minato, who had been lost in thought, suddenly jolted. Both his body and mind instinctively became active. Tatsuma continued, "Let's have a competition to see who can master this ninjutsu faster." "All right. This time, I won't lose." Chapter 114, Babies Left and Right. Ding, ninjutsu plus 10, wisdom plus 10, would you like to claim? Claim! 3 days later, Tatsuma looked at Minato, who had a helpless smile on his face as he lightly scratched his temple with his fingers, and said with a smile, "Minato, you're just a little bit away from success, but I'm still more eager for victory this time." Minato still lost, and he lost twice. The first time was to see who could learn the Shuriken Shadow clone first. Minato had a significant advantage in the early stages, but he lost due to insufficient chakra. Although Tatsuma's chakra was not much greater, after months on the battlefield, Tatsuma had been enhancing his physical abilities and constantly fighting with taijutsu. Growing through battle had greatly improved his physique. As a result, the chakra gap that Minato had already surpassed was once again caught up by Tatsuma, and he surpassed Minato again. With more chakra, Tatsuma successfully created Shadow download app clones faster than Minato through more practice sessions within the same amount of time. If it were in the past, the match might have ended there, but now Minato's competitiveness had also been gradually cultivated by Tatsuma. Therefore, they agreed on another match along the way, which was to see who could first control 10 Shuriken Shadow clones to win. This time, Minato lost thoroughly. Despite Tatsuma's eloquent words, Minato could only control 3 Shuriken Shadow clones now, anymore, and he couldn't control them precisely. On the other hand, with the talent in 100% ninja tool throwing he obtained from Minato, Tatsuma, after a few tries, could control the Shuriken Shadow clones well. 10 clones were far from his limit. The chakra consumption to create a Shuriken Shadow clone was much less than creating a regular Shadow clone, and facing ordinary enemies, dozens of Shuriken could be very effective. This jutsu could become Tatsuma's regular ninjutsu. According to Tatsuma's estimation, with his current chakra, he could create more than 300 Shuriken Shadow clones, or even form a wave of firepower suppression. This is also an important reason why Tatsuma chose this ninjutsu, because he foresaw that he wouldn't need to invest too much time in practicing it to become proficient, allowing him to enrich his combat skills in a short time. Moreover, the upper limit of this jutsu is not low. It has 3 advanced directions. The first is the technique used by Sarutobi Hiruzen, combining with the giant shuriken, creating a large number of giant shurikens that can directly kill opponents by stabbing or smashing. The second is the technique developed by Minato, attaching chakra to the shuriken, such as the laser rain he used in the battle against Anrokuzen from the Lost Tower movie, enhancing the killing power of each shuriken. The third is to combine with shuriken manipulation, controlling hundreds of shurikens to achieve flexible directional changes. Tatsuma remembers Sasuke using this technique. Furthermore, these 3 advanced directions are not independent but can complement each other. For example, Sasuke combines the second and third advanced techniques, attaching lightning release chakra to the shurikens and then using shuriken manipulation for traction. The first advanced direction is not very suitable for Tatsuma at the moment, as the combination of giant shuriken jutsu and shuriken shadow clone jutsu consumes too much chakra, and Tatsuma doesn't know how to use giant shuriken jutsu yet. However, Tatsuma plans to delve into the latter too. Perhaps he cannot achieve Minato's laser rain right now, but he can still manage to attach wind release chakra to several shurikens. After learning the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, Tatsuma did not immediately start learning the Bringer of Darkness Jutsu. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't always available, and as for Sakamoto Tatsuma, he barely appeared a few times. But Tatsuma remembered each of Sakamoto's appearances and departures quite clearly because Sakamoto Tatsuma's demeanor was peculiar. He looked anxious when leaving and cheerful upon appearing. Calculating the time, Tatsuma had a rough idea of the reason. At the latest, by the end of this year, he and Minato, along with their respective sensei, would have to return the favor. Tatsuma wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he began guiding Minato's training, using Minato's experiences to instruct him. This accelerated Minato's learning progress significantly, and within 2 days, he reached the level of controlling 10 Shuriken Shadow clones simultaneously. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen still had no time available, so the two resumed their morning training sessions with Nawaki and Kushina. In the morning, they followed Uzumaki Mito to learn sealing jutsu, and in the afternoon and evening, they trained on their own. Ding 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 in the training ground, shurikens flew, constantly clashing, then disappearing into thin air. After another round of Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu sparring, Minato raised his hand. With the tacit understanding between Tatsuma and Minato, Tatsuma instantly understood that Minato intended to rest due to lack of chakra after a short break. Maidue, who was doing handstand laps with Nawaki, finished today's 50 laps of training. Before starting the next training session, the two were stretching their waist and legs. Recently, Tsunade and Orochimaru had been very busy, seemingly due to matters concerning the Hidden Rock Village. This gave Nawaki the opportunity to train with Maidue again. But now Nawaki had also become a bit smarter. He always brought 2 sets of clothes when going out, one regular set and one green tight-fitting suit. Every day, he would wear regular clothes to follow Tatsuma and Minato to the training ground, change into the tight-fitting suit to train with my Due, and then change back into his own clothes before going home. According to him, compromise was also necessary in youth. Tatsuma looked at Due and suddenly felt something was amiss because Dewey's smile was too bright. Although Due usually boasted about his admiration for Konoha's white fang, he was somewhat restrained. However, recently, his smile seemed a bit reckless. Moreover, this smile looked particularly familiar, just like the radiant expression of Sakamoto. Tatsuma suddenly remembered that in the original work, Guy was supposed to be born on January 1st next year. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, the current Guy was still in the embryonic stage. Tatsuma suddenly asked curiously, "Brother Due, do you have children?" Upon hearing this, Due, who was stretching his legs, suddenly did a split, his face turning red. He looked around, his gaze unfocused, and with slightly unclear speech, he said, "How did you know?" "What? Brother Due, you're pregnant?" Nawaki, who was stretching his legs, suddenly jumped up. His words caught all three off guard, especially Tatsuma, who laughed uncontrollably, bending forward and backward. Even Minato, who usually maintained composure, couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, Nawaki realized he misspoke and his face turned red. He quickly shook his head and explained, No, I mean, Brother Due, your wife is pregnant?" "Ah! I mean, your partner. When did you get a wife, Brother Due?" "How come I didn't know?" Nawaki asked anxiously, his wording somewhat impolite, but Due didn't mind. After all, youth is about trial and error. He scratched his head, a bit shyly saying, "I haven't gotten married yet. I'm saving up money to buy a house, and then I'll have the wedding." As a genin, especially one from the lower ranks, Dewey's income was quite limited. The village didn't assign him many high-paying missions, and the most frequent task he had was catching cats, earning him the title of cat-catching expert bestowed upon him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, cats weren't always available to catch, and sometimes, if you accidentally got scratched or bitten by a cat, you had to spend money on hospital visits for vaccinations. So over the years, Due hadn't saved much money. Tatsuma pursed his lips, his carefree smile fading. However, he couldn't solve Dewey's current practical issues either. After all, he didn't have money either. He had traded all his battle achievements for ninjutsu. Moreover, knowing Dewey's personality, even if Tatsuma had money to give him, he would definitely refuse it. Sensing the sudden heaviness in the atmosphere, Tatsuma changed the subject, asking, "Brother Due, is your wife the Shoko's sister who used to go shopping with you?" Due nodded shyly. Tatsuma, curious, asked again, "When did you two get together?" "Last time I left, you two were still." Well. Due hesitated for a while before finally gathering the courage to say, "It was the night you left for deployment. She was worried that I wouldn't be able to go to the battlefield to serve the village and would be devastated, so she came to comfort me." "One shot, one kill?" The term flashed through Tatsuma's mind. After all, when he set out with the team, it was mid-March, and Guy's birthday was on January 1st of the next year. Even if it wasn't a one-shot, one-kill, it must have been around those days, right? "What are you guys talking about?" Just then, a white-haired figure appeared among them. It was Sakamoto. Tatsuma didn't conceal anything and said, "We're discussing someone who can't go to the battlefield, so they're making babies to play with in the village." The others didn't react particularly, but Sakamoto's face instantly turned crimson, steam seeming to rise from his ears. Extremely embarrassed, he asked, "How did you know?" Huh. 4 people, 3 reactions. Nawaki and Due hadn't quite caught on, looking puzzled. Minato seemed to have figured something out, his expression a mix of confusion and surprise. Tatsuma, however, realized immediately Sakamoto must have thought they were talking about him. Seeing the varied reactions of the group, Sakamoto quickly composed himself and asked, Who are you talking about not being able to go to the battlefield and making babies to play with in the village? Nawaki pointed to Due, who also gestured to himself. Minato didn't raise his hand, while Tatsuma pointed to both Due and Sakumo, saying, originally, it was Brother Due, but now you're also part of our discussion topic. Hee, Sakumo-sama, it seems you haven't gotten married yet, right? Tut tut tut. Seeing the somewhat punchable smirk on Tatsuma's face, Sakumo covered his face, knowing his image was ruined. It was unfortunate that Konoha's white fang, Sakumo, had led such a spotless life, yet he had been caught in such a situation. Finally, Minato couldn't bear it anymore. He cleared his throat and changed the subject, asking, Sakumo-sama, did you come to see us for something? Sakumo nodded quickly, saying, that's right. I came to inform you that Third's promise to teach you both the Bringer of Darkness Jutsu might be delayed. Alright, since Hokage-sama can't free up time. Tatsuma no longer dwelled on the previous topic. Sakumo nodded again and said, Third has been busy lately. Jiraiya discovered traces of Iwane activity at the border of the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth. There have also been unexpected incidents in the Wind Country. Danzo-sama's forces clashed with the Sand Ninja near the border of the Land of Rain, accidentally entering the Land of Rain. Now, the Land of Rain is demanding accountability for this. Third needs to handle all of these matters, so he won't have much free time in the coming days. As Sakumo spoke, a worried expression appeared on his face. Sitting cross-legged, he continued, the situation is quite dire now. Third must be troubled. Even when Biwako-sama went for her prenatal checkup at the hospital, she went alone. Third didn't have time to accompany her. Cough. Tatsuma quickly coughed and then said, Sakumo-sama, perhaps it's not suitable to discuss these matters? Haha, that's right. After working in ANBU for so long, when I finally meet someone to talk to, I can't seem to stop. Sakumo scratched his head, while Due, at this moment, raised his melon-shaped head and asked in confusion, ANBU? Ah! I slipped up again. Chapter 115, Sometimes people don't know how to vent. I have to go. To prevent himself from saying anything else, Sakumo jumped up from the ground, intending to slip away. After taking a few steps, he seemed to remember something and turned back to Tatsuma, saying, Oh, Tatsuma, Third said that if you promise to visit someone else's house, you shouldn't keep them waiting too long. It's impolite. Upon hearing this, Tatsuma nodded, his smile completely disappearing, replaced by a look of distress and sadness. He understood what Sakumo was saying. That was about his promise to visit Sento at the Hyuga clan. It was something Itsuki had mentioned during their conversation, but Tatsuma hadn't expected Hiruzen to know about it as well. Whether it was Third's extraordinary means of surveillance on the front lines or if his conversation with Itsuki was also part of the village's deliberations, the latter was more probable. Actually, during these days back in the village, he had also considered going to the Hyuga clan to find Sento, but he didn't know how to approach it or what to discuss once there. So the plan was put on hold. He had originally thought that when Itsuki returned from the front lines, he would visit Itsuki first, and then casually go see Sento. It would seem more natural that way. But since Hiruzen had urged him, Tatsuma sighed and then said to Minato, Minato, I won't accompany you for training tomorrow. Okay, I understand. Minato nodded, not asking why or where Tatsuma intended to visit. Due, still pondering what ANBU was pulled away by Nawaki for training. Due, unable to figure out ANBU, simply stopped thinking about it and continued to pour his youthful energy into training. However, he still remembered that there was a ninja organization called ANBU, a department even strong individuals like Sakumo-sama served in. He might not have the chance in his lifetime, but his child, still in his mother's womb, must be trained to enter ANBU in the future, so as not to waste youth. It has to be said, Nawaki truly stands out. Despite the intense training regimen of Due, which even Tatsuma and Minato find challenging to complete, Nawaki can keep up effortlessly. Though he struggles to hold chopsticks at mealtime after each day of training, the next day he's full of energy, ready to sweat it out with Brother Due, day after day. The next day, after learning sealing jutsu with Mito, Tatsuma returned home, changed into inconspicuous clothing, and headed to the Hyuga clan's residence. As soon as he arrived at the door, Tatsuma couldn't shake the feeling of being scrutinized, even though he knew the surrounding Hyuga ninja weren't giving him the side eye. It just didn't feel secure. After stating his purpose, Tatsuma was led to Sento's residence. Before even stepping inside, Tatsuma could hear the sounds of training emanating from within. "Young Master Sento is inside, feel free to go in." After the Hyuga ninja who brought Tatsuma here said this, he turned and left. Tatsuma noticed his expression was subtle, showing both pity and a hint of jealousy. Knock, knock, knock. Tatsuma tapped on the door, unsure if he was doing it right. After all, he had never knocked on such a large door before. "Come in." The training sounds inside ceased, and Sento's voice came through. Tatsuma pushed the door open at the invitation and saw Sento, drenched in sweat, standing by the flowing water in the courtyard, washing his hands, which were red and bleeding. "Sento, long time no see." Tatsuma greeted him proactively, and Sento nodded, saying, "Indeed, it's been a while. You've become a ninja and even joined the front lines." As he spoke, Sento paused, and Tatsuma knew he must have remembered his father again. Tatsuma approached Sento and said, "I'm sorry." "There's no need," Sento replied. Sento awkwardly stepped back from Tatsuma half a step, then said, "Everyone keeps telling me I'm sorry, but I don't know what they're apologizing for. It's clearly not their fault. I don't even know them." As he spoke, Sento's tone suddenly became agitated, his fists involuntarily clenched, and the wounds on his hands once again oozed blood. Tatsuma didn't know what to say, so he just stood there. After a while, Sento let out a sigh, loosening his clenched hands and turning to look at Tatsuma. He said, "I shouldn't have said that. The clan leader told me that it was you who risked your life to bring out the information about my father and uncle. Without you, my father would have died in vain, and my uncle's eyes would have become trophies for the enemy. I must have been a despicable person. I used to blame you for not rescuing my father and uncle, letting them be killed by the Saiyan ninja. I should be the one apologizing." Looking at Sento, Tatsuma felt a bit choked up. He realized that Sento had no idea what had really happened at the time. What he knew was just like what Tsunade had told Tatsuma back then: Hyuga Miyako died at the hands of the Saiyan ninja, which was the only answer. And he, Tatsuma, was someone who prevented the Byakugan from falling into the wrong hands and brought out the intelligence. A hero? While outsiders knew the truth, Sento, the true victim's family member who was qualified to know the truth, could only, like most people, see the truth that had been tampered with. "Did you also consider graduating early before?" Unable to come up with a topic, Tatsuma forcibly brought up a conversation. Upon hearing this, Sento nodded and said, "I applied at the end of the semester too, but it was rejected. They said I hadn't met the graduation requirements yet." Tatsuma smiled and said, "As a member who graduated early, I do have some understanding of the criteria for early graduation. Can I assess it for you?" Sento understood Tatsuma's intention. It was to have a fight. His tense expression relaxed slightly, and he nodded vigorously, saying, "Then I'll seek your guidance." After speaking, Sento stepped back repeatedly, creating distance between them. With his right hand still stained with blood, he formed the seal of confrontation. Unsightly veins appeared around his Byakugan, which was locked onto Tatsuma. "Speaking of which, we've never truly sparred before. Last time, you couldn't fully utilize the Byakugan. With your talent, you must have mastered its use by now, right?" Tatsuma said, raising his right hand and also forming the seal of confrontation. His chakra surged within him, part of it flowing to his legs, ready to activate his muscles at any moment. Another part served as a guide, refining the hidden energy within him. Tatsuma had a rough idea of Sento's skill level, but he intended to show Sento the utmost respect. With his Byakugan activated, Sento naturally observed the rapid flow of chakra within Tatsuma's body. He nodded and said, Sakamoto Tatsuma, let me see how strong the most outstanding peer is. Tatsuma felt like Sento had caught his enthusiasm, but he had no reason to refuse. He smiled, and in that moment, Sento strode toward Tatsuma. In the nearby house, a female Byakugan ninja emerged from a room and sat quietly on the veranda, observing the two in the courtyard. Sento approached Tatsuma, his hand aiming like a dagger at the pressure points on Tatsuma's chest. Tatsuma's right hand, forming the seal of confrontation, deflected Sento's attack, and Sento, in turn, spun around, whipping his hand, while Tatsuma swiftly followed up with an elbow lock. Boom! Their chakra-infused hands clashed, creating a shockwave that rustled their clothes loudly. Your progress is indeed remarkable. Is this the level suitable for the battlefield? Sento took a step back, shaking his hand to dispel the numbness. He looked at Tatsuma with a serious expression, but Tatsuma shook his head and said, "No, it's now." In the moment his words fell, Tatsuma vanished from Sento's sight. Even with his Byakugan activated, Sento momentarily lost sight of Tatsuma. It wasn't that Sento's speed couldn't keep up with Tatsuma, it was that Sento's reaction couldn't. By the time he finally saw Tatsuma, Tatsuma had already appeared beside him, smoothly shifting his body weight and aiming a blow towards Sento's face. Splurt! There was no evenly matched scene. Sento was sent flying directly into the air, saliva spraying as he went. Before he landed, Tatsuma's voice echoed in his ears. If that's all you've got, maybe you shouldn't graduate. Damn it! Sento gritted his teeth, ready to counterattack, but before he could regain his balance, he felt his wrist being grabbed. Tatsuma held Sento's wrist, effortlessly manipulating him like a puppet, moving him according to his will. The Hyuga Kunoichi observing from the veranda was also surprised by the scene unfolding before her. This kind of taijutsu, manipulating pressure points and joints, should be mastered by their Hyuga clan. However, Tatsuma, someone who didn't even possess the Byakugan, was using such techniques to control Sento, who had unlimited access to the Byakugan. It was truly astonishing. Bang, bang, bang! Next was Tatsuma's relentless onslaught. Even with the Byakugan activated, Sento not only couldn't anticipate Tatsuma's moves to counterattack but also couldn't break free from Tatsuma's constant control of the rhythm. Sento grew increasingly desperate, his face turning red with urgency. As his injuries mounted and the pain continued to stimulate his brain, his Byakugan even seemed to evolve towards the direction of the Sharingan. Stop! Please stop! Finally, Sento admitted defeat. But Tatsuma, not hearing the system's announcement, knew that Sento still harbored feelings of dissatisfaction. His punches and strikes continued to rain down on Sento, the accumulating pain gradually clouding Sento's consciousness. Wow! After another strike from Tatsuma landed on Sento's cheek, Sento couldn't hold back his tears, and Tatsuma finally heard the system's announcement as he wished. Ding, stamina +5, speed +5, strength +3, would you like to claim? Claim. With a thought in his mind, Tatsuma looked at Sento, whose head had swollen like someone from the Akimichi clan, and said, "The battlefield will only be crueler than me. Your determination is still lacking." Wah! Sento cried even louder, reminiscent of Kushina, who had her graduation path blocked by Tatsuma and Minato years ago. Their situations and feelings were probably very similar. As someone who isolates himself, it's difficult for you to grow into the person you imagine. If you're willing, you can come to the third training ground to train with me and Minato during this time. I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. After Tatsuma finished speaking, he intended to leave, but the Hyuga Kunoichi who had been watching suddenly spoke up, saying, "Sakamoto-san, please wait." Chapter 116, Famous Training Camp. Upon hearing the words of the female ninja, Tatsuma's expression showed some confusion. He had never seen this female ninja before and didn't know who she was. As two strangers, he wondered what they had to talk about. This wasn't like the world of the previous life, where if you hit it off with someone, you could ask for their contact information. Besides, even in the previous life, they were not of the same age. Tatsuma was only 9 years old this year, while this female ninja looked to be around 30. However, Tatsuma quickly guessed that perhaps this female ninja was the one Hyuga Itsuki had mentioned, who had always loved Hyuga Miyako. Thinking of this, Tatsuma walked towards the female ninja, approaching her, and after bowing, he asked, "May I ask what business Miss has with me?" "You can call me Aunt Fuzi, I'm considered a member of the Sento family." Hyuga Fuzi stood up and walked towards the house. Tatsuma followed her inside. It was a tea room, and Fuzi calmly began to boil water and prepare tea. After living in this world for several years, Tatsuma had never experienced such a slow-paced life, especially after months on the battlefield, making it difficult for him to adapt to this leisurely lifestyle. For quite some time, Fuzi watched Tatsuma take a sip of tea before slowly speaking. "Sento has now become a member of the main family, but his heart is sadder than anyone else's. And there are some unfavorable opinions within the clan, saying that he must be secretly rejoicing because of Miyako's death. After all, he no longer needs to bear the caged bird seal." "Do you know what the caged bird seal is?" Tatsuma nodded. Seeing that Tatsuma understood, Fuzi also nodded gently, skipping the explanation, and continued, "That child lost his father and his uncle, who also cherished him, yet he is being criticized for supposedly rejoicing over it. In the eyes of the branch family members, the status of the main family may seem lofty, or perhaps enviable, and they might indeed be happy. But for Sento, he has merely moved from one cage to another. The so-called main family is just as obliged to be close to the clan leader and the heir, always prepared to sacrifice for the family's sake. The branch families, marked with the caged bird seal, protect the main family, while the main family without the seal still must safeguard the clan leader and their successor. But aren't these clan leaders and their heirs, surrounded and restricted, also caged birds?" As an outsider, Tatsuma didn't know what to say. He could only awkwardly sip his tea, feeling that meddling in family affairs was already challenging, let alone as a mere passerby. Fuzi seemed to realize she had veered off topic. After serving Tatsuma some tea, she said, "Thank you for your suggestion today. Perhaps leaving this clan territory, Sento can find temporary peace. If possible, please become friends with Sento." "Sure, I will," Tatsuma nodded, lifting his teacup once again. He didn't know what else to say. His current situation felt as awkward as when an elementary school student is approached by a classmate's mom saying, "My child is a bit shy, could you play with them more?" Fuzi noticed Tatsuma's restlessness and realized something. She spoke up, saying, "Sento can now also learn various taijutsu techniques from the Hyuga clan. If you can learn something while training with Sento, don't hesitate. While the Hyuga clan values its traditions, it doesn't prohibit others from using our gentle fist technique." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma's spirits lifted instantly. He finally understood why Itsuki and Hiruzen both emphasized his visit to the Hyuga clan. Visiting Sento wasn't the key was that the Hyuga clan was giving him a pass, one that allowed him to learn and use the Hyuga 8 trigrams gentle fist technique. Although the Hyuga's 8 trigrams gentle fist technique is most effective when combined with the Byakugan, Tatsuma's deep understanding of human anatomy from studying medical ninjutsu under Tsunade might compensate for the lack of pinpoint accuracy achievable by Hyuga ninja with the Byakugan. Perhaps he couldn't achieve the precision of the Hyuga ninja's acupoint strikes under the Byakugan's influence, but some techniques of the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams gentle fist could complement his somewhat amateurish Tai Chi movements. Furthermore, since Fuzi, representing the Hyuga clan, said such words, it implies that in their future joint training sessions, Sento will also teach Tatsuma the Hyuga's gentle fist technique. For the Hyuga clan, this is a repayment of gratitude. For Tatsuma, it's a gain. Moreover, merely learning the Hyuga's 8 trigrams gentle fist won't shake the Hyuga clan's position. After all, not everyone can discern the human body's acupoints and the effects of striking each point. Plus, without the cooperation of the Byakugan, the 8 trigrams gentle fist cannot unleash its full power. "Thank you," Tatsuma said solemnly. Fuzi, seeing Tatsuma instantly grasping the Hyuga clan's intentions, nodded in admiration, remarking that he was indeed a clever child. Fuzi continued, "Next, I will instruct Sento in more gentle fist techniques. I hope you can help Sento become more familiar during the training. I won't disturb you any longer. Sento will come to you tomorrow. I won't bother you any longer." "Thank you, Aunt Fuzi," Tatsuma said as he left the Hyuga clan. He continued to ponder the gains of this visit. Although the Hyuga clan's gesture might not cause much harm to themselves, it was still a significant decision, breaking new ground. And perhaps, this wasn't just the Hyuga clan's idea alone. Maybe the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had also played a role in it. Could it be compensation for me? Suddenly, an idea popped into Tatsuma's mind. Being Tsunade's disciple, he was destined not to learn much from her. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade knew this, as did Tatsuma himself. There was no reason why Hiruzen wouldn't know. If Tatsuma could grow, it would benefit Tsunade, his sensei, in terms of reputation and practical skills. As Tsunade's sensei, Hiruzen would undoubtedly understand this. It would be entirely reasonable for Hiruzen to strive for some benefits for his disciple Tsunade and his grand disciple Tatsuma when the opportunity arose. Although not certain yet, Tatsuma felt he had a rough idea. He hoped his speculation was correct because there was still so much he needed to learn. Such compensation would be most welcome. After leaving the Hyuga clan territory, it wasn't late yet. Tatsuma returned to the third training ground, where Minato and Nawaki were still training. However, Due was absent today. Whether he was on a mission or with his child's mother, Tatsuma didn't know. Tatsuma told the two about Sento joining them for training next time. With Minato's sunny disposition, he naturally didn't refuse. Nawaki, upon hearing it involved the Hyuga clan, eagerly declared he wanted to compete with Hyuga clan ninjas to see who was the most youthful and passionate taijutsu ninja, wishing Sento would appear today. The next afternoon, with his face still somewhat swollen, Sento arrived at the third training ground as promised. Seeing Tatsuma, who had made him cry yesterday, the gentle smiling Minato, and the curious Nawaki, he suppressed his embarrassment and said, "Please let me train with you guys from now on, Tatsuma, Minato, and Nawaki-senpai. Welcome." Minato clenched his fist and gave Sento an encouraging look, while Nawaki brought out a carefully prepared gift and said, "Sento, put on this taijutsu training outfit and let's strive together for our youth." "Huh?" Seeing the green tight-fitting outfit in Nawaki's hand, Sento's face showed resistance. He hadn't heard that coming here for training meant he had to wear such an embarrassing and ugly outfit. And, clearly, Tatsuma and Minato weren't wearing it. Minato wanted to smooth things over, but Tatsuma stopped him. Tatsuma was particularly curious about how Sento would react to this situation. After all, determination was also an important quality. As he looked at the tight-fitting outfit Nawaki handed him, Sento felt so embarrassed he wished he could leave on the spot. Thankfully, he was from the Hyuga clan. If he were from the Uchiha clan, his eyes might have developed a couple of extra tomo just from the embarrassment. However, after a brief hesitation, Sento still put on the outfit representing youth. Since he had already decided to become stronger at all costs, wearing embarrassing clothes was something he could accept. Wow! Truly brimming with youthful energy. Seeing the verdant Sento, Nawaki gave a thumbs up, his mouth had a toothy grin, and said, "Next, let's warm up by running 50 laps around the training ground. If you can't do it, then do 1,000 weighted squats." "Yes, Nawaki-senpai." Sento bowed his head and followed Nawaki's lead. Minato then looked at Tatsuma, who, proficiently, spoke up, "You're remarkable, Minato, always so enthusiastic and diligent. Let's see who can complete the 50 laps warm-up faster." "Agreed." Minato nodded decisively. Immediately, a yellow and a white blur dashed out, surpassing Nawaki and Sento, who had started early. Seeing Minato and Tatsuma's incredible speed, they gritted their teeth and chased after them. Although they were still left behind in the end and even lapped, with one lap after another, just as their warm-up was halfway done, Tatsuma and Minato finished theirs and began their sparring. Watching the seamless integration of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ninja tool throwing by the two, Sento also saw the direction of his struggle. He wanted to catch up with these two and stand on the battlefield, reclaiming the glory of his father and uncle. After Sento joined, the small training camp organized by Tatsuma and Minato gained some reputation. In the following days, their classmate, Uchiha Tenko, came to challenge Tatsuma and Minato under the guise of vengeance. After several defeats, he silently joined the training camp. Following him were the Inoshikacho trio, although they were dragged there by their parents. Just like during the holiday training before Tatsuma's graduation, their parents didn't allow their children to slack off while others were training hard. However, for the Inoshikacho trio, it just meant lounging in a different place. Later, even Inazuka Tsum, who was walking her dog, and some insect users searching for new bug species joined. Eventually, almost half of their classmates joined Tatsuma and Minato's organized training camp during the holidays. What an impressive cohesion. They're the kind of people who make those around them better. As the vacation of the academy students was coming to an end, Hiruzen, who had been busy with official duties, finally found time to visit the training ground. He had originally planned to assess the training outcomes of the two and teach them the promised bringer of darkness jutsu. However, he was met with such a scene. Behind him, Tsunade and the others also showed satisfied smiles. Jiraiya, who had just returned to the village and hadn't had a chance to meet his disciple yet, saw the scene, and the weariness on his face diminished. Hiruzen turned around. It wasn't suitable for him to reveal himself now. He would wait until after the others started school to find time to teach the two. Hiruzen looked at his three disciples and said, "You should go back and rest as well. After that, delve deeper into the Land of Rain to investigate the movements of the IWA ninjas. You're doing great work. Danzo's actions have been too aggressive and have already caused dissatisfaction in the Land of Rain. Be extra careful for your safety. Make sure your safety comes first, and seek support promptly when needed." But won't that make Hanzo completely angry? Orochimaru expressed some concern. After all, based on the information Jiraiya had investigated, there were no fewer than 1,000 ninjas sent by IWA ninjas who had already infiltrated the Land of Rain. Once they encountered them, even if Konoha wanted to support the three, the number of people dispatched wouldn't be small. With such a large-scale march and even conflict within the Land of Rain's territory, Hanzo, as the leader of the Rain Ninja, could not possibly tolerate it. At that time, Hanzo would do more than just issuing warnings and reprimands as he does now. Hiruzen sighed and said, "To warn the Land of Earth, we may have to offend the Land of Rain if necessary. Moreover, Hanzo's participation in the conflict can also help us resist the IWA ninjas and even deter them from joining the battle." "I understand, Sensei." Orochimaru also nodded. Hiruzen waved his hand and said, "Of course, it's best to avoid conflict. If we can collect enough clues without being detected, then as long as we hand them over to the Land of Rain, Hanzo will take care of the rest." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru nodded again, pondering in his mind how they should proceed so that Konoha's consumption would be minimized. Chapter 117, Helping a Brother. "Due, how did you get new scars on your face again? Are cats that fierce? Can even a mighty ninja get scratched?" As soon as Due stepped into the tricolor dango shop, laughter erupted inside. Ignoring it, Due simply wiped away the scratches and specks of dirt left by the cat on his face and said to the counter, "I'll have 2 skewers of tricolor dango, 1 serving of plum daifuku, please pack them." The girl at the counter nodded and started packing food for Due. However, the other customers around seemed somewhat displeased. Someone jeered, "As a ninja, you're only ordering this little? Are your pockets running out of money? Even us ordinary folks aren't as poor as you, right?" Someone else chimed in from the side, "Exactly. Dewey's poverty isn't because he's a ninja, but because of his refusal to abandon his genin's pride and unwillingness to solve his own problems through labor. As I see it, he should take off his ninja headband and work honestly, doing meaningful work every day instead of useless training. It's better than delivering goods by cart." Listening to the discussions around him, Dewey buried his head deeply, a forced smile on his face, not daring to show any displeasure to those around him. "Brother Dewey, don't mind them. I've added some extra plum sauce for you to take back to Sister Shoko." Although the girl at the counter looked angry, as an employee, she couldn't show her temper to the customers, so she could only pick larger dango for Dewey and give him more sauce. Outside the tricolor dango shop, Uchiha Tenko, who had finished his training and brought 2 enemies to buy his favorite food, was furious when he saw the situation inside the shop. He even wanted to rush in and teach the others a lesson. But Tatsuma and Minato each held one of Tenko's shoulders, and Tatsuma whispered in Tenko's ear, "Once you cause trouble, they won't dare to pursue you, being an Uchiha, but they'll hold a grudge against Brother Dewey. What should we do? Just stand by and watch them insult Brother Dewey?" Tenko looked resentful, and Tatsuma, seeing Dewey already holding his takeaway box, was about to turn around. He pulled Tenko, and with a body flicker, they disappeared. Dewey felt like there were a few familiar figures outside the door, but when he snapped out of it, he realized they were just passers-by. For some reason, he felt relieved. Thankfully, no acquaintances saw me in this embarrassing situation, or else they would surely question if I haven't fulfilled enough of my youth's ideals, right? Dewey thought as he walked towards home, planning to spend quality time with his wife tonight. Tomorrow being the last day of the academy vacation, he planned to visit the training ground and see those spirited young ninjas. After Dewey had left the street, Tatsuma and the others emerged from an alley. Tatsuma pondered for a moment and said, "The mindset of these villagers can't be changed solely by us. What should we do?" The anger on Uchiha Tenko's face hadn't subsided, and even Minato furrowed his brows, showing that, gentle as he was, he couldn't help but feel indignant about Dewey's situation. "We may not be able to change how Brother Dewey is perceived by everyone now, but we can change his circumstances." After Tatsuma finished speaking, Minato curiously asked, "How do we change it?" Uchiha Tenko, now also staring with his wide eyes at Tatsuma, although their interaction had only been for a short month, Tenko had developed some respect for Dewey, the genin who had been teaching them taijutsu. Although Brother Dewey seemed strange and had a peculiar personality, he was incredibly dedicated when teaching them. In their training camp, Dewey's name had become synonymous with their school's sensei. "Let's discuss it when we get back." Tatsuma shook his head, not immediately revealing his thoughts, and instead returned to the third training ground. Although the scheduled training time for today had already ended, those wrapped up in their training wouldn't leave on time. Upon seeing the group return, Inazuka-san grumbled, "Didn't I ask you to bring back some dango for me too? Why did you come back empty-handed?" Woof Woof beside her, the nin dog Kuramaru also expressed dissatisfaction with a bark. Just like Inazuka-san, many of the classmates had asked Tatsuma to bring them back some, and at this moment, they all looked at the group with reproachful eyes. Tatsuma smiled and said, "Sorry, there was a little mishap, and we didn't get any tricolor dango." At his words, the complaints on everyone's faces dissipated. People are not troubled by scarcity, but by unfairness. If Tatsuma and the others had eaten without bringing back any for them, they would naturally be unhappy. But if Tatsuma and the others didn't get any either, they would feel balanced in their hearts and wouldn't be angry. "Tatsuma, tell us about your thoughts just now." Uchiha Tenko, or rather, the Uchiha clan, was naturally not one to beat around the bush. He urged Tatsuma anxiously, and Tatsuma nodded, waving his hand to summon over a dozen classmates from the group. As the classmates gathered around, Tatsuma began, "During this time, myself, Minato, Tenko, Sento, and Kushina have taught everyone how to make explosive tags and sealing scrolls." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, but their eyes also grew more puzzled, not understanding why Tatsuma was mentioning this now. Tenko slapped his forehead, his face showing a sudden understanding, and he said, "Are we collecting tuition fees from everyone and giving them to Brother Dewey?" Tisk Tatsuma didn't hold back and gave Tenko a light slap on the head. Uchiha Tenko was so angry he wanted to spar with Tatsuma another 300 rounds, but Tatsuma didn't want to deal with him. He reached out and pushed Tenko's face away, saying to everyone, "The day after tomorrow, school starts, and we won't have as much time for extracurricular learning and sharing like we do now. But I don't want everyone to become unfamiliar with these skills, so I suggest that in your spare time, you practice making more explosive tags and sealing scrolls. But scrolls are expensive. One student from the Sarutobi clan raised his hand, mentioning that he had already spent almost all his pocket money during the summer break on buying blank scrolls. Scrolls capable of storing chakra were not made of ordinary paper and were quite expensive. I understand. So, during our practice, we should sell the scrolls we successfully make to earn more money to buy more scrolls for practice, Tatsuma continued to explain. Minato, catching on, played the role of an excellent straight man, wearing a puzzled expression on his face, saying, "But Tatsuma, school is starting soon, and even if we have explosive tags and sealing scrolls, who would buy them? Ninja supply shops have their own sources for purchasing goods and may not be interested in buying our explosive tags and sealing scrolls." You're right, Minato. Tatsuma looked at Minato with admiration, genuinely impressed. He clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention and said, "Indeed, none of us have time to sell them, and the ninja supply shops won't buy them either. So, we need someone trustworthy to help us sell explosive tags and sealing scrolls to individual buyers." Seeing the two working together, Kushina, who was standing beside them, also understood their intentions and said, "Then why not let Brother Dewey help us sell them? I heard that the number of D-rank missions in the village has decreased recently, so he must have some free time. I've saved up over 200 sealing scrolls. If I could exchange them for money," Tatsuma continued nodding, saying, "It's not just explosive tags and sealing scrolls. We can also entrust Brother Dewey to sell other items for us and give him a percentage of the profit. I've been learning to make dog food for nin dogs recently. Besides our Inazuka clan, there are many people in the village who raise nin dogs, and they must need it too." Inazuka Tsum pounded her left palm with her right fist, her eyes shining. She hadn't learned how to make explosive tags and sealing scrolls, thinking she couldn't earn money like everyone else, but now it seemed she might be able to after all. Uchiha Tenko also stepped forward again, saying, "And we have the Uchiha clan's cat food. No ninja cat can resist our Uchiha clan's raw meat cat food. We Aburame family also breed some harmless insects, which are useful for ninja who own ninhawks or nindoves." As one of the insect users spoke, they realized no one was paying attention to them, so they simply closed their mouth. After they stopped talking, no one noticed anything amiss. Shikaku, for once, had a hint of enthusiasm on his face. He glanced at Inoichi and Choza, saying, "Our three clans can also cooperate to produce some insect repellents. Who wouldn't love pocket money, after all? This is great! Whether it's nin dogs or ninja cats, they all need regular deworming." Shikaku's proposal received everyone's approval, except for Aburame Shibi, who became even more withdrawn. He felt like he was the bug being repelled. As members of the legendary elite class, most of Tatsuma's classmates were descendants of ninja clans, with their families possessing some specialties. Even the few non-ninja clan members were descendants of elite ninja in the village. They all had some understanding of the production of essential ninja items like explosive tags, sealing scrolls, smoke bombs, flash bombs, military rations pills, etc., and could all contribute to this business. Only Aburame Shibi, who was ignored by everyone, and Nawaki, who neither knew how to make explosive tags and sealing scrolls nor understood how to produce other specialties, were left out. But Aburame Shibi was used to it. As for Nawaki, he heard that his sister was about to go on a mission. But even without his sister by his side, he wouldn't be short of money. If worst comes to worst, Nawaki could sell the blank scrolls that his grandparents, uncles, and parents had left unused. There were always options. Guided by Tatsuma and Minato, the dozen or so youngsters quickly reached a consensus. They even divided the cake, such as ensuring that Kushina wouldn't maliciously sell her sealing scrolls and would give other classmates a chance. Tatsuma even led them in calculating the comprehensive costs. After all, whether it was making explosive tags, sealing scrolls, dog food, or cat food, they were all still apprentices and couldn't guarantee 100% success. Therefore, when calculating the costs, they had to take the success rate into account. At the same time, their final pricing had to be lower than similar products in the ninja supply shops. Shikaku was a great help in this regard, as he was familiar with the market pricing of almost all ninja supplies. In the end, they also had to set aside a portion of the profits for Dewey. Fortunately, they were all students from the ninja school and could accept the lowest level of profitability as long as they broke even. This allowed Tatsuma to set a competitive price that ensured nobody would lose out. The next day, which was also the last day of summer vacation, when Tatsuma, representing the students, handed over a sales commission contract and the first batch of goods to Dewey, Dewey cried out for youth all afternoon. Chapter 118, Sensory Ninjutsu. I already know about your collaboration with that my Dewey. But as a ninja, you shouldn't care too much about money. It will only affect your path to becoming an excellent ninja. Do you understand? In the territory of the Senju clan, Tsunade said to Tatsuma with a serious expression. Tatsuma nodded solemnly and replied, I understand, sensei. My primary focus will still be on training and learning. Tsunade nodded and pulled out a somewhat old scroll, saying, This contains some of my grandfather's insights on sensory jutsu. Take it and study it well. Thank you, sensei. Tatsuma took the scroll, which had likely gathered dust for many years. He felt a surge of gratitude towards Tsunade. It must have taken her a lot of effort to find it, right? Also, the fact that his sensei would say something like ninjas shouldn't care too much about money was surprising. Indeed, even a gambler wouldn't want to pass on their bad habits to their successors, would they? Cough. Tsunade's cough suddenly interrupted Tatsuma's thoughts. A hint of embarrassment crossed Tsunade's face, then she said, Since you understand this principle, then I'll hold on to the profits from this collaboration for you. Profits? What profits? Tatsuma's face showed a hint of confusion, then turned speechless. It seemed he had wasted his emotions. His sensei was indeed not a good person. Seeing Tatsuma's changing expression, Tsunade furrowed her brows and said, You organized so many ninja students, established a business association, and you have no profits for yourself? Sensei, are you mistaken? I just helped create a platform for everyone to start their businesses. I don't produce goods, participate in sales, or take a share of the profits. Tatsuma said matter-of-factly, but Tsunade stood up directly, pointing at Tatsuma with a face full of indignation, saying, So you've gone through all this trouble just to help others make money? It wasn't much trouble, just something I did on the side. Besides, didn't you also say that ninjas shouldn't care too much about money? Damn it! How do I have such a foolish disciple like you? What about Minato? Does that guy get a share of the profits? Tsunade glared at her disciple through gritted teeth. Tatsuma shrugged and said, Minato also doesn't take a share of the profits. Kushina, on the other hand, can take a share, but she needs to produce sealing scrolls. It must be that Jiraiya guy who taught you all to be stupid. After saying this, Tsunade stormed out of the room in a fit of rage, not knowing who to turn to. Tatsuma pondered the scroll in his hand, suddenly feeling like he hadn't lost out after all. After all, if he had taken a share of the profits, Tsunade would have definitely used this scroll to take away all his earnings. But since he had no earnings, it was as if Tsunade had given him the scroll for free. Thinking about it this way, he hadn't lost out at all. In fact, he might have even gained something. Not taking a share of the profits had earned him some goodwill from his classmates, and that was something Tsunade couldn't take away. Tatsuma didn't leave. Instead, he opened the scroll in Tsunade's room and began to read. It didn't contain any ninjutsu, but it was indeed Senju Tobarama's understanding of sensory jutsu. However, even this master of forbidden techniques didn't summarize sensory jutsu into a mature, systematic jutsu. It mainly described integrating sensory jutsu into the 5 elements releases. For example, after setting down the scroll, Tatsuma formed the snake seal with his hands, then immediately followed with the seal of confrontation with his right hand. He pressed his fingers onto the ground, and his chakras swiftly flowed into the earth. The snake seal was a crucial hand seal within earth release, used to communicate with the earth. It was commonly seen in both earth release and wood release techniques. With the assistance of the snake seal, Tatsuma's chakra dispersed rapidly and extensively. He also faintly sensed numerous chakra signatures within his sensory range, as well as a swiftly moving mass of chakra that was about to leave the sensory range, likely Tsunade, who had just left. Within his sensory range, there was another mass of chakra, heavy and immense like a mountain. Tatsuma instantly lifted his right hand from the ground, taking deep breaths. In the room of Uzumaki Mido, from afar, she set aside her pen, which she had been writing with, and looked in Tatsuma's direction. She said, "Tobarama's techniques? You learn fast." Returning to his senses from the awe of witnessing such a massive presence, Tatsuma's expression of surprise and post-fright receded, replaced by a hint of joy. The sensation of sensory jutsu just now was much clearer compared to the vague sensations he had experienced before. He picked up the scroll again and quickly read through it. Soon, he came across Tobarama's notes on another type of sensory technique. After reading it twice, Tatsuma set down the scroll once more and formed hand seals again. This time, he formed the dragon seal, which felt most natural to him. Then, he extended his palms forward and intertwined his fingers, similar to the snake seal but with a difference. While the snake seal's knuckles faced upward, Tatsuma's hand seals were oriented forward. This was one of the special seals documented by Tobarama, the seal of all of the 9 characters seal, also known as the Buddhist outer binding seal. With the combination of both seals, Tatsuma's chakra dispersed like the wind, sensing the chakra in the surrounding air through sensory. Senju Tobarama's recording and application of Buddhist hand seals were within Tatsuma's expectations. After all, Tobarama's brother, Senju Hashirama, was a Buddhist enthusiast. Hashirama's ninjutsu techniques for dealing with tailed beasts were inspired by the 10 ox-herding pictures. This preference wasn't exclusive to Senju Hashirama, it had been present since the emergence of the Senju clan. After all, Senju carries significant connotations. 1000, sen, hands, ju. As chakra extended and roamed with the wind, although it was slower in speed compared to the previous method, it could capture chakra users who were not grounded, such as airborne ninja hawks, and even some special insects almost imperceptible on grass, trees, and walls. This time, Tatsuma didn't use it towards Uzumaki Mido's direction. After all, the overwhelming pressure was difficult to adapt to. After a simple sensory session, Tatsuma withdrew his chakra. Continuing to read Senju Tobarama's notes, they were all about his experiences. Senju Tobarama even mentioned that with a thorough understanding of chakra nature transformation, one could dispense with the prerequisite hand seals. This reminded Tatsuma of when Senju Tobarama used sensory jutsu himself. He could perform wide-range sensory jutsu with just 2 fingers touching the ground, without needing to communicate with the earth using the snake seal like Tatsuma. It's a pity that Minato can't learn the first type of sensory jutsu, Tatsuma lamented for his friend. Minato didn't have earth affinity chakra. He struggled even with basic earth release ninjutsu like subterranean voyage or double suicide decapitation jutsu, let alone communicating with the earth. Among the 5 chakra natures, earth release and wind release were most helpful for sensory ninja. There are places without lightning, water, or fire, but there's always earth and wind. The latter 3 were sensory techniques useful only in specific situations, while earth and wind could be useful anytime, anywhere. However, Minato could only learn and use one of them. However, Tatsuma didn't immediately go to find Minato. After all, Senju Tobarama was the author of this scroll, and Tsunade was the one distributing the scrolls. They were family and had the authority to decide. If Tatsuma wanted to distribute the scroll additionally, he needed to consult Tsunade's opinion. But Tatsuma didn't plan to ask right away. It's not that he didn't want his friend to learn sooner, but given Tsunade's current mood, if he went to ask now, he'd probably get a scolding. He valued friendship, but he valued his own well-being more. The next day, Tsunade's departure with her team was postponed due to an unknown attack on Jiraiya the previous night. Minato, worried during his early morning training, was eager to find out the truth about his sensei's injury and catch the culprit. What he didn't know was that the real culprit had just returned from the casino at dawn and was probably just entering into slumber. As for Tatsuma, who had already guessed the truth, he wouldn't report it. After all, family matters should be kept within the family. The three who were supposed to depart a few days earlier to investigate the movements of the Iwabikure ninja within the Land of Rain had to postpone their departure for several days and set out with the rest of the team. Tatsuma and Minato were also included in the large team. After their nearly 2-month holiday break, they were assigned to the reconnaissance team and would accompany the team to infiltrate the Land of Rain. Their short-term task was only to lurk in the Land of Rain. Whether they would be deployed specifically depended on the success of Tsunade's team actions. If Tsunade's team operation went smoothly, investigating the movements of the Iwabikure ninja and successfully delivering the intelligence to the leader of the Land of Rain, Hanzo, then their unit would only need to withdraw from the Land of Rain after Tsunade's team completed their mission. But if Tsunade's team encountered obstacles in their operation, being discovered by the Iwabikure or Rain Ninja, then they would have to act as a support team and provide assistance to Tsunade's team as quickly as possible. For such a team, the members' reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance abilities were extremely demanding. Tatsuma and Minato were included because of their outstanding sensory talents. Jiraiya, who had just been discharged from the hospital, looked at Orochimaru, who had been worrying, and asked, "Orochimaru, why the long face? The mission may be difficult, but with the understanding between the three of us, we will definitely succeed." Tsunade nodded and said, "Sensei also mentioned that if necessary, we can apply for support at any time. But looking at you like this, one might think the village sent us to our deaths. Although that's true, I have a foreboding feeling." Orochimaru sighed, and before Jiraiya could say anything, Tsunade suddenly burst into laughter, patting Orochimaru on the shoulder. Even without using her monstrous strength, Orochimaru's pale face turned purple under her palms. Tsunade seemed oblivious and continued, "You're getting awfully close to that brat Tatsuma. You even started talking like him. But let me make it clear, he's my disciple. If you want to mentor someone, go mentor your own disciple." Though Jiraiya didn't know what exactly Orochimaru meant by foreboding feeling, he laughed along with Tsunade, but it was too hearty, causing him to cough due to his injured diaphragm. Orochimaru shook his head, looking at his carefree teammates. The worry between his brows never seemed to dissipate. He glanced back at the support team, thinking about the consequences the battle between Konoha and Iwabikure ninja in the Land of Rain might bring, and silently mused, "If we truly need their support, then the three of us will likely be the true culprits who trigger a major ninja world war." Chapter 119, One Must Look Forward. Tatsuma, the downstream sensory work is entrusted to you. In the Land of Rain, within the rainforest where the sun is never seen, a team of ninjas gathered by a river, both for resupply and to scout the surrounding environment. Even the giant dogs, which some people fear, remain quiet at this moment, their paws landing carefully, ensuring no sound even as they tread on wet fallen leaves. These nindogs continuously sniff the surrounding scents, their canine faces displaying human-like wrinkled brows in thoughtful contemplation, seemingly discerning the types and sources of the smells. Beside each nindog, there is a member of the Inuzuka clan performing the same actions. Ninjas resembling dogs, this is something only seen within this clan. On the side, there are also some Aburame clan ninjas dressed in long raincoats, their hoods pulled down low. These ninjas, wearing sunglasses even in the dim rainforest, continuously emit special insects from their bodies. Beside a pair of silver-haired and golden-haired youths, a fully wrapped Aburame ninja lowered his tone, quietly conversing with Sakamoto Tatsuma, the silver-haired one. Tatsuma nodded, then approached the riverbank. Forming a hand seal with both hands, he then altered the seal with his right hand, connecting his thumb to his little finger while keeping the other 3 fingers relaxed. This is a special kind of hand seal, part of a systematic series called the Madra hand seal system. This system emphasizes that each finger corresponds to a specific chakra element, which is quite similar to Tatsuma's past life. The thumb represents fire, and the little finger represents water, yet the hand seal is named the water seal, symbolizing the harmonization of water and fire, signifying communication and openness. It was applied by Senju Tobarama in sensory jutsu with remarkable effectiveness. Tatsuma inserted his right hand into the river. As the water flows over his fingers, his chakra attaches to the flowing water. This type of sensory technique doesn't have a fast sensory speed, rather, its speed depends on the water flow. Of course, if the water flow is too rapid, it won't work well. It might cause splashing, disrupting the flow, and the chakra may not tightly adhere or interconnect with each other. Fortunately, it's September now, and although the rainy season in the rainforest is in its late stages, it hasn't completely ended yet. Therefore, the speed of the river here is much faster than usual. The Abirame ninja also knows that Tatsuma's sensory efficiency isn't fast, but it excels in safety. If there are sensory-type ninjas among the enemies, then whether it's the nindogs, insects, or even ground and air sensory, they could be detected. However, hardly any ninja would care whether chakra is attached to the constantly flowing water because it's too difficult to detect, and very few have devised such means. As a covert support team, Tatsuma and his group are not pressed for time, so they need the safest method to perform sensory detection on the distant situation. They need to ensure they are not discovered. After nearly half an hour, Tatsuma withdraws his hand from the river and says, 5 kilometers downstream, there is residual ninja chakra. They should be traveling on the water, heading further downstream. The Abirame ninja nodded and said, still the same caution. Even in their own territory, these Land of Rain ninjas are so careful to conceal their tracks. Shaking his head, he continued, but since the direction is further downstream, our tracks shouldn't be discovered in the short term. Let's rest here for now. I'll contact the other teams. The frequency of patrols in this rainforest cannot be too high, especially in a small country like the Land of Rain. Even in the case of the 5 great nations, there aren't enough ninjas available for daily border patrols. Especially recently, since Konoha and the Hidden Sand Village have expanded their battlefield into the Land of Rain, the focus of the Land of Rain ninjas would definitely be towards the battlefield and then towards priority areas. The surveillance frequency and intensity would certainly decrease in these uninhabited rainforests. Patrolling once or twice a week is probably the limit. Therefore, in the short term, they shouldn't encounter any issues with setting up camp here. Tatsuma walked to the side, continuously rubbing his right hand, which had become somewhat itchy from being soaked. The river water wasn't very pure, especially during the flood season, when who knows what debris from the rainforest might have been washed into the river. Therefore, timely cleaning was necessary. After rubbing his right hand with a cloth soaked in alcohol, Tatsuma felt much better. At this moment, Minato took care of collecting and filtering the water, adding effervescent disinfectant tablets before pouring it into a kettle and handing it to Tatsuma. "Thank you," Tatsuma said, taking a sip and then putting the kettle back into the backpack. Minato shook his head, saying, "It was just something I did on the fly. Do you want to learn that sensory technique I just used?" Tatsuma whispered to Minato. In a group of sensory ninjas, speaking softly didn't make much difference, but expressing this attitude caused the surrounding Inuzuka and Abirame ninjas to instinctively keep their distance. Minato showed a somewhat embarrassed expression and replied, "Is it appropriate? I heard it was taught to you by Tsunade-sensei or was a research achievement of the second Hokage-sama. Before we parted ways, I already asked sensei, and she didn't mind. Plus, my hand can't handle soaking in this river water every day, so if you learn it, you can help me share the burden," Tatsuma said, casually hooking his arm around Minato's shoulder. After considering for a moment, Minato nodded and replied, "Then I'll share any ninjutsu I learn with you in the future." Minato felt he owed Tatsuma a lot, especially in the past few days when Jiraiya confided in him about the circumstances surrounding his learning of the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Jiraiya bluntly stated that without Tatsuma, he wouldn't have learned this ninjutsu so early. The astute Minato, after a few hints, from Jiraiya, understood the risks Tatsuma took when he voiced his opinions to Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had felt displeased by Tatsuma's actions at the time, it could have been seen as seeking undue credit, especially since Sarutobi Hiruzen already had high hopes for their future and was willing to personally mentor them. Otherwise, they might have only received a scroll of ninjutsu at best, and as the one making the request, Tatsuma might have incurred Sarutobi Hiruzen's displeasure. The risks were all borne by Tatsuma, while Minato unknowingly accepted the benefits. Moreover, Minato also recalled how Tatsuma had taken care of him on the battlefield before, even getting injured several times because of it. Feeling increasingly indebted, Minato, who couldn't offer any compensation at the moment despite Tatsuma's generosity, could only draw upon his own future. Upon hearing Minato's promise, Tatsuma simply waved his hand. After all, Minato couldn't provide what he needed in the short term. The most important talents in ninja tool throwing, space-time, sensory, and ninjutsu development, Tatsuma had already gleaned from Minato. Even the Rasengan, which Minato would develop later, Tatsuma had quietly figured out, but he hadn't had the chance to reasonably reveal this technique yet. It could only be kept as a trump card for now. While Minato felt indebted, Tatsuma felt the same. However, Tatsuma absolutely felt indebted for Minato's pure and sincere friendship towards him, and he just wanted to make up for it a bit more. Tatsuma didn't bring Tobarama's notes with him, but his memory was excellent, and he had memorized the contents of the scrolls. Therefore, directly reciting them to Minato wasn't difficult for him. Over the next period, alongside his responsibility for aquatic sensory detection, Tatsuma also taught Minato sensory techniques. However, it was unfortunate, though not unexpected for Tatsuma, that Minato had very poor aptitude for learning aquatic sensory jutsu. It wasn't just aquatic sensory jutsu, Minato also struggled with ground sensory jutsu. He was far from the level where he could apply what he had learned from reading the notes, unlike Tatsuma, who could use them immediately. After all, Minato didn't possess the water and earth attributes. However, Minato's disappointment didn't end there. When he heard about the technique for sensory jutsu in the air, he initially tried to learn it with determination. But the progress of his learning was truly disappointing. In the land of rain, the air was too damp, often hindering the transmission of chakra. This was something even Tatsuma hadn't anticipated, as his chakra wasn't affected by water. Indeed, my talent is far inferior to yours, Tatsuma, Minato concluded on the first New Year's Eve he spent away from home, after 3 months of diligently memorizing Tobarama's notes, just like Tatsuma. The 5 attributes of chakra combined with sensory techniques posed a challenge for Minato. Due to his lack of earth and water chakra, he couldn't even begin to learn techniques based on these elements. Furthermore, the sensory techniques involving wind chakra were greatly limited in the land of rain. Minato was uncertain about his progress in training. As for fire and lightning chakra, apart from situations like forest fires where he might need to rescue people, Minato couldn't think of scenarios where the former would be applicable. As for the latter, unless he was in the land of lightning, it was rare to encounter thunderstorms, making it difficult for him to practice. Upon hearing Minato's reflections, Tatsuma, who was also recalling the experiences of the past year, snapped out of his thoughts. Tatsuma found Minato's comment amusing, as Minato jokingly criticized his own talent, second only to Naruto's self-deprecation about not being good at preaching. However, looking back on the past year, during the first quarter, both of them were training. In the second quarter, Tatsuma indeed outshone Minato on the battlefield. In the third quarter, while training in the village, Tatsuma took the lead. By the final quarter, Minato was nearly driven to despair by his inability to grasp the sensory techniques, leading him to reach this conclusion. Tatsuma suddenly understood, though this wasn't the whole truth. Tatsuma patted Minato on the shoulder and said, "The environment in the land of rain isn't conducive to training, and besides, haven't you made great progress in your sensory technique since we arrived in the northern part of the land of rain recently?" Now in the depths of winter, as they gradually approached the border between the rain and earth countries, the air humidity decreased significantly. Not only were their clothes no longer constantly damp, but Minato's sensory abilities had also improved considerably. However, in just these short 10 days, compared to the whole year, the improvement was relatively minor, and Minato hadn't noticed it. After hearing Tatsuma's words, Minato forced a smile. He felt his friend was trying to comfort him. "It's New Year's," said the Aburame ninja leading the team, breaking the silence. Upon hearing this, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Although there was no atmosphere of New Year's in such a desolate place, and the sticky dampness made it feel like the rainy season, they had still made it through another year. "Let's all make a wish," said the squad captain with a smile, addressing everyone. A ninja from the Inuzuka clan was trimming the fur around his Nindog's claws. Upon hearing this, he said, "My wish. I hope the war will stop this year." His wish resonated with many people, but Tatsuma's smile was particularly forced. If his memory and calculations were correct, not only would the war not end this year, but it might even escalate into the Second Shinobi World War, affecting the entire shinobi world. However, he was still too insignificant. Even if he knew some things, he couldn't stop the momentum. In the current situation, neither the wind nor the fire side had the power to end the war. Because the battlefield was no longer determined by the will of the two Kage, but by the will of the two nations, from the highest-ranking nobles like daimyo to the grassroots civilians, everyone wanted the war to continue. While there was a brief moment of joy here, further north in a cave, Tsunade put away her hands, sweating. While Jiraiya lay there gritting his teeth, clearly badly injured. Tsunade popped a military rations pill into her mouth to regain her strength, then looked towards Orochimaru, who was keeping watch outside the cave. She said, "Orochimaru, let's ask for reinforcements. With Jiraiya's current condition, we won't be able to hide our tracks and escape properly." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru glanced back at their old teammate lying in the dim cave, his expression conflicted. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Let's hold on a little longer. Given the distance between us and the support team, they would have to rush at full speed to reach us. If they do that, their months of undercover work would be in vain. Let's move a bit further south and have the team rendezvous with us. We can't let the Land of Rain know that we have a large number of ninjas lurking in their territory. Besides, with your current strength, we can hold out." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade raised her hand to touch her forehead protector. The mark underneath, which had taken a year to develop, was now almost invisible. Her strength couldn't endure any longer. At this moment, Jiraiya opened his eyes and took a few breaths. He chuckled and said, "Haha, don't be so pessimistic. I'll be fine. Even if they catch up." He pressed down on his abdomen, still in considerable pain. Gritting his teeth, he continued, "I'll hold them off for you. The most important thing is to get the intel out. I also agree with Orochimaru, no need to call for reinforcements." Orochimaru remained silent, his expression suddenly turning grim. He said, "There are Iwa approaching. Tsunade, can you take Jiraiya with you?" Tsunade clenched her fists and then shook her head. "You take him for a while. I need to rest." "All right." Without further ado, Orochimaru hoisted Jiraiya onto his back and left the cave, heading south. Tsunade followed behind them, making a tough decision. While Orochimaru and Jiraiya were unaware, Tsunade reached into her pouch and pulled out a communicator, pressing the button for help. Immediately, she tucked the communicator, which was continuously flashing its signal light, back into her ninja pouch. Chapter 120, No Right or Wrong. The rare relaxation of New Year's Eve was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected distress signal, causing all the support teams lurking within the Land of Rain to become tense and rush towards the signal source. Can you keep up? If you can't, don't force it. Just focus on your own safety. Before departing, Captain Aburame looked at Tatsuma and Minato. He leaned towards advising them not to go. After all, if they rushed into battle immediately upon arrival, and if Tatsuma and Minato struggled to keep up but were unable to fight effectively upon arrival, it would only increase the danger. However, upon hearing the question, Both Tatsuma and Minato immediately shook their heads. After all, it was their sensei who sent the distress signal. Seeing this, Captain Aburame did not insist further. After all, seeking assistance was a matter of urgency, and there was no time to persuade others. The team also didn't bother to conceal their tracks. With so many people in the group, they were bound to be exposed. Trying to conceal their presence would be futile. It was better to save time and reach their destination as soon as possible. Everyone formed hand seals simultaneously and activated the body flicker jutsu, following behind Captain Aburame. Captain Aburame held a device resembling a Dragon Ball detector, adjusting the direction as he watched the small blinking light on the crude screen. Tatsuma and Minato struggled to keep up without falling behind. Along the way, they rendezvoused with several other lurking teams. From night until dawn, during breaks in his sensory duties, Tatsuma could sense a large concentration of chakra gathering in the distance. The support teams were already in a state of readiness, clearly prepared to engage in combat at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, inside a cave, Tsunade was treating Jiraiya's injuries sustained from their pursuit of battle. Such was the nature of the battlefield, those already injured were more susceptible to further harm, often leading to fatal consequences. The cave continued to shake as it endured the onslaught from the hidden rock village ninjas. The continuous barrage of ninjutsu attacks dimmed Orochimaru's eyes with each passing moment. "Give it up, Tsunade." Finally, hoarse and cold words came from his mouth as he looked at Tsunade, who still refused to stop. He said, "The attacks from the hidden rock village will eventually break through this mountain. If you want to escape, there can be no hesitation. Right now, you and I must leave." "What about Jiraiya?" Tsunade said, discontented. Orochimaru pursed his lips and replied, "Trying to take Jiraiya, injured as he is simply impossible. That's why I need to treat him. Tsunade, this is war. We cannot let personal feelings decrease our chances." "What chances?" Tsunade asked, turning to Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade's anxious face and said, "The chance of survival and the chance of completing the mission. In our current situation, escaping alive with one person is impossible. Perhaps with 2 people it might be possible, but with 3 people, it's certain death." Listening to Orochimaru's increasingly cold expression, Tsunade's anxiety turned to shock. She knew Orochimaru treated emotions more indifferently than most, but how could he be so indifferent? These were teammates, these were friends. Stared at by Tsunade, Orochimaru finally averted his gaze and said, "Killing Jiraiya, killing a teammate, that's something I'll take care of. Once there's no one left to save, you'll be willing to leave, right?" With that, Orochimaru took out a kunai and approached them. Tsunade also turned her head back, the chakra glow attached to her hands for medical ninjutsu becoming increasingly intense. When Orochimaru came up behind her and raised the kunai, seemingly aimed at the unconscious Jiraiya, Tsunade's voice became incredibly cold as she said, "If you dare to do this, I'll kill you." Rumbling, the shaking of the cave intensified, and light could even be seen through some cracks. Orochimaru took a deep breath and said, "Then let's see who strikes first." Just then, Jiraiya, who had been unable to move, suddenly trembled in his right hand. Then, he slowly raised his right hand, gesturing a thumbs up toward Orochimaru. Seeing this, Tsunade said, "Given the circumstances, Jiraiya still trusts you. In the face of this trust, can you still act?" "Boring." Orochimaru gritted his teeth and made a decision. Seeing Orochimaru still intending to act, Tsunade no longer concealed anything and said, "Orochimaru, I've called for reinforcements. The support team will arrive soon." "You called for reinforcements? When? No, do you know what this means?" Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Orochimaru briefly lost focus, then anger appeared on his face. He said, "Do you want Konoha to become the enemy of the entire shinobi world? Land of Rain, Land of Earth will declare war on us, and if we lose even once, just once, the Land of Lightning, which has been neutral so far, will immediately act, just for the sake of one Jiraiya?" Tsunade continued to treat Jiraiya, even though the mystical palm jutsu had limited effectiveness on internal injuries. She didn't stop, remaining silent for a moment before responding, "Then we just won't lose even once." Seeing Tsunade still so stubborn, Orochimaru said angrily, "Can you guarantee that we won't lose even once? Even if you can you guarantee that more people won't die because of this? You are too selfish." "Me selfish?" Tsunade's hands trembled slightly. Indeed, from Orochimaru's perspective, if the war escalated as a result, more people would die than if they gave up on Jiraiya now. Sacrificing more lives for the sake of one person could also be considered selfish. But, no, there was no but. Tsunade could only stubbornly say, "I will do everything I can to prevent people from dying. Kill Jiraiya, cancel the operation before the support team takes massive action, cover their tracks." Orochimaru no longer argued with Tsunade about that statement. He knew Tsunade realized her mistake, but Tsunade's character wouldn't change. Now they could only try to remedy the situation before it further deteriorated. Orochimaru speculated that Tsunade must have called for help only after they were besieged and Jiraiya was injured again, seeking refuge in this cave. If it had been just half an hour ago, they might have been able to cancel the operation in time to deceive the Rain Country ninjas, but what he didn't know was that Tsunade had sent out the distress call last night. Orochimaru raised his kunai once again, this time without hesitation in his motion to stab Jiraiya. He had to deal with Jiraiya as quickly as possible, take Tsunade away, and then call off the support team's operation. Boom! Despite the deafening explosion and the subsequent collapse of the cave, Orochimaru's actions were not deterred. But just as the kunai was about to pierce Jiraiya, Tsunade turned around and firmly grabbed his right wrist holding the kunai. With his left hand also seized by Tsunade's other hand, Orochimaru could even hear footsteps. Despair appeared on his face. It was all too late. Jiraiya! Tsunade! Orochimaru! Upon hearing the voices of the approaching individuals, Orochimaru felt like his heart had stopped, but Tsunade's face lit up with hope. Just as Orochimaru was puzzled by Tsunade's change in demeanor, the sound came again. Reinforcements have arrived. Accompanied by some wind-style ninjutsu, seemingly aimed at dispersing the dust inside the cave, Tsunade released Orochimaru's right hand at this moment and pushed him forward, creating some distance between them. As the dust settled, Orochimaru was several steps away from Tsunade and Jiraiya. Although he held a kunai, no one would suspect that he intended to kill Jiraiya. Tsunade gave Orochimaru a stern look, saying no more. Both she and Jiraiya, who was half lying on the ground, understood that what happened here today must not be known to others. There was no right or wrong in the different decisions made by Orochimaru and Tsunade. Orochimaru opted for the lesser of two evils, abandoning Jiraiya to avoid escalation of the war, which was not wrong. But Tsunade chose to support in order to save her comrade, which was also not wrong. Moreover, it was what their sensei, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, would have demanded. Many things are not disputes of right or wrong. Different people choose different answers, which is why people often cannot persuade others. At this moment, Orochimaru turned around and said to the ninja who came to support, "You arrived really fast." A ninja from the Inuzuka clan nodded and said, "We received the distress signal last night and hurried over without stopping. Come out first, the cave is about to collapse." Upon hearing that the distress signal was sent last night, Orochimaru knew there was no way to salvage the situation. He could only nod awkwardly. At this point, the others also entered the cave and helped Jiraiya, who had lost his ability to move. As they walked out of the cave, Orochimaru saw the Rock Village ninjas who had surrounded them, now engaged in continuous battle with the Konoha ninjas, and even recognized some familiar faces among them. "My grandfather established Konoha to protect everyone. I won't do anything that goes against his will," Tsunade said to Orochimaru at this moment. Orochimaru didn't reply, but continued to look towards the battlefield. Tsunade also turned her head, following Orochimaru's gaze. However, with just one glance, the slight ease that had finally appeared on her face quickly turned into tension again. She saw her disciple and Jiraiya's disciple mixing in with the team, battling against the Rock Village ninjas, especially seeing her disciple's left shoulder already stained with blood, and his movements somewhat unnatural, clearly indicating he was injured. Tsunade couldn't help but exclaim, "Do they not realize the danger they're in? The strength of the first Hokage-sama is enough to protect everyone, but we, instead, need those who should be under our protection to protect us." Orochimaru's tone was tinged with self-derision. The will of the first Hokage is something no one can inherit now. Meanwhile, Tatsuma and Minato in the distance didn't have as many mixed feelings. They had just learned that all three of them were alive, so they were quite happy. After all, being able to help others was also a kind of joy. No longer worried about the condition of their sensei and others, Tatsuma looked at the Rock Village ninjas in front of him and said, "You've all been lurking in the land of rain so silently for so long. Indeed, you're all very powerful, but today's victory belongs to us." With that, he threw a shuriken, and his diligently practiced shuriken shadow clone jutsu for nearly half a year was also unleashed. Hundreds of shuriken appeared out of thin air and flew towards the Rock Village ninjas. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Minato! Ninja art! Fire release! Super Phoenix Sage Flower Light will Flame Dance second style." Minato shouted loudly, causing his hands, after completing the seals, to pause in front of his chest for a while. His right hand then formed a trumpet shape near his mouth as he took a deep breath. Then, a huge flame, enveloped in oil, spewed out, igniting the hundreds of shuriken shadow clones. Meanwhile, Tatsuma's mouth twitched. Under Minato's expectant gaze, he could only look at the numerous Rock Village ninjas engulfed in flames. He imitated Minato's excitement and shouted, "Good job." Minato nodded, but still felt a bit regretful. Tatsuma's shout had enough momentum, but it was a bit short. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 5. Peace.